her speech by comparing January 6th to the horrible tragedies that happened with Pearl Harbor, as well as September 11th. Take a look at this right here on Live Now from Fox.
Certain dates echo throughout history, including dates that instantly remind all who have lived through them where they were and what they were doing when our democracy came under assault. Dates that occupy not only a place on our calendars, but a place in our collective memory. December 7th, 1941, September 11th, 2001, and January 6th, 2021. On that day, I was not only Vice President-elect, I was also a United States Senator. And I was here at the Capitol that morning at a classified hearing with fellow members of the Senate Intelligence Committee. Hours later, the gates of the Capitol were breached. I had left, but my thoughts immediately turned not only to my colleagues, but to my staff, who had been forced to seek refuge in our office, converting filing cabinets into barricades. What the extremists who roamed these halls targeted was not only the lives of elected leaders. What they sought to degrade and destroy was not only a building, hallowed as it is. What they were assaulting were the institutions, the values, the ideals that generations of Americans have marched, picketed, and shed blood to establish and defend. On January 6th, we all saw what our nation would look like if the forces who seek to dismantle our democracy are successful. The lawlessness, the violence, the chaos. What was at stake then and now is the right to have our future decided the way the Constitution prescribes it, by we, the people, all the people. We cannot let our future be decided by those bent on silencing our voices, overturning our votes, and peddling lies and misinformation, by some radical faction that may be newly resurgent, but whose roots run old and deep. When I meet with young people, they often ask about the state of our democracy, about January 6th. And what I tell them is January 6th reflects the dual nature of democracy, its fragility and its strength. You see, the strength of democracy is the rule of law. The strength of democracy is the principle that everyone should be treated equally, that elections should be free and fair, that corruption should be given no quarter. The strength of democracy is that it empowers the people. And the fragility of democracy is this, that if we are not vigilant, if we do not defend it, democracy simply will not stand. It will falter and fail. The violent assault that took place here, the very fact of how close we came to an election overturned, that reflects the fragility of democracy. Yet, the resolve I saw in our elected leaders when I returned to the Senate chamber that night their resolve not to yield, but to certify the election, their loyalty not to party or person, but to the Constitution of the United States, that reflects its strength. And so, of course, does the heroism of the Capitol Police, the DC Metropolitan Police Department, the National Guard, and other law enforcement officers who answered the call that day, including those who later succumbed to wounds, both visible and invisible. Our thoughts are with all of the families who have lost a loved one. You know, I wonder, how will January 6th come to be remembered in the years ahead? Will it be remembered as a moment that accelerated the unraveling of the oldest, greatest democracy in the world? Or a moment when we decided to secure and strengthen our democracy for generations to come? The American spirit is being tested. The answer to whether we will meet that test resides where it always has resided in our country, with you, the people. And the work ahead will not be easy. Here in this very building, a decision will be made about whether we uphold the right to vote and ensure free and fair elections. Let's be clear, we must pass the voting rights bills that are now before the Senate. And the American people must also do something more. We cannot sit on the sidelines. We must unite in defense of our democracy in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and to our prosperity and posterity. That is the preamble of the Constitution that President Biden and I swore an oath to uphold and defend. And that is the enduring promise of the United States of America. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce a public servant with the character and fortitude to meet this moment, a leader whose life's work has been moving our nation toward that more perfect union, President Joe Biden.
Madam Vice President, my fellow Americans, to state the obvious, 1 year ago today, in this sacred place, democracy was attacked, simply attacked. The will of the people was under assault. The Constitution, our Constitution, faced the gravest of threats. Outnumbered in the face of a brutal attack, the Capitol Police, the DC Metropolitan Police Department, the National Guard, and other brave law enforcement officials saved the rule of law. Our democracy held. We, the people, endured. And we, the people, prevailed. For the first time in our history, a president had not just lost an election, he tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power as a violent mob breached the Capitol. But they failed. They failed. And on this day of remembrance, we must make sure that such attack never happens again. I'm speaking to you today from Statuary Hall in the United States Capitol This is where the House of Representatives met for 50 years in the decades leading up to the Civil War. This is on this floor. It's where young Congressman from Illinois, Abraham Lincoln, sat at desk 191. Above him, above us, over that door leading into the rotunda, is a sculpture depicting Cleo, the muse of history. In her hands, an open book in which she records the events taking place in this chamber below. Cleo stood watch over this hall 1 year ago today, as she has for more than 200 years. She recorded what took place, the real history, the real facts, the real truth, the facts and the truth that Vice President Harris just shared, and that you and I and the whole world saw with our own eyes. The Bible tells us that we shall know the truth, and the truth shall make us free. We shall know the truth. Well, here is the God's truth about January 6, 2021. Close your eyes. Go back to that day. What do you see? Rioters rampaging, waving for the first time inside this Capitol Confederate flag that symbolized the cause to destroy America, to rip us apart. Even during the Civil War, that never, ever happened. But it happened here in 2021. What else do you see? A mob breaking windows, kicking in doors, breaching the Capitol, American flags on poles being used as weapons, as spears, fire extinguishers being thrown at the heads of police officers. A crowd that professes their love for law enforcement assaulted those police officers, dragged them, sprayed them, stomped on them. Over 140 police officers were injured. We all heard the police officers who were there that day testify to what happened. One officer called it, quote, a medieval battle, and that he was more afraid that day than he was fighting the war in Iraq. They've repeatedly asked since that day, how dare anyone diminish, belittle, or deny the hell they were put through? We saw with our own eyes. Rioters menaced these halls, threatening the life of the Speaker of the House, literally erecting gallows to hang the Vice President of the United States of America. But what did we not see? We didn't see a former president who had just rallied the mob to attack, sitting in the private dining room off the Oval Office in the White House, watching it all on television and doing nothing for hours as police were assaulted, lives at risk, the nation's capital under siege. This wasn't a group of tourists. This was an armed insurrection. They weren't looking to uphold the will of the people. They were looking to deny the will of the people. They weren't looking to uphold a free and fair election. They were looking to overturn one. They weren't looking to save the cause of America. They were looking to subvert the Constitution. This isn't about being bogged down in the past. This is about making sure the past isn't buried. That's the only way forward. That's what great nations do. They don't bury the truth. They face up to it. Sounds like hyperbole, but that's the truth. They face up to it. We are a great nation. My fellow Americans, in life there's truth, and tragically there are lies. Lies conceived and spread for profit and power. We must be absolutely clear about what is true and what is a lie. And here's the truth. The former President of the United States of America has created and spread a web of lies about the 2020 election. He's done so because he values power over principle, because he sees his own interest as more important than his country's interest, than America's interest, and because his bruised ego matters more to him than our democracy or our Constitution. He can't accept he lost, even though that's what 93 United States senators, his own attorney general, his own vice president, governors and state officials in every battleground state have all said. He lost. That's what 81 million of you did as you voted for a new way forward. He has done what no president in American history, the history of this country, has ever done. He refused to accept the results of an election and the will of the American people. While some courageous men and women in the Republican Party are standing against it, trying to uphold the principle of that party, too many others are transforming that party into something else. They seem no longer to want to be the party of Lincoln, Eisenhower, Reagan, the Bushes. But whatever my other disagreements are with Republicans who support the rule of law and not the rule of a single man, I will always seek to work together with them to find shared solutions where possible. Because if we have a shared belief in democracy, then anything is possible. Anything. And so at this moment, we must decide, what kind of nation are we going to be? Are we going to be a nation that accepts political violence as a norm? Are we going to be a nation where we allow partisan election officials to overturn the legally expressed will of the people? Are we going to be a nation that lives not by the light of the truth, but in the shadow of lies? We cannot allow ourselves to be that kind of nation. The way forward is to recognize the truth and to live by it. The big lie being told by the former president and many Republicans who fear his wrath is that the insurrection in this country actually took place on Election Day, November 3rd, 2020. Think about that. Is that what you thought? Is that what you thought when you voted that day? Taking part in an insurrection? Is that what you thought you were doing? Or did you think you were carrying out your highest duty as a citizen and voting? The former president's supporters are trying to rewrite history. They want you to see Election Day as the day of insurrection. And the riot that took place here on January 6th as a true expression of the will of the people. Can you think of a more twisted way to look at this country, to look at America? I cannot. Here's the truth. The election of 2020 was the greatest demonstration of democracy in the history of this country. More of you voted in that election than have ever voted in all of American history. Over 150 million Americans went to the polls and voted that day. In a pandemic, some at great risk to their lives. They should be applauded, not attacked. Right now, in state after state, new laws are being written, not to protect the vote, but to deny it. Not only to suppress the vote, but to subvert it. Not to strengthen or protect our democracy, but because the former president lost, instead of looking at the election results from 2020 and saying they need new ideas or better ideas to win more votes, the former president and his supporters have decided the only way for them to win is to suppress your vote and subvert our elections. It's wrong. It's undemocratic. And frankly, it's un-American. The second big lie being told by the former president and his supporters is that the results of the election of 2020 can't be trusted. The truth is that no election No election in American history has been more closely scrutinized or more carefully counted. Every legal challenge questioning the results in every court in this country that could have been made was made and was rejected, often rejected by Republican-appointed judges, including judges appointed by the former president himself, from state courts to the United States Supreme Court. Recounts were undertaken in state after state. Georgia counted its results 3 times, with 1 recount by hand. Phony partisan audits were undertaken long after the election in several states. None changed the results. And in some of them, the irony is the margin of victory actually grew slightly. So let's speak plainly about what happened in 2020. Even before the first ballot was cast, the former president was preemptively sowing doubt about the election results. He built his lie over months. It wasn't based on any facts. He was just looking for an excuse, a pretext, to cover for the truth. He's not just a former president. He's a defeated former president. Defeated by a margin of over 7 million of your votes in a full and free and fair election. There is simply zero proof the election results are inaccurate. In fact, in every venue where evidence had to be produced, an oath to tell the truth had to be taken, the former president failed to make his case. Just think about this. The former president and his supporters have never been able to explain how they accept as accurate the other election results that took place on November 3rd. The elections for governor, United States Senate, House of Representatives. Elections which they closed the gap in the House. They challenged none of that. President's name was first. Then we went down the line. Governors, senators, House Representatives. Somehow those results are accurate on the same ballot. But the presidential race was flawed. And on the same ballot, the same day, cast by the same voters. The only difference, the former president didn't lose those races. He just lost the one that was his own. Finally, the third big lie being told by a former president and his supporters is that the mob who sought to impose their will through violence are the nation's true patriots. Is that what you thought when you looked at the mob ransacking the Capitol, destroying property, literally defecating in the hallways, rifling through the desks of senators and representatives, hunting down members of Congress? Patriots? Not in my view. To me, the true patriots were the more than 150 Americans who peacefully expressed their vote at the ballot box. The election workers who protected the integrity of the vote. And the heroes who defended this Capitol. You can't love your country only when you win. You can't obey the law only when it's convenient. You can't be patriotic when you embrace and enable lies. Those who stormed this Capitol, and those who instigated and incited, and those who called on them to do so, held a dagger at the throat of America and American democracy. They didn't come here out of patriotism or principle. They came here in rage, not in service of America, but rather in service of one man. Those who incited the mob, the real plotters who were desperate to deny the certification of this election, defy the will of the voters. But their plot was foiled. Congressmen, Democrats, and Republicans stayed. Senators, representatives, staff, they finished their work the Constitution demanded. They honored their oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Look, folks, now it's up to all of us, to we the people, to stand for the rule of law, to preserve the flame of democracy, to keep the promise of America alive. That promise is at risk, targeted by the forces that value brute strength over the sanctity of democracy, fear over hope, personal gain over public good. Make no mistake about it, we're living at an inflection point in history, both at home and abroad. We're engaged anew in a struggle between democracy and autocracy, between the aspirations of the many and the greed of the few, between the people's right of self-determination and the self-seeking autocrat. From China to Russia and beyond, they're betting that democracy's days are numbered. They've actually told me democracy is too slow, too bogged down by division to succeed in today's rapidly changing, complicated world. And they're betting. They're betting America will become more like them and less like us. They're betting that America is a place for the autocrat, the dictator, the strongman. I do not believe that. That is not who we are. That is not who we have ever been. And that is not who we should ever, ever be. Our founding fathers, as imperfect as they were, set in motion an experiment that changed the world, literally changed the world. Here in America, the people would rule. Power would be transferred peacefully, never at the tip of a spear or the barrel of a gun. They committed to paper an idea that they couldn't live up to, but an idea that couldn't be constrained. Yes, in America, all people are created equal. We reject the view that if you succeed, I fail. If you get ahead, I fall behind. If I hold you down, I somehow lift myself up. The former president who lies about this election and the mob that attacked this Capitol could not be further away from the core American values. They want to rule, or they will ruin. Ruin what our country fought for at Lexington and Concord, at Gettysburg and Omaha Beach, Seneca Falls, Selma, Alabama. What we were fighting for? The right to vote, the right to govern ourselves, the right to determine our own destiny. With rights come responsibilities. The responsibility to see each other as neighbors. Maybe we disagree with that neighbor, but they're not an adversary. Responsibility to accept defeat. Then get back in the arena and try again the next time to make your case. Responsibility to see that America is an idea. An idea requires vigilant stewardship. As we stand here today, 1 year since January 6, 2021, the lies that drove the anger and madness we saw in this place, they have not abated. So we have to be firm, resolute, and unyielding in our defense of the right to vote and to have that vote counted. Some have already made the ultimate sacrifice in this sacred effort. Jill and I have mourned police officers in this Capitol Rotunda not once but twice in the wake of January 6th. Once to honor Officer Brian Sicknick, who lost his life the day after the attack, and a second time to honor Officer Billy Evans, who lost his life defending this Capitol as well. We think about the others who lost their lives and were injured, and everyone living with the trauma of that day. from those defending this Capitol, to members of Congress in both parties and their staffs, to reporters, cafeteria workers, custodial workers, and their families. Don't kid yourself. The pain and scars from that day run deep. I've said it many times, and it's no more true or real than we think about the events of January 6th. We are in a battle for the soul of America. A battle that by the grace of God and the goodness and gracious and greatness of this nation, we will win. Believe me, I know how difficult democracy is, and I'm crystal clear about the threats America faces. But I also know that our darkest days can lead to light and hope. From the death and destruction, as the Vice President referenced in Pearl Harbor, came the triumph over the forces of fascism. From the brutality of Bloody Sunday on the Edmund Pettus Bridge came historic voting rights legislation. So now let's step up, write the next chapter in American history, where January 6th marks not the end of democracy, but the beginning of a renaissance of liberty and fair play. I did not seek this fight brought to this Capitol 1 year ago today, but I will not shrink from it either. I will stand in this breach. I will defend this nation, and I will allow no one to place a dagger at the throat of democracy. We will make sure the will of the people is heard, that the ballot prevails, not violence, that authority in this nation will always be peacefully transferred. I believe the power of the presidency and the purpose is to unite this nation, not divide it, to lift us up, not tear us apart, to be about us, not about me. Deep in the heart of America burns a flame lit almost 250 years ago of liberty, freedom, and equality. This is not a land of kings or dictators or autocrats. We're a nation of laws, of order, not chaos, of peace, not violence. Here in America, the people rule through the ballot, and their will prevails. So let us remember, together, we're one nation, under God, indivisible. That today, tomorrow, and forever at our best, we are the United States of America. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless those who stand watch over our democracy.
President Biden using his harshest critiques against the former President Donald Trump and his MAGA supporters there, saying that the former president egged on his supporters in an effort to try to overturn the election. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We continue to always bring you the very latest that is happening today. And just moments after President Biden left that podium, the former President Donald J. Trump released this statement. Take a look at it, saying that the Democrats want to own this day of January 6th so they can stoke fears and divide America. I say, let them have it, because America sees through their lies and polarizations there. So that was just a little bit of President Trump's statement from earlier on this day, January 6th. Before we go to a break, Governor Ron DeSantis today was asked about if he is going to be watching any of the January 6th coverage, and here's what he had to say.
If you're rioting, hold accountable, but let's just be clear here. So, it's interesting how everything in our society, becomes very politicized, and so today is going to be, honestly, I'm not going to watch any of it, but you're going to see the DC, New York media. This is their Christmas, January 6th, okay? They are going to take this and milk this for anything they could to try to be able to smear anyone who ever supported Donald Trump. And I just look back and compare when I was in Congress, what event that we faced was the attempted assassination of Republican members of Congress on the baseball game. I actually was on the field. This guy, who was a big Bernie Sanders guy, was definitely a politically motivated attack. Came up, pulled his van, and we didn't think anything of it. We walked out to go to the car, and we came in contact with him. He wanted to know if it was Republicans out there. We get in the car, leave, and then we find out he shoots up a bunch of people. And had you not had the Capitol Police there, you probably would have had a dozen people assassinated. That was like a 1 day, 2 day story. That was not something that the Capitol-based press wanted to talk about. Why? Because it totally undercut their preferred narratives. January 6th allows them to create narratives that are negative about people, that supported Donald Trump. Look, if you obstruct a proceeding, all about hold people accountable. If you're rioting, hold accountable. But let's just be clear here. When they try to act like this is something akin to the September 11th attacks, that is an insult to the people who were going into those buildings. And it's an insult to people when you say it's an insurrection and then a year later, nobody has been charged with that. People are being charged with disrupting proceedings or that. I think it's very important, the fact that if this is what you said it was, why are you not charging people? So I think it's going to end up being just a politicized Charlie Foxtrot today. I don't expect anything good to come out of anything that Pelosi and the gang are doing. I don't expect anything from the corporate press to be enlightening. I think it's going to be nauseating, quite frankly, and I'm not going to do it. But I do think that if you have this January 6th committee, why do we not know some of the people who we know were really involved in orchestrating this? They got pulled off the most wanted list. Christopher Wray was asked at the under oath what FBI was involved in that, and he would not answer the question. And so I think that this is something that has really been used for political narrative and posturing purposes. I don't think it's been effective. People here in Florida, they care about inflation and they care about gas prices and education and crime and all the key issues that are so important. And that's what they talk to me about. But there is an obsession with this amongst the DC, New York journalist class. And again, I think it's because it allows them to spin a narrative that they want to spin. They did not care as much about what happened after 2016 when you had a false Russia collusion conspiracy theory that was put on for years because they were involved when doing it, and how that may have damaged trust in institutions or all that. So I just think that it is what it is, but it's not something that I've been concerned about in my job here, because quite frankly, it's not something that most Floridians have been concerned about. They're concerned about their jobs, education, inflation, gas prices, all those things. And I wish the Congress of the United States would be concerned about those pressing issues as well. Sadly, they're not. They're going to use this to be able to get more TV time. And some of them who are probably the most loud probably will end up vacationing in Florida at some point as well. Thank you.
And that is the other side of it. So we're getting Republican and Democratic perspectives today on this January 6th, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we continue to monitor White House briefing. I'm sure there will be a lot to be said at this briefing, so we'll be bringing that to you when it happens live right here on Live Now from Fox. Also, on the other side of the break, we will listen to Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, giving some remarks on this January 6th. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. And obviously, today, January 6th, a lot of the coverage happening with the one-year anniversary of the riots that took place at the Capitol. And we will continue to bring you the very latest and everything that's happening in Congress today, as well as other parts of the country. And also a special reminder, everyone, that coming up at 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern, we will have a special look back at the day and evening that was January 6th of 2021. We'll be featuring that for you once again, 8 p.m., 10 p.m. Eastern. Check it all out on LiveNowFox.com. In the meantime, everybody, Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi had some brief remarks on the House floor. Let's listen.
Safety for our democracy by protecting the Capitol complex, members, staff, press, etc., press within, safeguarding the ballots in those mahogany boxes to validate the election, and ensuring that Congress could accomplish our purpose and honor our duty to the Constitution and to our country. That day and in the days after, they were the defenders of our democracy, and their courage and patriotism remain an inspiration. Because of them, Congress was able to defeat the insurrection, to return to the Capitol that same night to ensure that the peaceful transfer of power took place. Because of them and our members, the insurrection failed. 1 year later, this sacred space where members legislate, children learn, visitors are welcomed, was defiled and damaged. We know that. As we reflect on that darkest day, we remember that the insurrection sought not only to attack the building, but to undermine democracy itself. When the violent assault was made on the Capitol, its purpose was to thwart Congress's constitutional duty to validate the electoral count and to ensure the peaceful transfer of power. But the assault did not deter us from our duty, I say again. In this Capitol, a symbol of democracy to the world, that evening, the Congress, because of the courage of all of you, rose to honor our oath and protect our democracy. We did so honoring the words of President Lincoln during the Civil War. "Fellow citizens," he said, "we cannot escape history. We will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare us one or another. We hold the power, therefore we bear the responsibility," Lincoln said. Today, we accept responsibility as daunting and demanding as any that previous generations of leadership have faced. Since the January 6th insurrection, there have been continued assaults on our democracy, undermining the sanctity of the vote and the integrity of our elections, which are the basis of our democracy. Let us be true to the vision of our founders, who brilliantly established our democracy and made it a model for the world. Let us honor the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform who protect that freedom with their lives. And let us remember the words of another president, our patriarch, President George Washington. When he delivered the Constitution to the Congress, he said this. He said, "This Constitution represents the creation of a government which would allow for the continuation of rigorous debate, but relies upon the common sense and good faith of the American people to find the better angels of our nature." As we proceed, let us find our common ground, reach our nation's heights with liberty and justice for all, remembering the words of our great patriarch, and in the spirit that our chaplain referenced of President Lincoln, with malice toward none, with charity toward all. Let us acknowledge today, as I conclude, I want to acknowledge our fallen heroes of that day. U.S. Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Howard Livingood, Metropolitan Officer Jeffrey Smith, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Billy Evans of a later assault. Now I ask all members to rise for a moment of silence in their memory. Thank you. Pursuant to Section 11B of House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until 6:30 p.m. on Monday, January 10th, 2022.
Speaker of the House and Nancy Pelosi making those brief remarks. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Live look right now. White House briefing room. We are expecting this to happen pretty soon. As soon as it happens, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here as we take a look here at the White House briefing room, where we are expecting that to get going in just a little bit. Of course, we will bring that to you right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. I want to continue our coverage here of really going out to the Senate floor as we are hearing from senators. And this is all happening live right now as they are talking about their memories of this day 1 year ago.
Further into mainstream. And that presents a grave threat to the future of our democracy. There's no easy one solution to address this matter, but there are actions that we can take to protect our democracy and strengthen it for generations to come. Most significantly, our nation's political leaders, no matter their political affiliation, must condemn the violence that occurred on these grounds 1 year ago, and speak out against the lies and conspiracies about the 2020 election that have compelled further threats and acts of violence. We must also address how this disinformation and other extremist content spreads online, reaches new audiences, and drives too many people down a rabbit hole of radicalization. We have seen all too clearly how the spread of such extreme content online can swiftly become real-world violence. More actions must be taken to limit the amplification of disinformation and extreme content online, and to prevent extremist views from reaching that tipping point into violent acts. And our counterterrorism agencies must ensure that they are effectively focusing on the threat at hand by ensuring that they have sufficient personnel and resources devoted to domestic terrorism and domestic violent extremism. And finally, today and every day, all Americans must remain committed to protecting our democracy. We cannot take our democracy for granted. It is built on the promise that every American is committed to the same core values of free and fair elections, the peaceful transfer of power, and an accountable government for all of the people. If we lose this shared commitment to continue upholding our most cherished principles, we risk losing the very freedoms and the rights that have made our nation a beacon of light for the entire world. Every member of this body, every American, has a vital role in strengthening our democracy. Elected officials on both sides of the aisle and at every level of government should make clear that the lies and violent action that took place on January 6th have no place in our country, and commit themselves to restoring faith in our democratic institutions by ensuring that everyone can make their voices heard in our democracy through the ballot box. 1 year ago, we saw our democracy endure against a violent, attempted insurrection. But we must be very clear-eyed moving forward. We cannot let efforts to weaken and erode confidence in the future of our democracy continue. Let's come together and take the very real challenges our nation faces head on. In times of adversity, our country persevered because we came together as one. We must channel that spirit and strive to create a more perfect union today, tomorrow, and for generations to come. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, thank you for that recognition, and it is great to see you safe and secure out of your vehicle presiding over the Senate. It's a great honor for me to follow my friend, the senator from Michigan, on this important day, and I want to start by thanking my friend, the chairperson of the Rules Committee, the senator from Minnesota, for organizing us to come together today to commemorate or acknowledge what was a dark, dark day in American history that happened a year ago. I want to thank, and I'll get into this in a more formal way in a moment, all the folks who helped protect us on January 6th of a year ago. And I want to commend an organization that I know the presiding officer is aware of, and Senator from Minnesota, Senator from Colorado, the World Central Kitchen, led by Jose Andres, who is right now downstairs. Jose is not, but the organization is serving Capitol Police and other Capitol personnel free meals today. This is a wonderful organization that supports those in need all across the world, all across the country, and the fact that they are here today saying thank you to our Capitol Police and others is appropriate. Mr. President, I rise today to mark the anniversary of the January 6th insurrection, in which a mob broke into this Capitol, broke into this floor of the Senate in an effort to overturn the 2020 presidential election. This was an effort to undermine democracy, plain and simple. In the last year, I think most of us have reflected a lot on the effort by our United States Capitol Police, the D.C. Metropolitan Police, the Virginia State Police, the Maryland State Police that day. They quite literally held the line to protect our democracy. I'm personally indebted to those individuals who saved so many lives, and some of whom lost their own.
We're going to take
While
a quick...
others have already come before me and talked about the incredible role of it.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you right here on Live Now from Fox.
The first state police to arrive on the scene were Maryland and Virginia. And they actually got here quicker than the National Guard. But I would like to highlight in my comments today another group of people who helped quell the insurrection. and that was the Virginia National Guard. A group of men and women that I and the presiding officer have great pride in. We both have served as governors of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and one of the most important roles of being governor, beyond the fact of an incredibly important title you carry when you're governor, is the fact that we served during each of our 4 years, Senator, the presiding officer, and I as Commander-in-Chief of the Guard. And one of the most meaningful parts I recall was seeing off those Guard members, young and old, and these are folks who have day jobs and lives and studies and work, seeing them off and deploy to Iraq and Afghanistan to respond in the aftermath of hurricanes and floods, welcoming back these citizen soldiers in a way that often doesn't get the recognition that they deserve. But again, think back to January 6th. As the crowds grew here on Capitol grounds and steadily advanced their positions, eventually indicated into this building itself. And again, so many of us were here, and I think it was the senator from Oklahoma who was speaking as we heard the glass break and people shouting, "Quick, let's secure the doors." And as I think all of us who work here and our pages, the great members of the floor staff, particular recognition of the parliamentarian staff, we come racing in and we think about those doors upstairs, which are frankly pretty flimsy. We all remember that day and those moments. It was obvious pretty quickly that we were going to need additional force to augment the Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police. Now, a year ago, it took much too long and then was needed to get the National Guard to provide that assistance. We had at that point a convoluted system in place that resulted in delays in getting the Guard to the Capitol. I'm proud to say that since then, Congress, again under the leadership of the chair of the Rules Committee, Senator Klobuchar, has passed on a bipartisan basis, and the President has signed into law the Capitol Police Emergency Assistance Act, which empowers the Capitol Police Chief to request the assistance of the D.C. Guard or other federal law enforcement agencies in emergencies without the prior approval process that was used in the past, the Capitol Police Board, and the kind of bureaucratic hurdles that, frankly, didn't allow the Guard to get called in a year ago. Because when the decision was finally made to utilize National Guard personnel, men and women from the D.C. National Guard, the Maryland National Guard, and the Virginia Guard were literally the first ones to be called up. Within hours of the riot and the Capitol being stormed, while personnel here on the ground were still working to secure and fully regain control of the Capitol complex, men and women in the Virginia National Guard were ready for deployment. As I mentioned earlier, I think those of us, and I see now the presiding officer is the former governor of Maine, he had that same responsibility that I had and the previous prior officer had as governors to be commander-in-chief of our guards. But we know firsthand that the National Guard in each of our respective states is a civilian force. These men and women who were called up on January 6th and 7th were called from their jobs, their studies, and most importantly, their families. They were called from cities and towns and big cities and small farming communities all across the Commonwealth. Within hours, they mobilized for a domestic deployment to our national capital. I remember one Guard member I met who lived in Arlington. He was working, got the deployment call, rushed back home to pick up some clothes, take a shower, had to frankly drive all the way down. I think they were mustering in Newport News at that point, and then be redeployed up here at the Capitol the next morning. On January 7th, the morning following the riots, the 1st National Guard personnel arrived on scene to support the ongoing security effort and to protect against the possibility of future threats. Folks in this room remember how uncertain the immediate aftermath was. The men and women of the Guard arrived in D.C. fully armed and had been told to prepare for the possibility of confronting heavily armed rioters and protesters, not tourists, heavily armed rioters and protesters, and even the possibility that some of those rioters and protesters might bring bombs or IEDs that could have been placed in the vicinity of the Capitol. We still haven't found the source of those bombs that were placed at the Democratic and Republican National Committees. The weeks leading up to the inauguration, after the 7th, before the 21st, even more National Guard personnel pour into D.C. from across the country. The Virginia National Guard continued to perform a critical and outsized role in this response, with nearly 2,500 men and women, close to 10% of the total Guard presence in D.C., securing the Capitol grounds and Library of Congress, providing quick reaction capabilities to Capitol, Metropolitan, and Park Police, and adding critical communications, medical, logistical, and chaplain support. I want to specifically highlight the Virginia National Guard's 116th Infantry Brigade Combat Team, which played a leading role in protecting our Capitol in the weeks following January 6th. The IBCT, under the command of Colonel Chris Shimulski, led a task force of more than 7,400 airmen and soldiers from 12 different states and was responsible for maintaining the physical security of the Capitol grounds leading up to the inauguration. Twice during their mission here at the Capitol, I had the privilege of meeting with the Virginia Guard. What I heard time and again was the great mix of emotion that came with this deployment. These women and men had volunteered for duty to serve the United States and protect our Constitution. But what they normally expected that duty to ensue was protecting us against our foreign enemies. Again, I see my friend, my colleague from Virginia. I know he visited with the Guard as well. Many of these men and women had been deployed, in some cases multiple times, to Iraq and Afghanistan. Many of these soldiers and airmen had been deployed in the aftermath of hurricanes and storms and natural disasters. None of them, not only from Virginia, but for any other state that was mustered here, had ever been deployed when the front line against people who wanted to overthrow our government was not abroad, but right here in our nation's capital. They were as shocked as all of us that this very building where we work every day needed National Guard protection. The truth was they would spend weeks on duty, camped out in our Capitol and around the Congressional office buildings. And again, thank the Chairman of the Rules Committee, when sometimes they didn't get a fair shake or tried to get pushed aside, many of us, under her leadership, said no, these folks should not be pushed out in the cold because somebody wants their parking space back. And I remember their kind of uncertainty. They were kind of saying, well, Senator, we didn't think we'd ever be here. But I also remembered their pride in serving as part of this historic mission, and their direct role in safeguarding our democracy. Their presence during that time, all the way through the inauguration, when there were still concerns that the mobs might not be back, I think helped calm the Capitol, not just members, but those who were pages at that point and the many, many staff. They helped calm the Capitol and our country. And while we faced and still face unprecedented challenges as a nation, the work and dedication of the men and women of the Guard demonstrated that our democracy is stronger than the destructive behavior of any mob. This is important because the events of January 6th were not an isolated event. What happened that day was product of the big lie perpetrated by a former president and cultivated by those who wished to chip away at the sacred values upon which our nation was founded. Those same individuals, in many instances, continue to stoke that lie that our elections are not secure and that they're better off in the hands of partisan officials with the authority to overturn the results if somehow those partisan officials don't like the results of the people. Fueled by the big lie, a number of states across the country are changing laws to undermine the right to vote in free and fair elections. The rights of all Americans, but especially minority Americans, people of color and young Americans, are being attacked, and the basic tenet of our democracy is under siege. These changes to voting laws are un-American. For example, what happened in one state where, as we heard yesterday, oftentimes in precincts that are precincts of color, particularly precincts with heavy concentration of African Americans, you wait not an hour or 10 minutes in line, you wait 2, 5, 8, 10 hours in line. So the idea that we can't give you any water or food while you're waiting that 10 hours in line, who's going to vote? Or in states like Texas, where they're saying a local government can overturn the results of a local election. That's not democracy. It is despicable that some people want to make it harder for eligible Americans to participate in our democracy. One of the things we saw, I'm very proud of, in the Commonwealth of Virginia, we dramatically expanded our voting rights this year. We had an unprecedented turnout. It resulted in favor of one party. Our candidate of choice didn't win. The Republican candidate won because he helped turn out the early vote. And the notion, I don't understand with those who are trying to restrict, what are people afraid of when more people participate? Consequently, that is why we need to act now to protect our democracy by passing the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. Since the Senate has
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here. Some of the critics, as well as Republicans, talking about how today Democrats are using this day to politicize January 6th ahead of the midterms and also to try to get their voting rights bill agenda into law there. So that is what some are saying on the Republican side. Senator Mitch McConnell just also said that on the floor as well a little bit ago. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to continue on right here. After the break, we're going to take you and keep you at the Capitol, where we have Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi making some other remarks. And soon we'll be hearing from some historians about this January 6th insurrection. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Senator Chuck Schumer making some remarks now on this anniversary of the insurrection of the Capitol.
And we also thank the unsung heroes who came into this building hours after the attack, to heal, repair, and make whole what the rioters tried to tear down. Our maintenance staff, our technicians, all those who came in late at night without complaint and brought the Capitol back to life. Above all, as we remember this day, we must also speak the truth about what happened a year ago, about the root causes of January 6th, its legacy, and what it portends to the future of our democracy. That's why conversations like the one today matter. It's an honor to join the speaker with Doris Kearns Goodwin and John Meacham. Their works are some of the most authoritative accounts of American history in the public mind. And I also want to thank today's moderator, Dr. Carla Hayden, the president of the Library of Congress, who throughout her career has been one of the top library directors in the country. It's an honor. And finally, I want to thank my colleagues from both the House and Senate for sharing their stories. These stories are painful, but they radiate with the light of truth, and we must continue to shine that light upon them. So thank you for making that happen. And let's remember one more thing today, that powerful as the mob may seem at times, the counter is stronger. The wellspring of democracy runs deep. The strength of the American people is unshaken, and they've always stepped up in the end, Democrat, Republican, Independent, to preserve what has been handed down by the framers. I know we can do it again, and I want to thank you, each of us, in our small ways, for making that happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leader, for your very profound words and for your speech on the floor of the Senate today as well, sharing your experiences of that day. That's so important, and that's why we're very excited to hear the testimonials of our members following this moderated conversation. To begin the conversation, we're privileged to have a contribution from one of the great creative talents of our time, Lin-Manuel Miranda. May his beautiful words be an inspiration to us. Among the words he said and in the music, we'll make it right for you. If we lay a strong enough foundation, we'll pass it on to you and we'll give the world to you. Lin-Manuel and his father and the Hamilton singers whom we'll hear from said that they were all very honored to be asked to participate today. I call your attention to
a new year brings hope for the future, new energy to face the tasks ahead of us, and a renewed promise to strengthen the foundations of our democracy. We are all stewards of the American experiment, working to pass down to our children and our grandchildren a more perfect union that treats all its citizens with fairness and equity. We should never take our rights and liberties for granted, and we must remain committed to finding a way forward together. That's what I wrote about in the song Dear Theodosia from Hamilton. I believe no challenge is worth abandoning our efforts to unite as Americans. We'll keep working, generation after generation, until we reach that someday.
Dear Theodosia, what to say to you? You have my eyes, you have your mother's name. When you came into the world, you cried, and it broke my heart. I'm dedicating every day to you. Domestic life was never quite my style. When you smile, you knock me out, I fall apart, and I thought I was so smart. You will come of age with our young nation. We'll bleed and fight for you. We'll make it right for you. If we lay a strong enough foundation, we'll pass it on to you. We'll give the world to you, and you'll blow us all.
And we'll use this time to take another quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox.
Yeah, you'll blow us all away someday, someday. Oh, Philip, when you smile, I am undone. My son, look at my son. Pride is not the word I'm looking for. There is so much more inside me now. Oh, Philip, you outshine the morning sun. My son, when you smile, I fall apart. And I thought I was so smart. My father wasn't around. My father wasn't around. I swear that I'll be around for you. I'll do whatever it takes. I'll make a million mistakes. I'll make the world safe and sound for you. We'll come of age with our young nation. We'll bleed and fight for you. We'll make it right for you. If we lay a strong enough foundation, we'll pass it on to you. We'll give the world to you, and you'll blow us all away. Someday, someday. Yeah, you'll blow us all away. Someday, someday.
Somehow the arts have a way of saying things in a way that connects, that we cannot do any other way. And that's why I thought it was really important for us to have the arts lead us in this discussion. And the further discussion is with some of the most outstanding artists, writers of our time. It's essential that we establish and preserve the narrative of January 6th. To do so, we are privileged to have the guidance of leading historians in our nation. Our moderator, Dr. Carla Hayden, is referenced by our distinguished leader, who as Librarian of Congress helps preserve the treasures of American history. We are very, very proud of you, Madam Librarian. She will have the privilege of truly introducing our guest, but I do want to thank Doris Kearns Goodwin, a national treasure, who chronicled some of the most pivotal periods and personalities in American history. We're waiting for Team of Rivals to be made into a musical. Doris Kearns Goodwin, thank you for being with us. And John Meacham, whose brilliant writing has informed and inspired millions, and we're grateful to him for the beautiful book he wrote about our colleague, John Lewis. Thank you for being with us, and thank you for informally advising our President of the United States, Joe Biden. Thank you, John Meacham. Their wisdom will serve our Congress and the country, because as we know, as Lincoln told us, and as we just all know, the stories connect, and they will tell the story, the narrative of America and the place that January 6th fits into that. And we will work to preserve the full, true history of that day. With that, I'm very pleased now to invite our guests to the podium and first yield to the distinguished Librarian of Congress, Dr. Carla Hayden. Steny and I take special pride in Carla Hayden because she's the librarian from the Baltimore Enoch Pratt Free Library, a leader in the Maryland community of thought. And I, again, was so thrilled when she was named by the President Obama to be the Librarian of Congress, because I know she was a leader in the library community, the head of the whole thing, springing from Baltimore, Maryland, and now the head of the Library of Congress, Carla Hayden. Thank you, Carla.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and Senator Schumer, and all the members of Congress who are here in person and with us online, and as a librarian, a career librarian, who has spent her life working with bringing narratives to people. It is an honor for me to be with two of the leading and most distinguished historians.
Thank you.
I think we should all clap for that one.
Thank you.
This is a librarian's dream and everyone's dream, because you have both written and studied about the narrative of this country and some of the darkest times, some of the times that were triumphant. And as the Madam Speaker quoted from the song from Hamilton, if we lay a strong enough foundation, we'll pass it on to you. So I thought, could we travel back in time to the founding of this country? And were they sure? Did they know? What was going on then?
You want me to go? Because being described as a distinguished historian, as Doris and I know, is like being the best restaurant in a hospital. You know, you want to win, but it's not that hard. But we're very grateful, and thank you to Madam Speaker and Senator Schumer. I think they would be surprised that we've come this far. They were incredibly aware of the fragility of democracy. They were aware of the fallibility of humankind. They had a keen awareness of sin and imperfection and appetite and ambition. They knew that the struggle in everyone's soul, which would find full expression in a popular government, was between generosity and greed and between kindness and cruelty. And the goal of the Constitution was, yes, there were checks and balances in a literal sense, but it was also about curbing our worst instincts to give, as the speaker quoted earlier, to give our better angels a chance to take flight. Now, Doris is a better person than I am, as is Dr. Hayden, and we won't even get into Pelosi because she's so much better. But if I get things right 51% of the time, that's a heck of a good day. Why would a popular government be any different? Because a democracy is the manifestation of all of us. So our habits of heart and mind matter enormously. And what you saw a year ago today was the worst instincts of both human nature and American politics, which was the will to power over the idea of equality and the rule of law taking precedence. And without a recognition that this experiment is worth defending, this experiment is in fact, Jefferson called it the world's best hope in his inaugural, President Lincoln called it the last best hope, President Reagan called it the last best hope of man on earth. Without a defense of that idea, and what that idea is that in fact we are all created equal. We are entitled to equal protection of the law, equal dignity, innate dignity. And without defending that idea, then we slip into a state of chaos. And what Doris and I are lucky enough to do is to find examples where those better angels have prevailed. And it's always a close-run thing. Right? There's never a landslide for the good guys. There's just not. Moses said, remember the days of old, remember the years of many generations, ask thy fathers and they will tell thee, thy elders and they will show thee. Gospel of St. John said, ye shall know the truth and the truth shall make ye free. And what does truth mean in Greek? It means unconcealed. There is a fact, there is a truth, and that when the scales fall from our eyes, there is a reality. And the reality of American life is that we have to defend this experiment.
Doris, you have written about the moment that George Washington at the founding, and he had an opportunity to become a different figure than we know him.
You know, I mean, it's really interesting, I think, when you think about George Washington and what might have happened to this country. All he had to do after the revolution was won was to take power, which many people wanted him to do. There was, in fact, a mutiny before when the soldiers weren't being paid. Hold on a second. And they said to him, you got to take over. We need that. It would have been so easy for him to have a coup, but he didn't. And that's when old George III in Hamilton said, if he really went back to Mount Vernon and resigned his commissionership, which he did, he'll be the greatest man in the world. And that's what he was. And then he becomes president of the United States, and he clearly could have had 3 terms, 4 terms, 5 terms, but he voluntarily decided there was an importance for the peaceful transition of power. And then what does he do? When he leaves us with that farewell address, which gives us such warnings today, which I know they read in the Senate every year, and it just talked about the baneful effects of party strife, which was just beginning to show its head. And he understood that if that happened, and people in different parts of the country began to see each other, not through their mutual affections, but through almost their lust for power and their desire to somehow abuse it at times, then the whole experiment would fall apart. And then I just sometimes think about how you say how we didn't know what we were doing then. When I remember when I was first giving a lecture at Harvard on the presidency, and I found the wonderful quotes about what we might call the president. At one point, it might have been his mightiness, or it could have been his excellency, the protector of their liberties. And then Jefferson, I think, is the one who said, no, it should be Mr. President. And then Adams was apoplectic. There are presidents of garden clubs. There are presidents of Rotary clubs. There'll be no dignity. Without thrones, without dignity, the whole thing will fall apart. But of course, Mr. President, it became. So I think we look back on these things and we know it worked out. I mean, I keep thinking as an historian that the interesting thing is that we know what the people living at the time did not know. We know the revolution was won. We know George Washington became a president, not a military leader. We know that the Civil War ended with emancipation secured and the Union restored. We know that the Allies won World War II, but the people living through that time did not know that. So they're living with the same anxiety we're living through today. How will this fragile democracy, which is under attack today, resolve itself? And I guess the hope that that brings is that we've come through these really tough times before. And the hope is also that we're going to get to write the chapter of our story, just like our ancestors wrote the chapters of those stories. And they did pretty well. They failed us at times, but as you say, even though there's these bad angels, we've had extraordinarily good angels. Even on January 6th, as the speaker said, look at those people, those first responders. Look at the Capitol Police. Look at the women's movement, the gay rights movement, the civil rights movement, the people in the Civil War. We've had lots of people who were willing to step up and put their public lives against their private lives, and that's what we've got to depend on today. That's what we need in these years and months ahead.
Now, both of you, though, have found some very chilling parallels between the 1850s, leading up to the Civil War, and our situation. So could we that tumultuous decade and share what transpired and what was going on?
Well, the 1850s didn't end well, and so it is a chilling parallel. You had two competing visions of reality. You had two faiths. You had two interpretations of Scripture, both religious Scripture and secular Scripture, the Declaration of Independence. You had violence on the floor of the House. What you did not have was an insurrection, like the one you are commemorating today. On February 14th, 1861, when John Breckinridge, who had lost the presidency, along with Stephen Douglas, to Abraham Lincoln, was under pressure to decertify the electoral votes, he refused to do so. And Winfield Scott had fortified, and in fact, this experiment in liberty went on exactly 2 more months before Fort Sumter. 8 weeks before Fort Sumter, there was a plot to try to decertify the electoral count. Now, as Mark Twain once said, history may not repeat itself, but it does rhyme. The issue, I think, about the 1850s heading into that is that you did not have a common story. There was not a sense that we were all devoted to what became the most important sentence ever originally rendered in English, which is that all men are created equal and are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, among them life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. An amazing sentence that has changed more lives around the world than any other single sentence. And it was written not in a vacuum, but as part of this remarkable experiment that we were part of and are part of, which was an entire reorientation of reality when you think about it, from popes and princes and prelates and kings who were given authority over all of us. It was a vertical universe. Then what happened? We got Gutenberg. You got to love a conversation where Gutenberg comes up, just as a basic rule.
We nerds bring up
Yeah,
Gutenberg.
exactly. This is like dork porn right now. You've got Gutenberg, the Protestant Reformations, the spread of literacy, the scientific revolution, the Scottish moral enlightenment, the European enlightenment, an entire shift in the world from being organized this way to being organized this way, where we, in fact, were given the power to determine our own destinies. And the American Revolution, for all of its flaws, was the fullest political manifestation of that shift in reality. That's the idea. That's why soldiers were hitting Omaha Beach. That's what drove the women of Seneca Falls. That's what drove John Lewis and Hosea Williams and so many other people across that bridge. It was that there is an idea worth defending. And if enough of us do not assent to that idea, then madness comes. And the task of any generation, as Doris was saying, the task of any citizenry, the task of any Congress, is to remind people that, in fact, in diversity, there's strength. And it's always a close-run thing. It's not going to be easy. But it has worked before, and it should be able to work now.
Well, I think the chilling thing about the 1850s is when I think of the attack on Senator Sumner, the anti-slavery senator from Massachusetts, by Preston Brooks, the South Carolinian congressman, it happened in the Senate, and because of that, it touched, as one historian said, the hearts and minds of the American people in a way. Lots of other anti-slavery people had been attacked before, but somehow it hit home. And there was a sense in which, for a while, more people joined the Republican Party. Abraham Lincoln joined it after that. The moderates and conservatives realized they had to leave the party structure behind. The Whig Party collapsed. And I thought that was going to happen, that a line had been drawn after January 6th in the same way, because sometimes these events just touch you, and there's a fundamental sense on the part of the people that something had to change. And we got Abraham Lincoln out of that. The sad, scary part of the 1850s is that Preston Brooks became a hero in the South, that the governor presented him with a silver goblet. People are running around with canes wanting to get other members of the anti-slavery movement. They'll get Seward next, they said. And it was part of that partisanship of the 1850s where you had alternative realities. Indeed, one historian said when you saw that event and you saw two alternative narratives, that's when you knew that something was happening to the country. And there is a sense, of course, that there was a partisan press in the 1850s. You know, when Lincoln would be in his debates with Stephen Douglas, and the Republican paper would be reporting on the very same debate that the Democratic Party would be reporting on, when they report on the Lincoln part of it, they say he was so triumphant, he was carried out on the arms of his supporters. You read the Democratic paper, and he fell on the floor. It was so embarrassing that he had to be dragged out by his supporters. So we have some of those parallels from the 1850s, and the only hope will be that, you're right, it ended badly. I mean, obviously it ended badly with the Civil War, but out of that came what had to be done, which was to undo that original sin of slavery. And those people fought for that. We had a leader in Abraham Lincoln who carried us through that. And I think when we look at what happened, that's what you have to remember, that somehow some of these fights have to be fought. But hopefully it doesn't have to end up that way, that we'll know the mistakes we made in the 1850s. You could see the country moving apart. Each one of those events Kansas, Nebraska, Dred Scott decision, John Brown. It pulled us further and further apart so that there was no talking to one another on either side. We can't let that happen today.
If I may, and we have to incentivize this, right? We can't just preach at people. You have to find a way to make it in their interest to do the right thing. I wish that were different, but it's not. It hasn't been since Eden, not our fault. So how do you do that? And I'd argue that one idea is history itself. What do you want the world to say of you? Do you want to be Bull Connor? Or do you want to be John Robert Lewis? Do you want to be Jefferson Davis? Or do you want to be Abraham Lincoln? Use the power of memory as an incentive, not as a bludgeon, but remind people that when we're at our best, we don't build statues to people who tear down. We build statues to people who create. I sometimes use what I call the portrait test. I sometimes say when I'm lucky enough to talk to people who hold office, what do you want us to think about when we look at your portrait? And it tends to work because y'all tend to think that people are going to be looking at your portrait, right?
Yeah, now, Doris.
And yours, ma'am. Doris.
Well, there was another time, the
Bobblehead.
turn of the 20th century. And you've written, Doris, about Teddy Roosevelt. And he was thrust into office after his assassination, President McKinley. And we don't often focus on that, but there were some similarities there.
Yeah, I think in many ways that the turn of the 20th century has more echoes for today than almost any other time. I mean, just think about it. The Industrial Revolution had shaken up the economy, much like globalization and the tech revolution have done today. It was the first time you really had a gap between the rich and the poor. You had people in the country feeling suspicious of all those people in the city. You had a sense of lots of immigrants coming in from abroad and an anti-immigrant philosophy that was developing. You had a whole bunch of new inventions, the telephone and the telegraph, that made some people feel life is moving too fast. We've got to go back to an earlier way of life. And Teddy Roosevelt warned at that time that.
All right, everyone, we are going to step away from this. So when we come back here on Live Now from Fox, we got some sad news out of LA County. A firefighter lost his life today battling a fire. We are going to hear from some of the fire officials. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're back here for you on Live Now from Fox, giving you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us here today as we continue to bring you these events all over the country. Next story, we're going to go to a very sad one out of L.A. County where a firefighter lost his life today battling a structure fire. So let's listen to some of the officials there as they talk about this individual that has gone way too soon.
Anthony Maroney, and I'm the interim fire chief of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. As you know, early this morning, one of our fire family members was lost, one of our bravest, while battling a fire in the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. Right now, the fire department's priority is the care of his wife and 2 teenage boys, and the care and support of our fire family, and those are the brothers and sisters in uniform today who are serving the residents and communities that we are sworn to protect. I asked the media this morning to give us time to ensure that all proper notifications are made to his extended family, his friends, his loved ones, as we work through one of our darkest hours. In proper time, more information will be released, and we thank everyone for the tremendous outpouring of prayers and support for our fallen firefighter, his families, and the members of our great fire department. I'm now going to invite up the sheriff's homicide lieutenant, who's going to say a few words. After that time, we will be able to take some general questions that you might have. So I will like to invite the lieutenant from Sheriff's Homicide up right now to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Lieutenant Chuck Calderaro, LA County Sheriff's Department Homicide. On behalf of the Sheriff and the LA County Sheriff's Department, our condolences go out to our fallen brother and his family during this tragic event. This morning at approximately 0200 hours, LA County Fire Department Station 83, along with deputies assigned to Lomita Station, responded to a structure fire at the location. Upon their arrival, they were able to contact the residents who were outside. The fire department was assessing the situation. They had entered the structure, and during that time, the structure became more engulfed, at which time one of our firefighters became incapacitated. He was rescued by his fellow firefighters. He was removed from the location. He was treated there on the scene and transported here to Harbor General, where he unfortunately succumbed to his injuries. At this point, the LA County Sheriff's Department Homicide Bureau, arson detail investigators, LA County Fire arson investigators, along with Cal OSHA, are conducting a thorough investigation. It's very preliminary at this time. Our Sheriff's Crime Lab is on scene processing any kind of evidence and assessing the situation and attempting to determine the source of the accelerant and the source of the fire. That's all we have at this time. We will take questions shortly. Thank you.
Sir, can you tell us the circumstance of how he actually was injured inside the house when he entered?
You know what? Unfortunately, I don't have any information about the exact circumstances of how our member lost his life. They were engaged in a firefight in a one-story single-family dwelling in the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. We believe that the fire was in the attic. The smoke and the fire overcame my member. He put out a mayday for assistance from the other firefighters that were at scene, and they were able to quickly locate him, rescue him, and then start the life-saving procedures as necessary.
There's been a shortage of ambulances and firefighters because of COVID. Was there any hampering of getting them to the hospital because of that, the shortage because of COVID? On this instance, we've been hearing them for the last couple of days, of the shortage of the time it gets, the response time of the ambulance because of the shortage.
Yeah, well, you know what, thankfully, that was not a factor this morning. We're all aware of the challenges that the COVID surge is taking not only on our firefighters and our law enforcement brothers and sisters, but also the ambulance companies. We had a very rapid transport of our member to Harbor UCLA Hospital here. I really want to recognize the doctors and nurses this morning that fought hard to try to bring our member back. They did everything in their power to try to save his life, but unfortunately they were unsuccessful. But there was no delay caused by the COVID surge, and we're very, very thankful for that. And yeah, right now we're just going to work on that family support and the support of my members who are hurting.
Sir, my condolences to the entire department and to you. A couple of questions. First off, was the firefighter who lost his life, was he in the interior of the building, the home, actually battling the fire? And also, was this an outside medical emergency or a medical situation with this particular firefighter, as opposed to a death caused by the fire?
Yeah. Thank you for that question. Yes, he was inside the structure when he was overcome, and all of the preliminary information that we have right now leads us to believe that it was the fire and the products of combustion that caused him to lose his life.
Was the fire contained in the attic, and is the smoke that's coming down, or where can you?
Yeah, unfortunately, I have not been at the scene of the incident. I have my other chief officers that are out at the incident at that structure in RPV. I came directly to the hospital this morning the minute I was notified. I have not been there, and I really can't speak to any of the details because I don't know firsthand.
And understanding that you want to give time to the family, the immediate extended family, but can you give us an idea of how long this gentleman served on the department, how long he served as a police?
Certainly. He began his firefighting career with the city of Vernon back in 2002, and then they transitioned to the LA County Fire Department in the year 2000. So he's been with us almost 2 years. We value all of the members that came to our county family from the city of Vernon. So although he's only been with us almost 2 years, he certainly is a member of his family, and his family will always be with us.
You have his possibly age, or you have to give us age and who unfortunately, who he's behind?
I believe it's mid-40s.
Mid-40s. He lives on, how many kids he has?
He leaves behind a wife and 2 teenage boys.
Chief, it was mentioned an accelerant possibly by the homicide detective. Was there any kind of an explosion, or was that?
I have no information on that. I too heard that the lieutenant mentioned accelerant, but I have no idea regarding what caused this fire. There's going to be a very thorough and detailed investigation. Those details will be released as they become available. But I'm not aware of what caused this fire this morning.
Did it appear to be subsiding and then pick up again, is I guess my question, or?
You know, I'm sorry I don't have that information for you. Like I said, I did not go out to the scene. I haven't interviewed any of my other team members. I came straight to the hospital hoping that our firefighter was going to be alive, but unfortunately that wasn't the case.
And there were no injuries to the family that was there?
No, like Supervisor Hahn said, thankfully the family was out of the house, and we were aggressively attacking that structure fire inside when our member lost his life.
And no other firefighters suffered any minor injuries?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Lieutenant, do you have any other comments on the accelerant?
No, at this time, like I said, it's very preliminary. We have investigators on scene. There's interviews that have to be conducted, and they're assessing the structure itself. At this point, we don't think it's criminal in nature. We think the fire was caused by some source within the structure, but that's still to be determined. Okay?
Was there any injuries whatsoever on the couple that lived there? Was it a couple or an elderly couple?
Yeah, when the fire department and the sheriff's department arrived, they were already outside of the location, and to my knowledge, they were not injured.
Lieutenant, will you please explain why the homicide team from LASD is participating in this investigation?
Yes, it's a joint investigation. We do have the investigative lead. We do investigate non-criminal deaths also, especially when they're involving department members or members of the LA County Fire Department. So we are conducting it as a death investigation at this time. We are being assisted by experts with the arson detail and the LA County Fire arson detail also.
Are there any concerns that there is any criminal element to this at all?
Not at this time. There is nothing that leads us to believe that. Okay? Thank you.
Chief, when we...
Very sad updates there regarding this terrible situation that happened earlier this morning. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we will take you out to the White House briefing where it is underway right now on this January 6th.
The threat to democracy throughout the course of his presidency, and that was a root reason why President Biden ran for office. I would say in terms of looking forward, you all heard him make a very passionate case today, the fact that we are at an inflection point, the fact that in order to protect our democracy, to preserve it moving forward, there's more that we need to do. And I talked with him about this after the speech today, and he made very clear that the risk we have here at stake here is our democracy, is burying what happened on January 6th, is not taking action, not just in words, but in action to protect people's fundamental rights. You will obviously hear him speak next Tuesday about voting rights, something he touched on very briefly today because he will be giving this speech next Tuesday, and you will hear him making the case about the fact that we are at an inflection point. There's more that we need to do, and we need to do everything we can to ensure the dark day in our history that happened 1 year ago today is not buried.
And then on the situation in Kazakhstan, does what is happening there in any way change the dynamic for the U.S.-Russia talks that are going to begin next week from the U.S. side? And is there any thought that Putin might be less likely to invade Ukraine while this crisis is playing out in Kazakhstan?
Well, let me touch on a couple of things first to provide all of you an update, and you may have seen this, but today Secretary Blinken shared a productive call with Kazakhstan foreign minister, where he reaffirmed the United States' full support for Kazakhstan's constitutional institutions, human rights, media freedom, including through the restoration of internet service, and advocated for a peaceful, rights-respecting resolution to the crisis. There have been kind of a range of reports about peacekeeping forces, which I think you might be referencing, but from Russia, we are closely monitoring reports that the Collective Security Treaty Organization have dispatched its collective peacekeeping forces to Kazakhstan. We have questions about the nature of this request and whether it was a legitimate invitation or not. We don't know at this point. The world will, of course, be watching for any violation of human rights and actions that may lay the predicate for the seizure of Kazakh institutions, and we call on the CSTO, collective peacekeeping forces, and law enforcement to uphold international human rights obligations in order to support a peaceful resolution. Of course, we will let the Kremlin speak to their own forces and the size of them and more specifics, but that's where we stand. Now, there has not been any change to the planned 3 sets of talks next week.
And then just quickly, I had one on the virus. To defeat the virus, he had said that's what he wanted to do, to defeat it. Or is there, is he coming around to accepting that the virus is going to be a part of life from here forward, that it's going to become endemic?
Well, of course, the president's ultimate goal continues to be to defeat the virus. But what you have seen the president do and the administration do in recent weeks and months is really expand the tools we have to fight the virus and to reduce hospitalization, to reduce the chance of death, to purchase large quantities of treatment options in order to help people who do get the virus, who do get seriously ill. So right now, our approach is to continue to expand all of those capacities and continue to press for what we know has worked to date, which is to get people more vaccinated, get people boosted, wear masks when recommended by the CDC, and that's what we'll continue to press forward on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. President Biden did not mince words today. It was quite clear who he was talking about. He blamed former President Trump, as Darlene just said, directly for inciting the attack on January 6th. And I wonder why he made the decision not to call him out by name.
Well, Kristen, I know the president spoke to this himself, but I would say there's only one president in the history of this country who fomented an insurrection and which prompted the seizing of our nation's capital. I think everybody knew who he was referring to. But as the president said today, this day and the work that we need to do moving forward is not about one person. It is about the country reflecting on who we are in this moment, who we want to be moving forward, and what steps we need to take to protect our own democracy.
And on the point of the former president, he did respond to President Biden's speech, and he called it, quote, political theater. What is your response?
Well, it looks like he saw the speech. I guess that's good news. Maybe he learned something about what it looks like to meet the moment in the country, to meet the moment where people are hurting. They're thinking of the pain, all of the people who worked in that Capitol, who were there a year ago, whether they were members of Congress, their staff, janitors, or journalists, and to speak to who we can be and call for people's higher powers to reach that. Maybe he learned something from that. I guess we'll see.
About the big picture today, Jen, which is that most of the people who attended these ceremonies today were Democrats. There were some Republican lawmakers. You do have this pushback from the former president and from some of his supporters, and polls show that there are still a number of Republicans who believe that the election was stolen from the former president. Does President Biden feel as though he's done enough to unify the country? And what more does he need to do, given the sharp divides that we still see on display today?
Well, I would say, Kristen, that I don't think calling this the events of today a partisan issue or suggesting that we have reached a partisan point is doing justice to the tens of millions of Republicans, independents, and others out there who don't feel that way. We're talking about some Republicans in Congress, not all, many, far too many, who, in our view, in the president's view, need to take a look at themselves and think about what role they want to play in the history books. When their children and grandchildren look at the history books, do they want to be perpetuating the big lie? Do they want to be walking like silent lemmings behind the former president and who fomented an insurrection? Or do they want to be part of saving our democracy? So the question really should be directed at them, and that's our view. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. 6 former advisory board members from the Biden health transition wrote 3 opinion pieces in a medical article calling for a new pandemic strategy that sort of embraces living with the new normal of COVID being endemic. And they said previous claims that we've gained the upper hand, now look short-sighted, and we need to change our understanding of what success is and what kind of target we're looking at. Has the president's has the president been advised on whether it's likely that we will have to live with COVID in some form or another forever by his current team?
I have not had the opportunity, it's obviously been a busy day, to read these articles. I'm happy to do that, and I don't believe the president has. I think I answered the question a little bit earlier. In terms of advice given by his health and medical experts, I'd really point you to them to ask them that question.
And just sort of following up on Darlene's question, does the president believe that COVID is here to stay?
Again, the president's goal is to defeat the virus. The president's focus and objective now is to save as many lives as possible. And we know what works. And we know that pushing more people, getting more people vaccinated, getting more people boosted, encouraging mask wearing, making sure schools have the resources they need to stay open and do that in a safe way. These are steps that work. It means surging capacity to communities that are hardest hit. It means opening federal testing sites around the country. There are a number of steps we're taking day to day to save more lives, reduce hospitalization, and that's what our focus is on.
The experts also wrote that vaccine mandates should be imposed more broadly, including for school children. Has the administration heard those concerns, and is that something that they're weighing? Are more mandates possible?
Well, those decisions related to schools, and I haven't read the articles and I'm happy to, but will always be up to local school districts in terms of what steps need to be taken. And some have taken some steps, some have not, but those will always be decisions up to local school districts.
And then the latest CDC data shows that the Omicron variant accounts for 95% of the country's cases right now. There's also data to show that 2 shots is ineffective at protecting against this variant. So what is the point of calling someone fully vaccinated with only that primary series of shots if the science is showing that that's not enough to protect them?
Well, Jackie, what the CDC is advising is for everyone to be up to date on their shots. That means if you're scheduled at that point to have a booster, you should get a booster. And that is true. That is how they conduct their guidance for basically any shot regimen for childhood diseases, measles, mumps, rubella, whatever it may be. But I would point you to them for more specifics on where they are on what fully vaccinated looks like. They've obviously just provided additional guidance.
Wouldn't there then, at some point, though, be sort of a gap between fully vaccinated and up to date? You know, just looking at the 2 definitions, if they're encouraging you to be up to date, and most people are eligible for shots if you're over the age of 5, or booster shots, you know, at a certain point in time, given the waning protection of, you know, the primary series of vaccines and the need to get boosters in a shorter time period, won't there come a time where you're not really fully vaccinated anymore with just 2 shots?
Well, when by up to date, they're advising people if they're due for a booster, they should get a booster. Go ahead.
Thank you. Not to belabor this point, but back to Darlene's first question. As you said, the president, has often discussed the threat to our democracy. Given that threat, given the stakes that he laid out today, why not be more forceful throughout this year? Why wait until the anniversary to deliver such a harsh rebuke?
Well, again, I would say the president, in our view, has not backed down ever at any point from making clear about the need to protect our democracy, to protect the fundamental right to vote, which he feels is a key part of that. He also believes that delivering on what the American people wanted when they sent him to govern requires him, and it was essential for him to address the core issues that they're facing every day. Of course, that includes protecting their fundamental rights. That also includes beating the pandemic, getting Americans back to work, and he knows that in order to restore faith in government and institutions, in people's belief that government can actually work for them, that solving those problems and working to solve those problems needed to be his first and second priorities.
So why wait till today to speak about the former president in such stark terms like he did today?
Again, this is not about one person, even the former president. Obviously, today is an anniversary of an one of the darkest days in our democracy. The president, I know from talking to him this afternoon, felt that personally. He felt the emotion of the people he saw in the Capitol today. He felt the weight on the shoulders of the people who were there that day, who were there again today. But his view is that this is about looking at this moment as an inflection point, not just about a former president, but about who we are as a country, whether Republicans in Congress are going to step up, what the American people can be assured of in terms of his efforts to fight for the protection of their fundamental rights. It's bigger than a former president.
You mentioned voting rights. Majority Leader Schumer has vowed to hold a vote to change Senate rules to pass voting rights by MLK Day. Given the urgency that the president laid out today to protecting the right to vote, will we see the president directly endorse a rule change before then?
Well, the president will speak next Tuesday, as you know, and he said right before Christmas that if that is a change that needs to happen, that he would support that. But I'll have more to say next Tuesday.
Senator Manchin has signaled that he may be willing to support a rule change. Is that something that the president has discussed with him in recent days?
I will let Senator Manchin speak for himself on where he stands on that. Did you have another one, Jackie?
I did. I wanted to go back to one other topic real quick.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
The Manhattan District Attorney has ordered prosecutors to stop seeking prison sentences for certain crimes, including resisting arrest. And I'm just wondering, does that give the wrong message to criminals or to police who are having to enforce these laws that the district attorney is not going to prosecute? And does this in any way undermine the Biden administration's efforts through the DOJ and federal law enforcement partners to crack down on crimes like retail theft?
Well, you know where we stand on supporting local police officers, local cops, and not defunding the police, and also our concerns we have about the retail thefts we have seen and the need for leaders and communities to crack down on that. I have not spoken, obviously, with our legal team or, of course, the Department of Justice about this particular issue. I can see if there's more we can add. I don't have all the details. Go ahead.
Thanks. First, I just wanted to check. I know you guys had said towards the end of this week on finalizing the contracts for the rapid test, if those have been signed yet.
I expect we'll have more in the next 24 hours. And as soon as we do, and as soon as there are more details to report, we will let you all know. That's what we're working on right now.
Do you remain confident that, you know, if you don't even have the contract signed yet, that you'll be able to actually set up a website, ship them out, have them available by the end of the month, which is your sort of stated goal?
Absolutely. I mean, remember, a lot of these things are happening simultaneously, right? We issued the request for proposal. That closed just a couple of days ago. We've been working to finalize the contracts, and as we said, and we're on track for this, we'll be issuing some of the first rewards for that very soon, and we'll have an update on that, I think, very shortly. And we don't want to put the website up before we know we can provide, even through pre-orders, tasks as people want to request them.
The Postal Service has asked OSHA for a temporary waiver on their vaccine mandate. I'm wondering what the response from the White House is. They've said that if they don't get the waiver, it could impact mail service.
Well, I would say, just to remind everybody, more than 2 months ago, OSHA issued an emergency temporary standard to protect workers from the spread of coronavirus on the job, everywhere. Companies, including the Postal Service. And the agency found that compliance with the rule was feasible for all employers, including the Postal Service. That was 2 months ago. OSHA provided several compliance resources to help employers develop vaccine or testing requirement programs and understand the responsibilities under the emergency temporary standard, including fact sheets, template plans for employers, other online resources, a webinar that walks through the obligations, employers, and information to help them come into compliance. We know OSHA's mission is to ensure every working person in the country has safe and healthy working environments, including the Postal Service. So we will let OSHA speak to any response to the letter, but again, I just wanted to remind people that when it was issued, it was made clear that the Postal Service could be compliant and had the ability to do that and still conduct their jobs. Okay.
Oh, just one last.
Go ahead.
The president today made pretty clear that his push for legislation to protect voting rights. But there's an effort among some senators to address what happened here through reforming the Electoral Count Act. I know that you guys have made clear that it's not a substitute for what you want, but are you supportive of that effort in and of itself, or do you think that it distracts sort of from the larger objective?
Well, I think it's really important for people who aren't watching this as closely as you and I to understand that that is not a substitute for the protections that are included in the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. That is why our focus is on those. And just as a reminder, the Freedom to Vote Act creates standards for voter access and voter registration, outlines criteria to make redistricting laws less partisan, strengthens campaign finance laws. The John Lewis Voting Rights Act establishes a new pre-clearance process to ensure that certain states and jurisdictions need approval for the Department of Justice, from the Department of Justice, before moving forward forward with changes that impact voting rights. These are all important protections given the insistence by far too many Republicans out there in using the big lie as an excuse to make it more difficult for people to vote. So it is not a replacement, it is not a substitute, and our focus remains on those two pieces of legislation. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis critiqued the Biden administration's at-home testing program and said that not every single person needs to be getting tested. Quote, that's not a good strategy, but what is a good strategy is to have those at-home tests available for our vulnerable population, end quote. He says that he'll be sending tests to nursing homes, long-term care facilities, and within senior communities. So does the White House have any plans to limit tests through the website it'll be launching to vulnerable communities? And what's your response to Governor DeSantis?
Well, I would first say that we have taken a number of steps to provide tests at a much larger, expansive capacity than that to vulnerable communities across the country. That has been part of the president's effort to quadruple our testing capacity, to provide the 5 million tests to community health centers, rural health centers, and to work with local health officials to ensure that we're reaching communities that need help the most. And that is part of our commitment to approaching our effort to get the pandemic under control through the lens of equity. I would say it's pretty rich coming from Governor DeSantis, given he is somebody who has been advocating, not exactly advocating for people in his state to get vaccinated, which we know is the way that people can be protected, way that lives can be saved. And if he wants to be a constructive part of this process, then perhaps he should encourage what scientists say is the best way to save lives, prevent and reduce hospitalization, and that is getting vaccinated and getting boosted.
And on voting rights, you've talked several times today about how the president will make the case on Tuesday that the country is at an inflection point. But Democrats such as Rep. Eric Swalwell say they're worried that if Republicans win in the midterm elections, that voting as we know it in this country will be gone. Does the president share that opinion?
Well, I'm not going to get ahead of an outcome of midterm elections that is many months away. What our focus is on now is getting voting rights legislation passed and signed into law, and calling out, as Congressman Swalwell has, the fact that opposition, the 4 times that Republicans in Congress, in the Senate, have prevented even a vote on voting rights legislation is obstruction. That is not the Senate working. That is why there's a discussion right now about changes to Senate rules to protect the constitutional rights of people across the country. That's why we're having this discussion. But I'm not going to make predictions about a midterm election and the impact. Go ahead, Jeff.
Jen, the president made very clear today that he assigns responsibility to President Trump for the January 6th riot and insurrection. He didn't really talk, though, about what consequences he thinks the president, the former president, I should say, should face. What consequences does he think he should face?
He's going to leave that to his Justice Department, which is independent.
And the January 6th committee, does he have any expectation or hope or desire for what they may or may not do with regard to the former president?
We are going to continue to work to support their efforts, to support the important work that committee is doing, but he's not going to prejudge the outcome of that committee either.
Vice President Harris, in her remarks today, compared January 6th to Pearl Harbor and 9/11. Can you elaborate on what the thinking was behind that comparison? She's faced some criticism, especially in conservative circles, for that.
Well, I would first say that, as the president also said in his remarks, if we look back to some very difficult moments in our history, back in 1861, there were no Confederate flags being waved in the Capitol. In very dark moments in our history, there were not people storming our nation's Capitol, trying to take over the office and even threaten the Speaker of the House. So instead of, for those who are being critics of the Vice President's remarks, I think instead of focusing on or analyzing comparisons of moments in history, I would suggest that they be a part of solving the threat to democracy that occurs today, that is happening today, and they are using this as an excuse not to be a part of that. Go ahead.
One more on another topic, Jen, if I may. Does the White House or the president have any position, or have you weighed in at all in the sort of growing row now between Australia and Serbia over the tennis star, whose name I won't try to mispronounce, who's there now and is apparently unvaccinated?
I don't believe we have weighed in on that. I can certainly check with the State Department and our national security team and see if we have a position to share. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen.
Texas this week received about 2,400 courses of antibody therapy, which, given the Omicron surge, is not going to meet demand. Can you explain how these allocations are decided and when they will increase?
They will continue to increase. They are done equitably across the country and to meet needs where we have them. There are obviously needs in Texas, but there is nothing accurate in any reporting. I'm not suggesting this is from you, that we have held back, that we have canceled, that we have prevented. Obviously, the availability of antiviral treatments is not unlimited. We're continuing to build on the supply we have, and we'll continue to distribute that equitably to states and communities across the country.
And following on Jeff's question about consequences, the president characterized the January 6th attack as an armed insurrection, and of course he blamed former President Trump for inciting the insurrection. No one has been charged for insurrection, which is a specific crime. Does the president want the Justice Department to press charges of insurrection against Trump or anyone else?
The president wants the Justice Department and the Attorney General to act independently, as the Attorney General demanded when he accepted the job, and as the president expected and demanded from any Attorney General he was going to select.
So, I mean, you can leave the decision-making to the Justice Department and the Attorney General, but this, I mean, he did characterize the attack today as a specific kind of crime. That is his view.
He was not making a judgment about or direction of what the Justice Department should do or how they should behave or act, and I don't think that the Justice Department or the Attorney General sees that he did either. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Jen. Looking ahead again to Tuesday's speech in Atlanta, how will President Biden's case for voting rights legislation be any different than the many arguments we've heard him make before in favor of that legislation?
Well, he has made many arguments in favor of voting rights legislation before. Now, he is going to be delivering this speech at a time where it is going to be under active discussion and debate in the Senate, which is an important component, and in the week leading up to Martin Luther King Day, which is an important moment to remember and recognize many of the sacrifices that important leaders in our history have made. I will say he's going to Georgia because Georgia is one of the many states where corrupt acts on the constitutional right to vote and the integrity of elections have taken place based on the big lie. It was also pivotal to the civil rights movement. It's important to underline that while these un-American efforts are being driven by the big lie, they are also in line with some of the worst episodes of the past. But what I think you will hear him say, and the Vice President, of course, talk about as well, is about the urgent need to pass legislation to protect the constitutional right to vote and the integrity of our elections. He'll talk about the specifics, and he's very focused on people in the country understanding and knowing what is in this legislation. Why is it so important to pass these pieces of legislation? What is at risk? What needs to be protected? And I think you'll hear him talk about that. And he also wants to, of course, restore the Senate working, which is not happening right now, as is evidenced by the fact that they have blocked even the ability to vote on voting rights legislation 4 times. So he'll outline all of that, but he will make a passionate case, as he has made, as you said, in the past, for why we need to move forward with voting rights legislation.
Earlier in the briefing, you referenced, I think it was on ABC, an interview that President Biden had before New Year's, in which he said he was open for Senate rule changes to the filibuster. You pointing that out, are you indicating that he will be bringing up the filibuster and Senate rules during this speech on Tuesday?
I don't have any more to preview the speech, but I expect he will continue to talk about what he's willing to support and do should that be needed to move voting rights legislation forward.
Just looking to clarify the White House's position on the United States Postal Service's request for a waiver from the vaccine mandate from OSHA. Does the White House support that request or oppose?
We'll let OSHA respond to the letter that was sent directly to them from the Postal Service. I was just reiterating the fact that at the time when the announcement was made, it was also determined that the entities that it would be applicable to in the government, including the Postal Service, had every ability to implement it.
And one point that the United States Postal Service made in its letter to OSHA was, quote, this mandate is, quote, likely to result in the loss of many employees, either by employees leaving or being disciplined. Do those concerns, demonstrate why this mandate could be problematic for many businesses out there? there?
Well, we know that more than 60% of businesses on their own accord have implemented vaccine requirements or testing requirements. They've all implemented it in different ways. Many have done it incredibly successfely, and they have done it because they want to create a safe working environment where people feel comfortable and confident in going to work. And that, to them, to companies across the country, to the United States military even, is a priority in order to ensure their workplace and their workforce feel safe. As we've said many times around these requirements when we announce them, our objective here is to not punish, but to protect people, to save more lives, to make people feel more safe and comfortable in the workplace. And as a part of the process, there is a process of consulting with individuals who are not yet vaccinated, and there's not a cliff. That is not the intention here, and that is the same in terms of how it would be applied.
And one final question on a different topic. President Biden is going to Colorado tomorrow before he then goes to Nevada for Harry Reid services. What can we expect to see from the president tomorrow in Colorado as he visits the devastating fires there?
Well, I think we're still finalizing all the details, but he will, of course, visit with you can expect him, I should say, to visit with local elected officials who have been obviously dealing with the aftermath and the many families who have been going through a devastating time with homes lost, communities lost. He typically engages and sees families while he's on these trips as well, and I would expect that to be a part of the visit tomorrow, and then I would expect he would also deliver some remarks, but we're just finalizing the details of what it will look like. Sure, go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. First, I have kind of a semi-housekeeping question, and then one about air travel. First off, last month, finally, dozens of ambassadors were confirmed by the U.S. Senate, but so far only one person, Elisa Reynoso, the First Lady's chief of staff, and now the ambassador to Spain and Andorra, is getting the traditional swearing in with the vice president. There was one that was on the calendar originally yesterday for Cindy McCain that apparently didn't happen. Are these being postponed or canceled? Is this related to concerns about Omicron?
So it is true that some people have been sworn in here at the White House. Others have been sworn in by leaders in their own communities. And as you referenced, some haven't been sworn in at all yet. There's no set ceremonial way or requirement, I should say, of swearing in of ambassadors or how it has to take place. And everyone does it a little bit differently. We've, of course, yes, as we're looking and continuing to battle COVID, a new variant, we've kept many of these types of gatherings smaller in size at the White House because of that. But I don't think there's really one reason as to why they're different. They are typically all different, and I expect they will continue to be.
Okay, and on air travel, earlier this month, the FAA released data revealing that unruly passenger incidents were higher than in any other year in modern aviation history, and that 70% of those incidents were related to, they were called mask-related. You've talked about keeping vaccine mandates for air travel limited to people who are not from the United States coming into the United States, but has there been any consideration that a vaccine mandate for domestic air travel could potentially reduce the likelihood of these types of incidents?
Of people getting upset on flights?
Yes.
I have not heard that explanation internally. There's obviously a range of factors that our health and medical experts look at, and they have not yet advised at this point the president on a requirement of vaccines domestically. The reason they have given is, of course, that requirement for international travelers helps reduce and delay variants or spreading to the United States, and we know that masking is very effective, according to our health experts, in protecting people on flights. So I have not heard that explanation or argument being made by our health and medical experts. I may point you to the FAA or the DOT if they think that is a relevant argument. Okay, I have not heard that argument here. Go ahead.
Hi, Jen. A couple of questions for you. One, as we speak right now, 350,000 kids, school kids in Chicago, remain out of school. Most are black, Hispanic, or poor. This administration has called for equity in education. So who does the Biden administration blame for failing these young kids?
Well, first of all, the president has been very clear. He wants these schools to be open. including in Chicago and including across the country, that we took steps early on in the pandemic, even against skeptics who didn't think we needed this funding in the American Rescue Plan, to pass $130 billion that has already been distributed to states and gone to many schools across the country to put in place mitigation measures. It hasn't been applied everywhere, but a lot of states have used this and a lot of communities have used this very effectively. So he would like to see schools open. He believes that not having them open, as you've touched on, impacts the mental health of children. We've seen that. We know that learning gaps is something that we are seriously at risk of at this point in time, and that's why we'll continue to call for schools to open. 96% are open across the country and are doing the right thing.
Will he get directly involved at a certain point? How many days have to go by before he jumps in?
Well, we are in regular touch with teachers, school administrators, labor leaders across the country, nearly every single day, including in Chicago, and that will continue, and we will continue to make the case for schools to be open.
Another question, please, on religious freedom. Does President Biden believe doctors and religious health care providers should be forced to perform medical procedures that violate their conscience rights and religious beliefs? Simple question.
I believe there are exemptions in some cases. I'm not sure what you're referring to specifically. Why don't you give me a little more?
In St. Louis, the Court of Appeals just heard oral arguments on a case involving religious health care providers who object to performing gender transition procedures.
I would point you, that sounds like that's a legal case that's underway that I'm not going to weigh into from here.
Last one, in just a few weeks from now, here in D.C., the March for Life arrives. Thousands of people will be here supporting the unborn children. Its theme this year is Equality Begins in the Womb. This administration talks a lot about equality. Does the president agree with that statement?
The president believes in a woman's right to choose. I think you're very familiar with his position on this issue. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Beyond just the former president, there have been several Republicans today who have accused the president of political theater, exploiting the January 6th riots for political gain. You said that you talked to the president after his speech. I'm curious what his feeling was, if he's seen the response to his speech and how he feels like it went over.
Well, I would first say we didn't talk about the desperate comments of many Republicans suggesting that commemorating a dark day in our democracy and calling for all of us to protect people's fundamental rights, including the peaceful transfer of power, people's right to vote across the country. We didn't talk much about attempts to distract by some Republicans in Congress. What I can tell you, and I touched on this a little bit earlier, is that what he was really touched by, I mean, he is somebody who I think we've said, I know we talk about him being in the Senate a lot, but on a day like this, it's especially important. He served in that chamber for 36 years. The people who work there are his friends, are his family, not just senators, but staff and people who've been working on committees, custodians, people who work in the lunchrooms. And he was really impacted by the sheer emotion of a day like this and the fact that it is still a trauma for many people who live through this day, journalists included, and he talked about that in his speech today a year ago. So that was really what weighed on him. And, you know, he also talked about the importance of not allowing this day to be buried in history. And he said that in his speech today, but it's important that we not allow attempts to distract by some or attempts to move on by others to prevent us from taking steps to protect people's fundamental rights. And today is a reminder of that.
And kind of on a different topic, with recent announcements of House Democrats deciding not to run for re-election, it's now over 24. I'm curious.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. White House briefing there, coming to the tail end there with the last questions, talking about remote learning, COVID-19, and so much more there. Of course, President Biden's address to Americans on this January 6th, the hot topic as well. And we'll play that out for you a little bit later as well, right here on Live Now from Fox, everybody. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to go out to New York City as they have a new district attorney there, and well, some business owners not liking the new policies that could affect security as well as everything else associated with soft on crime policies. You're watching Live Now from Fox, coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from all over the country. We appreciate you joining us here today. Live look right now at the Capitol. Of course, we'll have coverage of January 6th related topics there all day today. But next story I want to bring to you, attention in New York City. We're talking about crime that just seems like every day you hear about these different smash and grab opportunities for suspects as well as other areas of interest. But business owners in New York City are getting upset with the new district attorney's soft on crime policies. To get a little bit more insight of everything I'm talking about here, let's bring in Fox Business's Madison Allworth right now. Madison, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Absolutely, Mike. Thanks so much for having me. You know, you hit a lot of the things that we're talking about. The new DA released a statement on Monday talking about his new policy. He's really new. These new policies coming in, there are concerns not only from New Yorkers, but from the small business owners, because right now we're seeing crime at a high. There are concerns that these new policies could drive that crime up even higher, something that seems nearly impossible for some of these establishments. I'm live inside Festival. This is a cocktail cafe on the Upper East Side. Just the other week, they actually had someone come in with a concealed weapon, threatening, asking for money, and was only turned away when they were told, we use credit cards here, there's no cash. The cops were called and no one responded. This is what's happening right now. And now with these more progressive policies, there's concerns that it could get worse. So to take a look at some of what the DA, Bragg, is telling staff to stop prosecuting, he's saying they're going to stop prosecuting theft of services, trespassing, aggravated unlicensed operation, routine traffic violations, obstruction of government administration, resisting arrest, and prostitution. So there's real concern that these policies could make the current situation worse. This is all coming at a time when the city is seeing record high crime. Gun arrests are the highest we have seen in over 15 years. By November of 2021, NYPD had arrested 4,144 people, the largest number of year-to-date gun arrests since 1995. So businesses like Festival, they're concerned not only for the establishment itself, but for all New Yorkers, because if people don't feel comfortable going out at night, they're not going into the businesses if they stay at at home and therefore not giving the businesses their service. And this is after years of this pandemic when they're really struggling. So clearly a change is needed, Mike. The concern is businesses not convinced that this is the change that will make that happen.
Yeah, and Madison, New York City is not the only one here. We're seeing across the country, major cities dealing with these crime surge and smash and grabs, a big problem. You look at Chicago as well, San Francisco, you're seeing this. What is, if anything, being done here when you see this type of video and then really you don't hear too much more about it?
Right. So this is a growing concern across the U.S. We've seen those incidents in New York, in Chicago, a lot in California. Part of the explanation that critics have had of the DAs in those areas is that they're not hard enough on crime, that people are able to go out and do those things like smash and grab robberies without fear of facing carceral punishment, meaning being held in jail while they await their trial. So the steps that the DA took on Monday also add to that. It's only really high-level crimes that will allow people to be held before their trial. So, of course, there are concerns around the prison system across the U.S., but there's also concern from business owners and from everyday New Yorkers and Americans to be safe on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, it almost seems like at this point, a criminal has a different checklist now where they almost have a threshold where they can look and say, well, in this district attorney, we could go this far and not be that much in trouble. But if we go another route, of course we will. But that's where it seems like it is at right now for some of these cities.
Yeah, it definitely does. It really does set a threshold, especially when there are certain individual items that are said, cops will not arrest this. So, for example, another thing the DA said was they're not going to arrest people that turnstile jump or fare skip. So we have the subway system here in New York. You have to swipe through and pay each time you ride the subway. If you are caught now under this DA jumping over the turnstile and not paying, you won't be arrested. And so that's something very clearly. Why pay if you know that even if you go without the pay, you won't be arrested? There's lots of questions around this, not only in New York, but clearly on a national level.
Yeah, very, very interesting times. Madison Allworth with Fox Business breaking it all down for us in New York City. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Mike.
And we'll take a quick 2-minute break right here on Live Now from Fox. For some of you, stay right here with us. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, yesterday we were bringing you the terrible story out in Philadelphia where there was a massive fire at an apartment that killed 13 people. That happened in 2 units. There are 7 of those 13 were children. We're going to learn a little bit more now from Philadelphia officials with the very latest information right here on Live Now from Fox.
12 lives, including 8 children. Our thoughts continue to be with the families and the loved ones of the victims. I really cannot express how unimaginable this is for loved ones. As I said yesterday, losing so many children is just devastating. I want to thank our fire department and first responders for their quick response to this fire and their ongoing work on the scene. These public servants have been working around the clock supporting folks during this difficult time. We are investigating this horrible incident, and we will continue to provide updates as available. The city continues to respond to this tragedy with every lever we have available, and we continue to provide support needed for survivors, friends, and family who are still processing this tragedy. We're also thankful for support from federal partners who are standing with us today, who provide support in major fire incidents like this. This is difficult for all of us and especially challenging for our kids. Please know that resources for those who are grieving and in distress are available through the Healthy Minds Philly and the Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Supports. Students and families can also call or text the Philly Hope Line for a free hotline staffed by clinicians from the Uplift Center for grieving children. Call or text 1-833-PHL-HOPE for support. Again, that's 1-833-PHL-HOPE. While we do not have and cannot share additional information on this fire on 23rd Street at this time, it is important that you and the public know the process behind investigating devastating fires such as this one. As we continue to investigate this horrible incident, we will continue to provide updates as they become possible. And to walk through the investigation process, I'll now turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor. So briefly, we want just to echo what the mayor said. We want to talk about the investigative process of a fire of this magnitude. So before we go into this actual process, I'd like to talk about a couple things that the mayor had touched on. So just as we have emotional and mental support mechanisms in place for the youth, for the neighborhood, for the citizens, we also do the exact same thing for the members of the Philadelphia Fire Department and our partner agencies, Philadelphia Police Department, Office of Emergency Management, and so on. We all are affected in some way, shape, or form by this tragedy, and we wanted to make sure that immediately after this terrible fire happened, that we started engaging those mechanisms. For the Philadelphia Fire Department, that's the Employee Assistance Program that's in place for the Philadelphia Fire Department, and also the Office of Emergency Management, and also Local 22's peer support counseling and the chaplaincy program. So those mechanisms are in place so that we can get that and make it available to our members if necessary. So behind me are the agencies that are working through the investigative process right now. We have the Philadelphia Fire Department's Fire Marshal's Office, represented by Chief Merrigan, and the Philadelphia branch of the ATF, represented by Special Agent in Charge Matt Verisco. So they're going to walk you through a process that takes place when a job like this happens. As the mayor said, we can't really discuss an ongoing investigation, but they can talk about the process. Other than that, I will step aside and let Chief Merrigan discuss the process.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
My name is Deputy Chief Dennis Merrigan, Philadelphia Fire Department. I am the Fire Marshal for the city. I supervise the Fire Marshal's office. I don't have to tell you the impact of a fire of this magnitude. We all understand that at this point. What I can tell you is this is a resource-intensive investigation. It's an exceptional time, manpower, staffing, equipment, commitment to get to the origin and cause of this tragedy. In times like this, with jobs like this, we call on our partners in the ATF to help bring the resources of the federal government in. They can augment what we do and help us to get through very, very sophisticated. It's a very traumatic scene, and it's very complicated. It's a very complex investigation. It's multi-level, multifaceted, and it's something that would challenge us if we had to do it on our own. Philadelphia Fire Department is part of the ATF task force, arson investigation task force, and we've called on them numerous times in the past, and they've always provided fantastic support for us. With that, Special Agent in Charge Verisco could say a few words.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Verisco. I have the privilege of serving as the ATF Special Agent in Charge here in Philadelphia. Before I make any comments, I would just like to pass along our condolences to the family of the loved ones that were tragically killed yesterday in the fire scene that we're here to discuss. I also want to commend the phenomenal work of the Fire Department, the City of Philadelphia Fire Department, and the City Police Department as well, the Philadelphia Police Department, for their tremendous work in a very, very challenging environment, and really where there was a mass casualty event with a tremendous amount of loss of life. The ATF, through our partnerships here, through the Arson and Explosive Task Force, works daily, day in and day out, with our counterparts here to provide fire and explosive expertise on scenes like this. This scene, in that sense, is really no different. The only difference is we brought in additional resources based on the magnitude of the scene and really the significant loss of life. And when I say additional resources, not just special agents, but fire protection engineers, electrical engineers, and ATF special agents that are trained in the specific science of determining how a fire started and really, where it originated. And those agents are part of a team, a national response team, and they travel, unfortunately, across the United States to investigate scenes such as this. But ultimately, this is a team effort, and through the resources we brought in, and the detectives and the fire marshal investigators, I know that we will hopefully be able to provide a specific origin and cause to this fire, and to provide some answers to the loved ones and really to the city. On behalf of the Department of Justice, I can assure you that there will be no expense spared and no resource not allocated to this specific scene based upon the tragedy that occurred here in the city. With that, sir, I'll turn it back over to you.
And Matt, you said you had an arson task force here. Why would an arson task force?
Well, sir, when I say arson, I mean fire and arson. First, we have to determine that a crime occurred, which at this point we're not at that stage or at that place. It's an ongoing investigation, and the fire investigators, both through the fire department and the ATF agents, first have to identify what the specific cause of the fire was. So that's what we're doing here. When I say arson task force, I only mean to say that is the name of the enforcement group that has oversight over that specific jurisdiction. Yeah.
Fires. Witnesses that were in there, survivors that were able to tell you at least what they saw and what they experienced, what you think could have happened, correct?
Well, ma'am, unfortunately at this time I'm not going to comment on what witnesses have said and or what we are doing, except for the fact that they're collecting data. In formulating an opinion as to what occurred, we're going to follow the scientific method. And the scientific method, obviously, we're going to collect data and evaluate that data to formulate a hypothesis. So at this point, I'm not going to make a comment as to that.
Obviously, there was a tremendous loss of life here.
But you talked about, I think this gentleman talked about the challenges. So what's more, obviously besides the tragic loss of life, what's more challenging to bring you in for this fire? Obviously you talked about multi-level, multi-units, but can you walk us through what some of those challenges are that you had to be brought in?
Well, sir, as I said, there is a task force that operates daily here in the city. So when I say we brought in additional resources, it's really to ensure that the proper attention and the proper respect is given to those that lost their lives, and to ensure that there's really no stone left unturned. But the task force that's here day in and day out is working collaboratively and consists of ATF agents, Philadelphia police detectives, and fire marshal investigators. So from the sense that we're constantly investigating these cases throughout the city, that is the case. But based upon the significant loss of life, we wanted to ensure that all resources were brought to bear.
Mr. Brasco, we understand. Mr. Brasco, we understand that 12 people died, and give us what's the number of those who survived in the upstairs unit, not the downstairs unit.
I'm going to turn that over to the fire marshal.
Okay, so I just want to get that number, and do we know if all those people were permanent residents in that one apartment, or if some were visitors, and if that is, what does the city ordinance say about the number of people who can live in one apartment?
So we're not prepared at this time to give specific numbers. That's part of the investigation. We will find out. We'll have to compare the code. We have investigators from HUD that are here today. We're collecting records, and we're still in the records and information gathering mode at this time. We'll put that together, and then when we arrive at some concrete conclusions, we'll release that information.
Could you tell us how many fire alarms there were total in the building and how many were on each floor?
No, I can't.
And can you let us know whether or not there was a fire escape?
There is no fire escape in this structure. This structure is what we consider ordinary construction. It would be in any other respect a single family occupancy. So there's no real, the building was not constructed to have a fire escape.
The Pennsylvania code does list that there must be a fire escape for every building, correct?
I'm not sure, I haven't seen that.
Okay, I've gone on government website.
Right. Some of the residents said that, they live on the second floor, third floor, because some of those places are triplexes. And if a fire breaks out on the first floor, there's no way for them to get out except jumping out the window. Is that a flaw in the city's work?
That's a question. That's a question that would be better directed to license and inspections.
Are they here?
I don't know if we have a. I don't believe they're here.
Can you give us a sense of?
That a Christmas tree might have sparked.
No comment on it.
Can you give us a sense of at least where you're looking, where your focus is, whether it's the second floor, where everybody saw the flames? I'm sorry?
We're evaluating the entire structure at this time, and when we get to that point, we'll make that information available.
But it's discussed.
That this is a tier 1 federal investigation, and that's a part of the reason why we brought in the national response team.
I would say, ma'am, that it's obviously a very, very important investigation. I wouldn't classify it so much. We don't classify them as tiers, so to speak, but the National Response Team provides expertise throughout the United States based on their training and experiences. And I felt, along with our team here behind us, that it was appropriate to bring that level of expertise here to make sure that no stone was left unturned, and that, like I said, that we provided answers for the victims as well as for the city.
For clarity, did you say that you have not ruled out arson?
Well, sir, as I said, we're in the process of examining the entire scene. So as it pertains to this investigation, it's ongoing.
Have you not ruled it out, or have you ruled it out, or you have not ruled it out?
Sir, we haven't ruled anything in or out. The purpose, and I'll explain, just the reason we brought in an electrical engineer is because we have to eliminate all potential ignition sources within a building. Obviously, electricity flows through a building and is a potential ignition source. So As the agents and engineers are conducting the investigation, it wouldn't be appropriate to comment on what's been ruled in or ruled out because we're in the process of conducting the investigation.
This shouldn't take you.
Smoke detectors, so if a fire, say a fire, just goes so fast moving, the flames are so intense, and can they just burn these smoke detectors? So when you guys arrive on scene, they're not operational. Can you talk about some of the scenarios that can happen in a fire if it's fast moving and the flames are so intense and really consume the building?
We're not going to get into hypotheticals right now. You know, obviously from the intensity of this fire, there are a lot of things that are possible, and the investigation will determine what has or hasn't happened. We're not going to speculate on theoretical, scenarios. It's just not appropriate.
Do we know if these smoke detectors are using lithium batteries that are tamper-proof and can last like up to 10 years?
So we can't really comment on the smoke detectors that PHA put out. There are existing smoke detectors that have lithium-ion batteries that are 10-year battery smoke alarms. Now, please just understand that the reason that we asked you folks here today was to talk about the investigative process. And they've already stated they can't talk about an ongoing investigation. So if there's really no questions about the process, as more information comes to us at the proper time through their investigation, we will address that. But as of right now, on a normal house fire, if the press comes out and asks questions and it's still under investigation, what do you always get? Under the investigation of the fire marshal's office, right? So right now, we wanted to do better than that because it deserves more than that. So we just wanted to let you know that this is how the process goes, and this is what we're engaged in right now. As things change, you will be updated.
But how about the detectors? Can we ask you on these lithium, just in general, with smoke detectors? So these lithium smoke detectors, they're tamper-proof, but I'm told that there's a kill switch on them. And some say if someone hits that kill switch, that basically disables the entire. Is that true?
Chad, I can't speak to that.
But you're an expert on smoke detectors, right? I'm not asking about these specific ones. I'm asking in general when you have those sort of smoke detectors.
On the 10-year lithium smoke detectors, I don't know anything about a kill switch, and that's all I can say about it. I don't know anything about it.
What's the role of the police department?
But there are certain ones.
What's the role of the police department?
We're done here, okay? We'll get back to you later time. We're going to end this right here, okay?
We're talking about
the
process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
We're
you.
trying to talk about the process. The rest of us don't want to hear about the process. So you guys are talking about resources, right? What kind of resources?
Latest update on that tragic situation that unfolded yesterday, killing 12 in that apartment fire in Philadelphia. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll take a quick 2-minute break and be with you at the top of the hour. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, everyone. We're just going to play out some of the highlights right now from earlier where we had Vice President Kamala Harris making some remarks about the January 6th insurrection, but we want to play out just some of President Biden making his remarks on this day, looking back 1 year later.
What nation are we going to be? Are we going to be a nation that accepts political violence as a norm? Are we going to be a nation where we allow partisan election officials to overturn the legally expressed will of the people? Are we going to be a nation that lives not by the light of the truth, but in the shadow of lies? We cannot allow ourselves to be that kind of nation. The way forward is to recognize the truth and to live by it. The big lie being told by the former president and many Republicans who fear his wrath is that the insurrection in this country actually took place on Election Day, November 3rd, 2020. Think about that. Is that what you thought? Is that what you thought when you voted that day? Taking part in an insurrection? Is that what you thought you were doing? Or did you think you were carrying out your highest duty as a citizen and voting? The former president's supporters are trying to rewrite history. They want you to see Election Day as the day of insurrection. And the riot that took place here on January 6th as a true expression of the will of the people. Can you think of a more twisted way to look at this country, to look at America? I cannot. Here's the truth. The election of 2020 was the greatest demonstration of democracy in the history of this country. More of you voted in that election than have ever voted in all of American history. Over 150 million Americans went to the polls and voted that day. In a pandemic, some at great risk to their lives. They should be applauded, not attacked. Right now, in state after state, new laws are being written, not to protect the vote, but to deny it. Not only to suppress the vote, but to subvert it. Not to strengthen or protect our democracy, but because the former president lost, instead of looking at the election results from 2020 and saying they need new ideas or better ideas to win more votes, the former president and his supporters have decided the only way for them to win is to suppress your vote and subvert our elections. It's wrong. It's undemocratic. And frankly, it's un-American. The second big lie being told by the former president and his supporters is that the results of the election of 2020 can't be trusted. The truth is that no election in American history has been more closely scrutinized or more carefully counted. Every legal challenge questioning the results in every court in this country that could have been made was made and was rejected. Often rejected by Republican-appointed judges, including judges appointed by the former president himself, from state courts to the United States Supreme Court. Recounts were undertaken in state after state. Georgia counted its results 3 times, with 1 recount by hand. Phony partisan audits were undertaken long after the election in several states. None changed the results. And in some of them, the irony is the margin of victory actually grew slightly. So let's speak plainly about what happened in 2020. Even before the first ballot was cast, the former president was preemptively sowing doubt about the election results. He built his lie over months. It wasn't based on any facts. He was just looking for an excuse, a pretext, to cover for the truth. He's not just a former president. He's a defeated former president. defeated by a margin of over 7 million of your votes in a full and free and fair election. There is simply zero proof the election results are inaccurate. In fact, in every venue where evidence had to be produced, an oath to tell the truth had to be taken, the former president failed to make his case. Just think about this. The former president and his supporters have never been able to explain how they accept as accurate the other election results that took place on November 3rd. The elections for governor, United States Senate, House of Representatives. Elections which they closed the gap in the House. They challenged none of that. The president's name was first. Then we went down the line. Governors, senators, House Representatives. Somehow those results are accurate on the same ballot. But the presidential race was flawed. And on the same ballot, the same day, cast by the same voters. The only difference, the former president didn't lose those races. He just lost the one that was his own. Finally, the third big lie being told by a former president and his supporters is that the mob who sought to impose their will through violence are the nation's true patriots. Is that what you thought? When you looked at the mob ransacking the Capitol, destroying property, literally defecating in the hallways, rifling through the desks of senators and representatives, hunting down members of Congress. Patriots? Not in my view. To me, the true patriots were the more than 150 Americans who peacefully expressed their vote at the ballot box. The election workers who protected the integrity of the vote. And the heroes who defended this Capitol. You can't love your country only when you win. You can't obey the law only when it's convenient. You can't be patriotic when you embrace and enable lies. Those who stormed this Capitol, and those who instigated and incited, and those who called on them to do so, held a dagger at the throat of America and American democracy. They didn't come here out of patriotism or principle. They came here in rage, not in service of America, but rather in service of one man. Those who incited the mob, the real plotters who were desperate to deny the certification of this election and defy the will of the voters. But their plot was foiled. Congressmen, Democrats, and Republicans stayed. Senators, representatives, staff, they finished their work the Constitution demanded. They honored their oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Look, folks, now it's up to all of us, to we the people, to stand for the rule of law, to preserve the flame of democracy, to keep the promise of America alive. The promise is at risk, targeted by the forces that value brute strength over the sanctity of democracy, fear over hope, personal gain over public good. Make no mistake about it, we're living at an inflection point in history, both at home and abroad. We're engaged anew in a struggle between democracy and autocracy, between the aspirations of the many and the greed of the few, between the people's right of self-determination and the self-seeking autocrat. From China to Russia and beyond, they're betting that democracy's days are numbered. They've actually told me democracy is too slow, too bogged down by division to succeed in today's rapidly changing, complicated world. And they're betting They're betting America will become more like them and less like us. They're betting America is a place for the autocrat, the dictator, the strongman. I do not believe that. That is not who we are. That is not who we have ever been. And that is not who we should ever, ever be. Our founding fathers, as imperfect as they were, set in motion an experiment that changed the world, literally changed the world. Here in America, the people would rule. Power would be transferred peacefully, never at the tip of a spear or the barrel of a gun. They committed to paper an idea that they couldn't live up to, but an idea that couldn't be constrained. Yes, in America, all people are created equal. A reject the view that if you succeed, I fail. If you get ahead, I fall behind. If I hold you down, I somehow lift myself up. The former president who lies about this election and the mob that attacked this Capitol could not be further away from the core American values. They want to rule, or they will ruin. Ruin what our country fought for at Lexington and Concord, at Gettysburg and Omaha Beach, Seneca Falls, Selma, Alabama. What we were fighting for? The right to vote, the right to govern ourselves, the right to determine our own destiny. With rights come responsibilities. The responsibility to see each other as neighbors. Maybe we disagree with that neighbor, but they're not an adversary. Responsibility to accept defeat, then get back in the arena and try again the next time to make your case. Responsibility to see that America is an idea. An idea requires vigilant stewardship. As we stand here today, 1 year since January 6, 2021, the lies that drove the anger and madness we saw in this place, they have not abated. So we have to be firm, resolute, and unyielding in our defense of the right to vote and to have that vote counted. Some have already made the ultimate sacrifice in this sacred effort. Jill and I have mourned police officers in this Capitol Rotunda not once but twice in the wake of January 6th. Once to honor Officer Brian Sicknick, who lost his life the day after the attack, and the second time to honor Officer Billy Evans, who lost his life defending this Capitol as well. We think about the others who lost their lives and were injured, and everyone living with the trauma of that day, from those defending this Capitol, to members of Congress in both parties and their staffs, to reporters, cafeteria workers, custodial workers, and their families. Don't kid yourself. The pain and scars from that day run deep. I've said it many times, and it's no more true or real than we think about the events of January 6th. We are in a battle for the soul of America. A battle that by the grace of God and the goodness and gracious and greatness of this nation, we will win. Believe me, I know how difficult democracy is, and I'm crystal clear about the threats America faces. But I also know that our darkest days can lead to light and hope. From the death and destruction, as the Vice President referenced in Pearl Harbor, came the triumph over the forces of fascism. From the brutality of Bloody Sunday on the Edmund Pettus Bridge came historic voting rights legislation. So now let's step up, write the next chapter in American history. where January 6th marks not the end of democracy, but the beginning of a renaissance of liberty and fair play. I did not seek this fight brought to this Capitol 1 year ago today, but I will not shrink from it either. I will stand in this breach. I will defend this nation, and I will allow no one to place a dagger at the throat of democracy. We will make sure the will of the people is heard, that the ballot prevails, not violence, that authority in this nation will always be peacefully transferred. I believe the power of the presidency and the purpose is to unite this nation, not divide it, to lift us up, not tear us apart. To be about us, not about me. Deep in the heart of America burns a flame, lit almost 250 years ago, of liberty, freedom, and equality. This is not a land of kings or dictators or autocrats. We're a nation of laws, of order, not chaos, of peace, not violence. Here in America, the people rule through the ballot, and their will prevails. So let us remember, together, we're one nation, under God, indivisible. That today, tomorrow, and forever at our best, we are the United States of America. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless those who stand watch over our democracy.
Those again were the remarks made by President Biden from earlier here this morning. Again, these sights and sounds have been forever remembered here over this past year and will continue to be featured here today as a lot of people are looking back to 1 year ago. We will continue not only to share those stories, but also keep all of our viewers up to date on the other top stories coming to us from across the country. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We have been taking a look back at some of those pictures that came to us just 1 year ago as there was a riot at the U.S. Capitol. A lot of supporters of former President Donald Trump storming the steps there of the Capitol. It did stop the process of recounting some of those ballots. And once again, 1 year later, there's still a lot of folks who have been remembering that day in and day out. So many of the different folks who were there at the Capitol say that they are still haunted by some of those memories that had unfolded throughout the afternoon and even into those late evening hours. So let's go ahead and get another update with our Fox 5 DC team on what security looks like here at the Capitol 1 year later.
Let's talk about where we are now with national security and recap any changes on this 1 year mark since the Capitol Hill riot. Executive Director of the National Security Institute, Jamil Jaffer, joins us now. Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
You know, the thing that I'm most curious about is where we are a year removed from the January 6th incident to where we were a year before. What's changed the most in that year now compared to where we were before last January 6th?
Well, look, obviously, we don't have the events going on that were taking place at the Capitol. We're not counting votes at this point. We're a year away from a by-election, or 11 months away from a by-election, and then we're a few years away from a presidential. But the tensions of the country still remain high. We're obviously seeing a significant partisanship on Capitol Hill, disagreements between the political parties, not just on policy issues, but on the facts of what happened on January 6th. We see the January 6th committee being viewed by one party as partisan, by the other side as trying to do its work, and there's a lot of fighting over that question. There's fighting over what January 6th meant, what happened that day, and how we should analyze it going forward. And so there remain these significant divisions in our country, and they're not just classic policy divisions. And so that's, I think, one of the key issues that we're going to have to sort out as a nation, particularly as we look at threats like China, North Korea, Iran, and Russia on the horizon. We're still busy infighting at home.
How much of that, and I'm curious to your take on this, because obviously at the National Security Institute, you're not just studying partisan issues here in Washington, but you're looking about what might be fueling those, the international fears that are there, or the international driving when it comes to perhaps that wedge in the partisan issues. How much does the international role play in this?
Well, there is no question that countries like Russia and China are actively engaged in both overt and covert manipulation of narratives here in the United States, on social media, TikTok, Twitter, the like, intentionally trying to create and enhance these divisions that we have in the United States. Now, look, it's not like these divisions don't exist. It's not like there aren't disagreements politically here in the U.S., both politically and policy-wise. But the Russians and Chinese are actively engaged in efforts to enhance those, make them worse, and put us at each other's throats because it makes us less effective in the international space. And that's something that we as a nation have to be on guard on, realizing that our adversaries benefit when we're at each other's throats, fighting over things like the basic facts about what happened that day 1 year ago.
If that, in fact, that international play is helping to, if nothing else, stoke the fires perhaps, or the division or the belief systems of people that are involved, is more being done to combat that international threat now than what we might have had a year or two ago?
Well, certainly our social media platforms, right? These private companies that run these things are more aware of the threat and are on guard against it. Now, the problem, of course, is they're caught in the middle of trying to preserve American values and principles around free speech, allow people to have their voices, at the same time defend against disinformation both from within the country but also from externally. And they're in a hard place, right? The government itself is hamstrung. It can't get that involved with these private sector companies and tell them what to do. And it itself is at loggerheads because people view some things that the government are doing as partisan. And you have now a bipartisan sort of coalition that is going after technology companies, saying on one hand, Republicans are saying you're suppressing conservative voices. Democrats are saying you're not doing right by tech workers and the like. And the problem is these tech companies, which are our most productive part of our economy, are caught in the middle. And we're coming after them at a time when we need them to be really buttressing up against China and the like as they become a rising power. And so we have a very tough situation both in the public and private sectors when it comes to not just disinformation, but also our economic ability to succeed and innovate as we see this larger economic threat and national threat that China poses.
The online, the disinformation, that might fuel some of the fires here, but it's actual actors who are out there performing when it comes to what we saw last year, January 6th. With midterms coming up in the next year or so, what has to change between now and then to make sure that we don't have a repeat?
Well, I think the American voters have to say to our politicians, both the elected ones and those who are running for elections, say, look, we are tired of nothing getting done in D.C. We're tired of you guys at each other's throats about the facts about what happened. We know there are real facts on the ground about things that happened on January 6th. We know there are real facts about what you need to do in terms of our economic situation. We need to do in terms of COVID-19. And what the threats are that are external to this nation, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. We want you to solve those problems stop infighting and start solving real American problems. If voters tell their politicians that, then we hope to see, a change as we come through the by-elections here in November.
Well, we will see. That is the hope. Obviously, people want their representatives to work for them, and we certainly don't want to see a repeat of what we saw a year ago today. Jamil Jaffer, thanks for joining us, Executive Director of the National Security Institute, George Mason University. Thanks very much. 835 School of Law, I should say.
All right, so once again, as we continue to give you some coverage looking back at 1 year ago, we do have a few interviews with our Fox 32 team as they talk with some of those representatives on what they remember from that day.
In the wings right now, I believe we have Illinois Democratic Representative Marie Newman standing by. And Congresswoman, are you there?
I am. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you so much. I just wanted your initial reaction to what we just heard from the president.
I think that he did a really tremendous job of talking about the accountability attached to that day and then the healing that is required moving forward. There's a great line in there, and in fact, I just wrote it down. America is an idea requiring vigilant stewardship. And it is just like any relationship. You have to work on it. And it has stress tests. We had our worst stress test ever that day since the Civil War a year ago today. And we passed it. And we're working forward and we're moving forward. We do need accountability, and I'm so proud of the work Chairman Thompson and the Select Committee is doing to create accountability. They're moving quickly. Let's encourage them to move even faster. But we do have to heal. We do have to talk to one another. We do have to talk to our neighbors. So let's move forward in a spirit of renewed patriotism that recommits ourselves to the Constitution. And that's how I feel today. And it was a marvelous speech.
It's been 1 year, and a lot of people look back and they're reflecting on what happened to them. Tell us a little bit about your experience, your own personal experience last year. What kind of impact did that have on you a year later?
In crisis, and if you talk to my husband, he always says this, is that I get down to the business of solving the problem immediately, and I process it about a week later. So, and that was true that day, I was very focused on, when the first alarms went off and they breached the chamber, I was in the tunnels, and two very kind Capitol Police, and they were heroes that day. I saw it up close and personal. They ran me back to my office, got us all locked in. And then the next 8 hours or so, we were really in the business of making sure we all stayed calm, and we were helping anybody that needed help, anybody that needed food or water or whatever they needed. We made sure everybody was taken care of. But that day, I don't think I quite understood the gravity of it. I saw the people scaling the walls. I saw those amazing Capitol Police holding those 20-pound shields for 2 hours at a time. I couldn't hold that thing for 10 minutes. So let's be clear, that's just one example of what all of those folks were doing that day, and I admire them. The staff was amazing that day, and everybody forgets that the staff were in great jeopardy too, thousands of them. So I processed it a little bit later, but certainly was very focused that day.
You mentioned, Congresswoman, a moment ago about democracy surviving the test of January the 6th. And I want to point out a poll. I'm sure you saw it. A lot of us were caught off guard by it. It was recent. And it says basically that 3 in 10 Americans believe that violence against our government is totally acceptable. How does that sit with you?
It is shocking. And it has been fomented very clearly by Trumpism. But it doesn't have to remain. We can start talking to each other and meeting each other where we are. It's one of the things I've tried to do in Congress. I've passed several small business and transportation bills with a co-lead being a member across the aisle, a Republican colleague. All those small steps add up. Talk to your neighbors who don't agree with you. It doesn't mean you have to sacrifice your principles, and it does mean that you have to speak up for democracy, but it doesn't mean that you can't have conversations and start to meet in the middle.
Congressman Newman, thank you so much for joining us this morning to give us your perspective on what took place from your perspective a year ago and reacting to the president's speech just now.
Thank you, and have a great day, guys.
All right, well, today does mark the one-year anniversary of the attack on the U.S. Capitol, with several events planned to pay tribute to the brave police officers who defended lawmakers from an angry mob contesting the results of the presidential election.
Yeah, 5 people died as a result of the riot. We spoke with Congressman Mike Quigley in the aftermath of the siege on the Capitol. We wanted to bring him back this morning to reflect on that now infamous day in American history. Congressman, good morning to you. Thanks so much for joining us.
Good morning. It's good to be back. You know, I think I started my day on January 6th of last year talking to you before all this began as well.
Yeah, and remind our viewers, you weren't just in Washington, Congressman. You were in the House chamber at that moment when rioters were breaking through the doors to get inside. So when you look back on that day, what memory haunts you the most?
I think the thing that I'm reminded the most of is looking out the East Capitol steps before all this began and seeing a massive group of insurrectionists and just 3 Capitol Police officers with ball caps on. No riot gear, no equipment. You can see it in some of these clips. And I'll tell you, I don't think we're having this interview without their bravery. And I think that we'd be looking at a very different country right now. They might very well have saved our democracy. As it was, the rioters got within 50 or 60 feet of number 2, number 3, and number 4 in succession in our country. It was a very dangerous day for them.
Yeah, I can only imagine what that must have been like for all of you, seeing that crowd stirred up and knowing they were coming for you, and you just got to hold on and hope that you can get out of there alive. You know, on Wednesday, the chief of the Capitol Police Department, he testified before members of Congress, and he had an update on the policing changes that have been made since the attack. You know, asking you right now, sitting in your office, do you feel any safer this morning as a result of the changes?
You know, I do in the Capitol. You know, the fact of the matter is there's more police, but not nearly enough. They're better equipped, better trained, but not nearly enough. We still have a ways to go. I mean, we need better intelligence, retractable fencing. In the final analysis, if you ask me, I feel safer in the Capitol. I'm concerned for 2 things. First of all, my colleagues, because we're not always in the Capitol. People know where we live and what we do. We're public figures. So I'm concerned that anger that's still out there, the fact that the big lie is still being pushed, and the root causes of what you're seeing on your screen right now, right? The fact that people will tell lies and incite violence in a democracy. In the long term, that's what we should be concerned about.
Well, and at the end of the day, we're so grateful that you and your colleagues did manage to escape unharmed. Congressman Quigley, you know, I know this is probably a difficult day to look back on, but we certainly appreciate you doing that with us this morning and our viewers.
Thank you. There's work to do.
All right, thanks.
And we will continue hearing some of these representatives weighing in on that day, not only with our Fox 32 team, they're the ones who are conducting those interviews, but also later tonight, we will have more special coverage with our Live Now from Fox team from 8 p.m. until 10 p.m. as we continue to share more stories coming from January 6th, 1 year ago. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break and continue more on with these stories, plus other top stories across the country when we return in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. A look at our Capitol as we do have some fencing up here today on the one-year anniversary of the January 6th attack. So we will continue to hear more stories from some of those representatives who were inside the Capitol during that time when protesters had stormed inside. Let's go back to our Fox 32 team for more with that.
This morning on Good Day Chicago, we are getting local reaction on both sides to the anniversary of the January 6th riot.
Yeah, so joining us at 8:50 is Raja Krishnamurthy. Thank you, Congressman, for joining us. We have heard from your colleagues, Congressman Quigley and Congresswoman Newman. Where were you 1 year ago today? And what, I guess, with regard to memories, is the most vivid in your mind a year later?
Good morning, Scott and Nina. January 6, 2021 was one of the darkest days for our democracy. I was in my office preparing to go to the floor when the police violently banged on my door and rushed me out after having discovered a bomb 200 feet from my office window. I ultimately sheltered in another office building, and then we came out and certified the election results at 3:42 a.m. in the morning. But as you know, the damage had been done, and we're still dealing with the consequences of it.
Yeah, and we're still dealing with a lot of questions that remain unanswered. I mean, in the months, since this attack happened, a lot of time goes by, a lot of things are developed, and, people are still wondering, though, what really happened. Do you think we're ever really, really going to know, and you'll have your unanswered questions finally answered?
We have no choice but to find out, Nina. That's why I think that the work of the January 6th committee is really important right now, but also the work of the Department of Justice in holding those who attacked the Capitol accountable for their actions. I'm a little disappointed that even 1 year later, we see hundreds of people not having been arrested or charged. And of those who have been arrested and charged, very few have been sentenced. And my concern is that when people don't see the consequences of their actions, they are likely to think they got away with it, and they might repeat it again.
We heard the president, Congressman, talking about the big lie repeatedly in that address just a few moments ago. You've called it a deep disconnect. This notion that 6 in 10 Republicans believe that the election was stolen. How in the world do you get your message to resonate with those who are so convinced that you, sir, are wrong?
It might be possible that we don't connect with some of those people, and we may not be able to convince them. But I think that there are a lot of people who are perhaps not identifying themselves as Republicans or Democrats who do see what happened as a horrible attack on our democracy. They, of course, don't believe in the big lie. And I'm hoping that they and everyone else who has connections to that minority continues to try to persuade them, convince them. But in any case, we have to do the work of our democracy and hold those accountable who attack the Capitol, while at the same time trying to do everything we can to heal the trauma and work together to move the country forward.
And real quick, before we run out of time, Adam Kinzinger, your colleague, is on the committee investigating the insurrection from a year ago. They're planning on holding prime time hearings. Is there one individual, Congressman, that you would most like to hear from with regard to what happened on that day?
Well, I think that we're going to need to hear from a number of people in the Trump administration, but people like Mark Meadows, of course, Steve Bannon, and others hopefully can answer for why there was so much delay, for instance, on the day of the attack between the time we knew about this violent attack and the time that the National Guard arrived and quelled the riot. We need to understand exactly what happened and why the Department of Defense was so slow to react. And of course, we need to hear how we're going to prevent this from happening again.
Well, he's coming to us from Schaumburg this morning. Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, always a pleasure to have you, sir, and thanks for your time this morning.
Thank you so much.
He's not just a former president. He's a defeated former president. Defeated by a margin of over 7 million of your votes.
A strong statement from President Biden on the one-year anniversary of the attack on the U.S. Capitol. The president criticized former President Donald Trump in no uncertain terms. As America marks this day, we have been talking with our local lawmakers who were there. One of those lawmakers in the middle of it all was Illinois Representative Jan Schakowsky, and she is joining me now this morning. Good morning to you, Congresswoman. It's great to see you.
Great to see you. Thanks for having me.
Okay, first of all, I want to get your reaction to the president's speech. This is the first time he has come out so strongly against the former president. It was quite the speech.
Well, this was the day 1 year ago that this president organized an attack on our democracy, on our Capitol, that he arranged it, that he inspired it, that he made it happen. And so there's no level of harshness that really is commensurate with the kind of attack, the unprecedented attack of Americans by Americans on the Capitol of the United States. And he has to take the responsibility for doing that. Trump has to take responsibility.
Well, the president did come out, and we just read his statement earlier saying, of course, that he didn't agree with what Joe Biden had said. But let's go back. As we look at the video and pictures from that day, as we said, you were there in the middle of it all. As we know now, multiple people died as a result of that day. Many others were injured. What kind of impact has that left on you 1 year later?
Well, I want to tell you the thing that I've been focusing on. You know, at the end of the insurrection, about 5 p.m., Nancy Pelosi called us to the floor of the House. Now, remember, her office itself had been absolutely destroyed. They were after her life. She called us all to the floor. Many of my colleagues, I was in my office pretty much. We had put furniture by the door. No one came by. We were safe. But many of my colleagues who had actually called and texted their loved ones to say they didn't know if they were going to be alive at the end of the day, all came to the floor of the House and really defeated this insurrection by certifying the election of Joe Biden as president of the United States. It ended actually with a defeat of that insurrection by saying, we are going to do our constitutional duty and we are going to say that Joe Biden is the president of the United States on the appointed day to do it. And it was a very courageous move, I think, to make it happen at that moment. So we still glass on the floor. It was a mess. And yet we did our job.
You did your job. So let's talk about what's been done since then on your end and with our other lawmakers to try to make sure what happened in 2021 never happens again. Do you feel safer there? Is it a better place to be? What has changed and what is going to be changed?
So just on the security angle, we had a briefing from the Capitol Police and the Sergeant at Arms, and we do feel more safe. In addition, there's going to be more hiring of Capitol Police. I think the Capitol complex is safer now for everyone. However, I think that we need now to move quickly ahead with the Freedom to Vote Act. That's the Manchin bill that would absolutely restore voting rights and end the partisan gerrymandering that goes on to create these districts, these fake districts. And so there's going to be a vote this week in the United States Senate. Now, is it going to pass? Probably not this week because of, the Senate rules that allow 40 members of the Senate, Republicans, to defeat any legislation. But then next week, my understanding is that there is going to be a vote in the Senate to change the Senate rules to make it possible for only a majority, which is right, 51 votes to be able to pass the Freedom to Vote Act. We need to do it.
Okay, Illinois Representative Jan Schakowsky, always a pleasure to have you. Thank you so much for joining me this morning, and I hope you'll come back.
Thank you so much. Look forward
You take
to
care.
better days.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you.
Don't forget that later tonight we will be having more special coverage of the anniversary of January 6th, happening 8 p.m. until 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Join us right here as we continue to give you a look back on 1 year ago. More to come on that topic, plus other top stories across the country here in 2 minutes after this break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We've been bringing you stories from Capitol Hill and even beyond after that tragic day on January 6th, now 1 year ago. As we continue to talk about these stories coming to us from the Capitol, we do have another interview I want to play out with our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft. He's speaking with our Washington Post politics reporter Amber Phillips about what does this incident mean, not only for 2022, but also 2024.
Of course, is the 1 year anniversary since the January 6th Capitol insurrection, and we'll be speaking with so many stakeholders who were there that day, who were involved that day. But right now we want to bring into the conversation Washington Post political reporter Amber Phillips. Amber, good to speak with you tonight, and thank you for being with us. As we look back, can't believe it's already been 1 year. One of my main questions has been throughout this is 2022. It's the midterm election year. Will this be on the top of mind for many Americans as they go into the ballot box, do you think?
It's a question I have too, and so far it's still early, right? The midterm elections are in November, so a little bit of ways. But so far, I'm not seeing evidence that this is top of mind for many voters. And that's a problem for Democrats because they've spent this past year investigating this. They feel like it's something they need to do for the history books. But the special committee in the House could finish its work before November. They hope to have a report out. They hope to sell it and tell the story with these big dramatic hearings. And then Americans are going to go vote and choose who they want to represent them in Congress. If Democrats want to make this part of their campaign, talking about this and the role that they're going to allege likely that Republicans, especially the elite up to President Trump, played in this, they're going to have to find a way to connect the dots, I think, to the average American. Because right now, Democrats I talk to, activists I talk to, just feel like this isn't a dinner table conversation people are having. We're all focused on COVID and the cost of goods, everyday goods and services.
Yeah, of course, and it will be quite difficult, like you were saying, for Democrats to kind of make this a big ticket item, an issue in 2022. But, you know, thinking back on January 6th, you know, I covered it all day that day, well into the night till about 2 a.m. When the certification actually was final and complete. But this has really become part of a lot of Republicans running in 22. Part of their campaign stump speech, part of their campaign platforms. Kind of, either dancing around whether or not Joe Biden was legitimately elected or outright saying that he was not.
I think that's exactly right. For all the problems Democrats might have making this a political issue, right? I think Republicans have probably a higher hill to climb to deal with this. And that's in part because the status quo talking point is exactly what you said right now. It's quickly becoming what former President Trump likes to say all the time in statements. The real insurrection, he says, took place on November 3rd, not January 6th. That's a longer way of saying this big election lie that he thinks the election was stolen from him. And that's quickly becoming the main talking points. I think one way to witness how this is manifesting in the Republican Party, you're right, look at candidates in 2022 and how they have to toe the line, like Glenn Youngkin in Virginia, who won the governor's race. In his primary, he had to say, I don't think Biden won. But let's look tomorrow at how lawmakers are honoring the day. As you said, it was a traumatic day for everyone in Washington, especially in the Capitol. There were Republican lawmakers in the Capitol scared for their lives. Well, Democrats are holding a big ceremony. President Biden's going to speak in the Capitol. They're going to hold a prayer vigil. They'll invite lawmakers to share their stories. There will not be any top Republican leaders there. In fact, the main Republican event in Washington tomorrow will be Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene and Matt Gaetz holding an event where they're likely to promote some of Trump's election lies.
And Amber, just kind of going back to what you were saying, this has become a litmus test for kind of, card-carrying Republicans on whether or not they, talk about January 6th, they kind of whitewash January 6th now a year later. And also, propping up these unfounded claims of election fraud in 2020. My next question is, as far as that goes, do you think, that has staying power not only in 2022, but also are we going to have all of this replayed in 2024 as well?
It's a great question. I think it's absolutely possible. And the reason for that is because a year later, we have a majority of Republicans, excuse me, I'm sorry about that. A year later, we have a majority of Republicans saying in a poll from the Washington Post, University of Maryland, that they believe the election was stolen, that they don't believe it was legitimate. And a majority of them, around 75%, give President Trump the benefit of the doubt that he didn't have any major role to play in what happened on January 6th. That says to me that whitewashing what happened, that the lie that the election was stolen has staying power. And in addition to that, President Trump is now showing real savvy in trying to install a lot of these people who believe or at least say these things into offices that could determine who wins elections in 2024. I've talked with Republican candidates for Secretary of State in states like Nevada, Wisconsin, and Georgia. And some of them tell me, yeah, people close to the Trump campaign called me up. I was an election denier in 2020, and they said, why don't you run for Secretary of State? And here they are, potentially being in positions that could perpetuate some of these conversations for the Republican Party in a way that certainly makes Republican leaders here in Washington feel very uncomfortable about the direction the party's going.
Yeah, and I think that brings up a good point because, it was a year ago, but it's still so resonant in a lot, especially of these political lives and careers of people that, want to seek higher office. And for Americans as well, when they, are going to vote for certain candidates that want to seek higher office, it always seems like January 6th is somewhere lurking there in the background. And we've heard, and I've spoken with a lot of members of Congress too, and Republican ones at that, and they go back to their home districts and they speak to their constituents. And now some have told me it's not as brought up as it was in the immediate aftermath, but still they get some questions on it.
Right, exactly. And that is the playing field that Democrats want to be on coming in 2022, is they want every voter. I've talked to Democrats today, specifically people propping up attorney general candidates in states. And they're the ones who sue essentially to prevent these election lies from trying to overturn popular votes. I talked to them today and they said, we're trying to do exactly that. We're trying to get voters to ask of their elected officials, which side do you stand on January 6th, on the 2020 election, and going forward, will you support the popular vote of voters? It's could be very difficult for the Republican Party. A number of candidates who feel like they need to toe, this very, very strong line that President Trump has laid down, which is the election was stolen. There's absolutely no gray area in between, to answer questions like that.
And Amber, I don't want to get too in the weeds on something that has been brought up in the past few days, but we're hearing from some Republican leaders and some Democratic leaders about this kind of arcane law from like 1877. I think it's called the Electoral College or the Electoral Count Reform Law, about reforming that. What can you tell us about that? I don't know if that's under your purview of your reporting, but that seems to be just yet another indication that many of these, Democratic and Republican leaders, they want to do whatever they can to prevent another January 6th.
Yeah. So luckily, I spent all day talking about this. So how much time do y'all have? Because as you point out, it's a very arcane old law. Essentially, what this conversation is about is lawmakers are trying to figure out, what does Washington do to try to prevent another January 6th? And a number of conservative intellectuals that have filtered on up to the Republican Party, Republican senators here in Washington, have said, why don't we change this Electoral Count Act? What it does is it governs how Congress literally counts the Electoral College votes from each state. You remember on January 6th last year, that's exactly what they were doing. President Trump and some of his allies tried to twist this law. It's really weirdly written. It's really old. It was written after some disputes about Electoral College counts in 1876. They tried to twist this law to say, well, Vice President Pence can just reject electors from states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and then throw it back to the states, and then we'll have a new election. That's not what the law says. So in Washington, there's growing chorus among Republicans in particular to reform the law. Just make it clearer. Make it clear that the vice president, whoever that person is, cannot overturn election results that states give them. That's kind of the main reform people are talking about. Why is that not getting traction in the Democratic Party is another question. They want this broader electoral reform bill, like mail-in voting, no excuse. They want to make Election Day a holiday. They want to get money out of politics. They want to reform gerrymandering. And they fear that if you do this Electoral Count Act law, there would be no political capital left over to make these bigger changes to elections. And I will say Senator Schumer is right when he says that elections are really run in the states, and Congress at the very end, all they do is certify results. So this Electoral Count Act is really focused on what happens after the election, not during the election, to promote its integrity.
No, that's such a good point. And if you remember last year, this was, and always has been, just a ceremonial proceeding. And then, of course, it devolved into the January 6th Capitol riot. Last question for you, Amber. What will you kind of be reflecting back on tomorrow as we look back? We were showing you some of the images, and our viewers, some of the images from that day. Really terrible, nasty stuff. Really a terrible day in American history. Kind of just, reflect back. What will you be kind of thinking about, talking about tomorrow?
Yeah, well, I'm going to watch the lawmakers enter the Capitol on a year after a day that their lives, and of course staff and police officers and journalists as well, were threatened. And lawmakers, you sign up for some kind of risk, especially in this hyper-partisan political era. But over the past year, we've seen a number of lawmakers, especially I'm thinking of one or two Republicans, who have said, I don't like this intense, dangerous environment. I get mobbed at the airports. Kyrsten Sinema got followed into the bathroom, if you remember that from a while ago. And so there's these lawmakers who really feel like they didn't sign up for this kind of danger. It's reminiscent, of course, of being in the Capitol on 9/11, only this time the attack was there in the Capitol. And I'm awed by their resilience to go back to work every day, and a year later, especially on the day.
Yeah, not to mention, I think some of the reporting has suggested a record number of threats against lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have been reported in the wake of that. Amber Phillips, we appreciate your time. We'll be speaking again for sure.
Thank you.
Of course,
And thank you again to everyone who's been here with us on Live Now from Fox. Don't forget, later tonight, we're going to continue with some special coverage of our January 6th insurrection 1 year later. More tonight, happening from 8 p.m. until 10 p.m. Eastern with our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft and Daytona Everett as we take a look back. But we do want to continue more with these stories because, as we know, there's been just so many videos that keep reminding us of that day. It's hard to believe it's been 1 year later that these videos were showing us all of those people who were storming up the hills. Hundreds of individuals now have been charged for crimes related to the January 6th attack on the Capitol, and trials in several of those cases will begin this year. So let's go ahead and get an update with Fox 5's Katie Barlow on where these criminal cases stand. Thanks for being here with us, Katie.
Happy to join you. The Department of Justice is 1 year into the biggest criminal investigation in the history of the United States. 705 individuals have been charged with crimes related to the Capitol riot on January 6th. They hail from nearly every state in the country, 45 states and the District of Columbia. We know they're overwhelmingly male. 614 men have been charged compared to 91 women, according to George Washington University's program on extremism. 172 individuals have pleaded guilty, mostly to low-level crimes. A small few have been sentenced to prison time, including Robert Palmer from Florida, who was sentenced to more than 5 years in prison just last month for assaulting a police officer on January 6th. Palmer sprayed a fire extinguisher at officers and threw the canister at them. Before he was sentenced, Palmer wrote a letter to his judge expressing regret and an understanding that Trump lied to his supporters. Now, one of the many questions a lot of folks are asking is, what about former President Donald Trump? And the answer is, we don't know yet. Just yesterday, Attorney General Merrick Garland gave a speech saying that the investigation will continue. The actions they've taken so far will not be the last. So, again, the biggest investigation in the history of the United States is still ongoing, and it's going to take some more time. Back to you.
And Katie, I have to ask, since you're standing there in our nation's capital, what have the emotions been like? What have the action been like in our city's capital today?
Zero action today. It's actually been a pretty quiet day on Capitol Hill. A number of the staffers are still working from home remotely due to COVID protocols that are in place. A few tourists have been walking around the Capitol grounds. Everyone's in pretty good spirits. We've still got some snow on the ground here, so folks are enjoying that as they were earlier in the week building snowmen on Capitol grounds. So much different atmosphere than it was this time last year.
Yes, and we know, as you mentioned, our Attorney General Merrick Garland was talking about the FBI still posting photos of people that they still want to charge for this attack on the Capitol. So we do appreciate you giving us an update where things are here today, and we'll be checking back in with Katie here in another hour as we continue to give you more coverage of January 6th. What we'll do for now, though, is step away for a 2-minute break, bringing you more stories across the country, including an update out of Philadelphia after there was a deadly fire. Stick around, more to come here in 2 minutes.
Beautiful.
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We do have a sad picture to bring to you here today as we are mourning and honoring, though, a Los Angeles County firefighter who died Thursday responding to a fire in Rancho Palos Verdes, according to officials. Now, the call came shortly after 2 a.m. Thursday for a fire burning in that area. According to LA County Fire, the man was critically injured on the scene, transported to the hospital in critical condition, and did not survive his injuries. You can see here, this is a procession that is taking place as many of his fellow also firefighters as well as authorities are all there paying tribute to that firefighter. We did also hear from LA County Fire Department Interim Chief Anthony Marone, who had said preliminary investigations suggest that the fire was contained to the attic of the building where the firefighter was overcome by smoke. His fellow firefighters were able to remove him from the building and attempt to treat him before he was transferred to the hospital. But according to the LA County supervisor, they were able to rescue the family who was inside of the building. But they still said this is devastating. This is the LA County supervisor writing on Twitter saying, "My prayers are with his wife and 2 young sons, as well as his friends and colleagues in the fire department, and everyone knew him, loved him. His bravery and sacrifice will not be forgotten." So the department did issue a statement on Instagram today as well, in which they extended their deepest condolences and prayers to the fallen firefighters' family, friends, and loved ones, along with everyone in our department who is mourning this heartbreaking loss. And again, this is something that affects so many of those first responders. And we did want to at least bring that picture here to you. Of course, our chopper up above sometimes, because of California's mountains, it does get a little bit glitchy, but you can just see the amazing tribute that is being put out and on display here for this procession. Again, this just happening earlier here today. It was something we brought you a press conference on also earlier this afternoon, but at least wanted to show you that we do have some of those men and women standing and honoring as his body does go by. So we will continue to keep you up to date on this story if there's more developments, but this unfortunately has not been the only devastating news when it comes to some fires happening here in our area. We also had just yesterday video coming to us from out in Philadelphia, where we now have learned there's been at least 12 people who had died from this fire that happened early Wednesday morning. We had heard a little bit from some of our officials with the fire department just moments ago this afternoon. But we did want to also play out a press conference that's actually taking place right now, but I'm going to go back to the beginning of it so that we don't miss any moments, any information that may be given out here. So what I want to do is play out the press conference with the Housing Authority officials, as again, this was a deadly fire. It claimed the lives not only of 12 people, but of those 12 people, we do know that many of those were unfortunately children. So once more, let's go ahead, listen into that update with the Philly Housing Authority officials here after this deadly fire did take place, again, just yesterday.
Okay, apologize.
And I'm gonna actually take my mask off to speak.
Thank you, sorry.
No problem. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I am Kelvin Jeremiah. I'm the president and CEO of the Philadelphia Housing Authority, the 4th largest housing authority in the country and the largest landlord in the Commonwealth. I want to begin first and foremost by expressing our deep, deep sorrow over the incredible and unimaginable loss that took place here yesterday morning. All of us at PHA are shaken. Our hearts are heavy, both for the loss of life and the families that have been now displaced in this tragedy, and most importantly, for the 12 souls that lost their lives, 8 of whom are children and 4 adults. So our first priority has been to attend to the families who lost their loved ones and to the survivors. I have spoken to the surviving families from both units and have assured them of our full support in helping them in whatever way possible. We stand firmly with them during their time of grief, and we'll do everything we can to make sure that they have everything that they need, including a rehousing that has already been determined, identified rather. I also want to express my deep solidarity with, and frankly my thanks to the Philadelphia Fire Department and all of the first responders who arrived at the scene within minutes yesterday morning, and for the extraordinary efforts to help save lives. We appreciate you, we see you, we hear you, and we thank you for all that you do day in and day out for the residents of this great city. I would like to express the key issues, I would like to address rather some of the key issues that have been raised by many of you in the press since this horrific incident. First and foremost, this home that was destroyed in the fire yesterday is part of our scattered site portfolio. We have 4,000 of these similar type units scattered across the city of Philadelphia. These homes are owned by PHA throughout the city on blocks not unlike this one. They offer low-income families the opportunity to live in affordable homes in what is gentrifying neighborhoods that are quickly losing affordability. It is a philosophy that I think we are very proud of, one that we are standing firmly behind in giving folks of low income an opportunity to live in communities like this one that has a good, promising school only minutes from here, for example, and access to a whole host of amenities. I also want to take a minute to address the issue of the size of the unit with regard to the family composition. Our lease and agreement with the families indicate that 14 members, 14 authorized residents were supposed to be in Unit B. In Unit A, there was supposed to be 6 members. This is a time of year when family gather. We are not going to be critical of the families who have suffered this unimaginable loss. We are supporting them in their efforts. But the question of why there are so many families, let me be very clear. This is not unique to Philadelphia. It's not unique to the United States, frankly, in my own experience. It resonates in my own experience. We have intergenerational families. Here you have a grandmother who raised her 3 daughters, or raising her 3 daughters. Her 3 daughters are having children, and they all are living under the same roof. 3 generations living under the same roof. This was, in fact, an intact family who chose to live together. This is what we do. We don't kick out our family members, our loved ones who may not have other suitable housing options. And this highlights an issue that I'm going to talk about briefly in a moment, the housing crisis that confronts Philadelphia and frankly that confronts the United States. So I wanted to be very clear about that. And I'm happy to take questions about that in a moment. So at the time that the family moved into this unit in 2011, it was a family of 6 in a 4-bedroom unit. The family had children, and the family grew, and our policies and procedures does not evict people because they have children. We don't remove them because their families are growing. The absurdity of that notion, I think, is self-explanatory. So the family grew between 2011 and 2021, adding about 8 children to the family household. So I want to make clear that this is a family that wanted to be together, and our mission is to provide safe, sanitary housing, and I think we did so in this case. With regard to the smoke alarms, I've seen a lot of reports, some conflicting, and others aren't. So I want to be clear about that as well. As the inspection reports that we conducted in April and May of last year shows, there were in fact smoke detectors, and we in fact installed carbon monoxide detectors. Those detectors, and in fact reinstalled 2 at that occasion. And those were equipped with 10-year lithium batteries. Now, I'm not quite sure how you're able to ascertain that they were not in fact working. I imagine that the fire marshal's report would make that determination, and I will defer to them and their report to make that notification. But as far as I know, at the time that we did our inspections, these equipment were fully operational. And the family, in fact, attested to that in signing the inspection reports. Let me also add that in any of our new developments that we're doing all across the city and in our substantially rehabbed units, we are in fact hardwiring our smoke detectors, smoke alarms, carbon monoxide. These are where we're using the battery operated ones in accordance with city code. These are only in our older units and older apartments. And so that is the case, perfectly appropriate. In my home, I have them as well, and then probably in yours as well. I do want to emphasize and make this note to all of our families who might be seeing and hearing me on the radio and watching on television. If you have any issue with your fire alarms, if it doesn't have batteries, if it needed to be replaced, please contact our customer response center, and they will be happy to provide you with a new alarm, come in and install new alarms, and provide you with batteries, provide batteries in your detectors. And so with that, I think there are a couple of more things I want to add in a minute, but I would ask Congressman Dwight Evans if he had a few comments to make. I'll defer to him.
Thank you. Thank you for that introduction. This is a terrible tragedy for these families. The Fairmount neighborhood and all of our city feels an awful lot of pain. This is something that we all have to work together. So certainly, as Calvin has just described, I too add my voice to the families that are still alive in there, and we stand here and be helpful. I share with you 2 federal agencies that have been very involved in this. As Calvin talked about the issue of affordable housing, HUD, the Secretary of HUD, who I know someone very well, really cares about what happens, not just here in Philadelphia, but across this nation. And we know that affordable housing is one of the challenges, and that the President and the Vice President, just this year in the discussion of Build Back Better, of affordable housing, that is a priority. That is something that we all are working on to achieve. So as Calvin just described, this is something that is not just unique to the city of Philadelphia, but the entire nation. It is something that we all have to address, and we have to do something about affordable housing. The other issue of the organization I want to thank is the ATF. They have numerous agents involved, being a part of trying to help out with investigating and necessarily trying to find solutions. Those two agencies have really been around the clock in their involvement. So my ability of standing here is to stand with PHA and to show that they have the support, as from the Secretary of HUD, from the ATF, as well as from the President and the Vice President. This is very painful, and it is not easy. It will take this kind of effort to do something. Working with the city council, working with the mayor, all of us working together. So I share with you, this is something we know we have to do, and we know we have to make corrections. Again, I'd like to yield back, Cal.
Want to say a few words?
To the President of the Council.
Thank you, Congressman. This is Jeremiah. Stood here yesterday, at a loss for words, pretty much feel the same today. Tragic event, monumental proportions. Anybody that knows little kids, has grandkids, you can feel it right here. Serious gut punch, another one. It's just really sad. We said yesterday that we asked people to please wait until the facts come out about the particular incident. You know, there was all sorts of speculation. And I want to say, I'm asking people not to stigmatize the Philadelphia Housing Authority and its residents, because I heard a lot of ugly things being said about, you know, the fact that because people lived in public housing, that there was supposed to be different rules for them. And frankly speaking, the rules for the public housing are a little more strict as it relates to occupancy and all the other things. We checked with the license inspection and found some things in terms of the number of people that are allowed to be in a building of the famed family. And the history in the city is my understanding that years ago there used to be an occupancy limit of the same family members, but because of the change in the cultural diversity of our city and of our country, they got sued because other cultures believe in having a family union. Other cultures believe in having intergenerational types of units. So they had to back off of that. So I just ask that first and foremost, we deal with the tragedy before us. I want to thank the Philadelphia Police, first responders, our fire department, the ATF for their diligent and quick response, and they continue to do their work down the street. I want to thank the Housing Authority for continuing to provide affordable housing. And let's focus at this moment, and I know there has to be all these conversations about who, what, when, but right now we really need to deal with this family, to make this family whole, to deal with these children, and to deal with this community, because this community is also hurting. So thank you, Kelvin. All right.
Thank you, Council President Clark and Congressman Evans. I want to end with this. There is no secret, I don't believe, that there is an affordable housing crisis that confronts this great city and that confronts the United States. No secret. We have at PHA some $1.5 billion in deferred capital and maintenance needs. More funding is needed to address the incredible
capital needs that we have and the incredible affordable housing demands that we have. We do not get enough to do that. And so while all of this is happening, the conditions in our nation's public housing is deteriorating. In some cases, it's abysmal. You look anywhere across this country, from New York to LA to Seattle to Florida, you name the city, the conditions of affordable housing, of the nation's public housing, is just in a disgusting state. And at Philadelphia Housing Authority, we have in fact been investing heavily in rebuilding that infrastructure, in addressing and preserving affordable housing all across the city, building sustainable communities, and we are very, very proud of what has been referred to as the Philadelphia model, where we are getting partners, public-private partnerships, to help us in expanding the availability of affordable housing and in preserving affordable housing in the city. So while the conditions are deteriorating nationally, our families wait and wait and wait. They can wait no more. It has become a question of life and death for too many families, and this unfortunate, unimaginable tragedy highlights that in some real ways. And so I'm really appreciative of my congressional friends. I'm appreciative of the calls that I received from HUD and from our nationally elected leaders, all offering support and all asking, frankly, what they can do. So I'm going to call on President Biden. I'm going to call on my Republican friends in Congress. The president has proposed an ambitious Build Back Better program. If Build Back Better was here, we would be building more units. We will be addressing the affordable housing crisis. We'll be preserving the units that are slipping away from Philadelphia every single year. And so I'm asking, if you want to support Philadelphia Housing Authority, if you want to support what this family might be going through, and you have an understanding that 14 people might want more units or better units, might want some other housing options, I'm going to ask President Biden, I'm going to ask my good friend here, let's support the president's agenda and let's vote for and enact Build Back Better. This is what we need to make a difference here in Philadelphia, to address the affordable housing crisis that confronts us. It would be the most significant investment in affordable housing in more than 3 generations since the 1940s. I think we can do it. I think we can solve the affordable housing crisis.
A call for change after this devastating story. And again, we do have some pictures that have been shared of those children who were among 12 who were killed on Wednesday. Again, this was a fire that happened in the Philadelphia area. It was in the neighborhood of the Fairmont area. And one of the people who had posted on social media, whose name is Isaiah Brown, a cousin who viewed himself as a mentor to some of these young children, said their babies, young children, they didn't even get to experience life. So just a sad story as we continue to hear just a little bit more coming from some of our officials here today. And do want to say thank you to all of our viewers who've been watching here with us. I know that was some heartbreaking, breaking news that we had brought to you just yesterday, but that's just a reminder of what we do here day in and day out, is always keep you on top of all of the top stories that are happening across the country, including breaking news stories. So we had that one yesterday. We also had earlier those folks who were stuck out there on the I-95 that was out in Virginia. A lot of motorists stranded overnight for up to even more than 20 hours. We'll be talking more about that as many states are continuing to see snow here today. More to come right here on Live Now from Fox on those stories coming up here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We're actually taking a live look here in Kentucky as they are getting even more winter weather. This has been quite the story for some of those states over along our mid-Atlantic area that have been getting hit with snow. We've been talking about some of that breaking news earlier this week. We were talking about the disaster on I-95. It had left motorists stranded for nearly a full day. So we do want to play out an interview with our Live Now from Fox's Stephanie Weaver. She spoke with one of those motorists who found himself in quite the dilemma after getting off of the road.
$100 Uber bill after being stuck on I-95 on Monday. I'm joined by him right now. Andrew Peters, thank you for talking with me today.
No problem.
First, describe the situation on Monday. You were flying home from San Francisco, right?
Yeah. We had a flight that was going to go from San Francisco to Dulles, Richmond, and our Dulles to Richmond flight got canceled. So we had to get an Uber back to Richmond, which was originally going to be around $200. And then so we hopped right on the highway, and then literally the second we got on there, we were just stuck.
Well, and the Uber driver must not have known about this pileup either, right?
I guess not. I mean, he was from around there, but I thought it had been going on all day. That's what he said, so I didn't understand why he hopped on. But what can you do about it?
Describe what you saw when you were in the car stuck.
There was a lot of people just walking around, hanging out. A lot of the truckers just went into the little cab and started sleeping. People were peeing all over, like in the middle of the road and stuff like that. I mean, everybody was just waiting. That's it.
How long were you stuck on the road for?
We were stuck from around 11:45 till probably 10 a.m. 11:45 p.m. to 10 a.m. Like nine and a half hours. Yeah.
10 hours. Wow. Did you have stuff with you like food, water, clothing?
We had like one little small water bottle that had a little bit of water left in it, but we didn't have any food or anything like that. And we hadn't eaten all day either. We had just had like a quick breakfast in the morning, so we didn't have lunch or dinner. So we were really hungry.
So you finally did get home, and you originally had a $200 bill, correct?
Yeah, we had a $200 bill, and I felt really bad for the Uber driver because he had spent so much time with us that I tipped him like $100. And then after that, then I saw the $400 added on charge, which I was very confused about.
Yeah, what was your reaction to seeing that pop up?
I mean, that's a lot of money. Of course, I was a little scared. I was like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. They didn't mention anything about fares changing, or like I was checking my app when we were in the car, and it said the original fare price. So I was confused why they would put that on after the ride had been completed.
Right, exactly. And so what did you first initially do? Did you start Googling, trying to figure out why you were being charged this extra exorbitant amount?
Yeah, there's there's something on the app where you can go through and try to like kind of dispute the charges, but it was under a section where it said traffic and construction or something like that, and it said that they couldn't do anything about it. And then we tried to call in, like my family and I, to see if there's anything we could do. We couldn't get anybody on the phone.
And finally, today, you were thankfully offered that refund.
Yeah, full refund, which is great. I was fine with paying my original fare plus the tip. It was just that charge that was on there that I was trying to dispute.
Yeah. Do you think that all of the media response has helped you get that refund quicker than you may have initially?
100%. Yeah, I didn't even know if I was going to get a refund. I had to like pause my card because I was worried that it was going to overdraft my account. But definitely, I'm 100% sure it was because of all the attention.
Yeah. What do you hope that people watching this story get and take away from it?
I wouldn't hop in an Uber during any sort of snow incident or in high traffic areas, because I mean I didn't know that they could increase your fare, but I guess it is something that they do, and they do often. So I would stray away from that.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep an eye out on those extra charges, because a lot of people don't know that there might be hit in something like that.
Exactly.
All right. Well, Andrew, thank you so much for talking with me today. I appreciate your time.
No problem. Thank you.
What an experience, to say at the least. And you can see winter weather still going to be impacting some of those areas that have already been seeing it here time and time again. So a live look at our radar does show that we do have some snow moving across a couple different of our states there. You can see parts of Indiana, even moving over Kentucky right now. Live look also in Kentucky as they are driving through just some of that snow. So just wanted to give you that look, especially as we're keeping you covered on all these other top stories happening here across the country. Speaking of weather, everyone hoping everything is in the clear, as we do have yet another SpaceX launch. Here is a live picture of a SpaceX launch that's going to be happening here very soon. This is the first one of the 2022 year. More satellites going to be going up into our atmosphere. So more to come on all of the other top stories happening here across the country on Live Now from Fox after we step away for a 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As I mentioned, we do have a SpaceX launch, the first one of the year. It's going to be happening here in less than 10 minutes. So let's go out to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Listen in to just some of the details on this launch today with our SpaceX team.
That a fuel requires in order to burn. Now, most things burning on Earth use oxygen, which is readily available in the Earth's atmosphere. In Falcon 9's case, it uses super chilled liquid oxygen, or what you'll hear us call LOX. The liquid oxygen is chilled well below its boiling point so that it becomes densified, which means that it has a much greater amount of mass per volume, and we can load more of it into the booster. For the fuel, we use a refined form of kerosene known as RP1, or rocket propellant 1. And in addition to its propellants, Falcon 9 also needs an ignition source in order to start up. And for that, we use the chemical TTEB, or triethyl aluminum and triethyl borane. Currently, fuel is nearly fully loaded on stage 1 and is already full on stage 2. Once all tanks are full, both stages will continue to be topped off with propellant until T-minus 2 minutes to keep temperatures as cold as possible. The latest weather forecast shows 80% favorable for liftoff. The vehicle, satellites, weather, and range are all still looking good for an on-time liftoff just a few minutes from now. And again, if for some reason we do not launch today, we do have a backup launch opportunity tomorrow at 4:28 p.m. Eastern Time. Now, thanks to the amazing work of our teams, Starlink is now live in 25 countries and regions, currently servicing over 145,000 users worldwide. In recent times, the team has been proud to support emergency responders both here in the U.S. and abroad. Now, we've had the honor of assisting first responders react to various natural disasters, such as the wildfires in the state of Washington and Hurricane Ida in Louisiana just a few months ago. We were also fortunate enough to have the ability to help our neighbors overseas during the aftermath of the floods in Germany last July. And in addition to assisting first responders, our Starlink service has helped connect communities where high-speed internet was previously unavailable. Most recently, Starlink is working with Cuba Independent Schools in Eastern Navajo Nation in New Mexico to provide internet that will help bridge the digital divide within that region. Now, to date, we have been able to connect 264 student homes and are looking forward to connecting more over the coming months. Over the last year, Starlink has also helped Texas's Ector County Independent School District and Virginia's Wise County Public School District connect to better broadband service in order to receive online health care, access to education, and more. In the Wise County School District, where lack of broadband access is particularly prevalent in the mountainous regions, SpaceX connected 45 student homes last year with Starlink internet. And now, after their first year of service, we're happy to report that they're adding connectivity for 315 additional student homes across Wise County and Appalachia. Now, we're currently T-minus 4 minutes and about 35 seconds from liftoff of our first Starlink launch of 2022, and Falcon 9 is progressing into the final stages of the launch countdown.
Strong back retract has started.
And we just heard a call out for a strong back retract. That is the trusted structure next to the vehicle, which we call the transport erector, or TE. And what it's going to do is it's going to start to retract away from the vehicle. But in preparation for that, we do open the clamp arms that you can see kind of near the bottom of that fairing on your screen. Once those clamp arms are open, the transport erector will begin to pull away from the rocket slightly. And you can see it, it's very slight at the bottom of your screen. Those clamp arms are opening up there. We should see the TE start to retract here shortly, and there it is. It's very slow and steady, but it is moving back away from the vehicle there. The TE is the structure that provides liquids, gases, electrical connections to the second stage, as well as air conditioning to the payload fairing. Again, this TE retracting away helps to clear the way for the vehicle as it lifts off. And it looks like the TE retraction has completed.
Stage 1 LOX load complete.
And we also heard the call out for LOX load on first stage completion. So at this point in the countdown, both the first and second stages are nearly fully loaded with 1 million pounds of kerosene fuel and liquid oxygen. And those white clouds that you can see on your screen around Falcon 9 are created when the propellant oxidizer, the super chilled liquid oxygen, comes in contact with that warmer, humid ambient air and basically densifies
Stage
the
2
air.
LOX throttle back.
Now, both first and second stage are finishing up prop loading. Actually, first stage has completed at T-3 minutes, and second stage will complete at T-2 minutes, coming up here in about 15 seconds. And at T-60 seconds, Falcon 9 will be in startup. That means that the rocket's autonomous internal flight computers have taken over the launch countdown. And then just inside T-2 seconds, we light the Merlin M1D engines.
Stage 2 LOX load complete.
And we just heard that call out that the stage 2 LOX load is now complete. Now the Starlink payload continues to be healthy, and the Falcon 9 team is tracking no issues on the rocket. Weather is looking amazing over there in Florida, as you can see on your screen. The range is green for launch, and at T-1 minute and 23 seconds, let's listen into the terminal countdown.
Falcon 9's in startup.
There's that call out. Falcon 9's autonomous internal flight computers have now taken over the launch countdown, just awaiting the final go from the launch director.
LD, go for launch.
And great news, we are go for an on-time liftoff. Let's listen into the terminal count and watch as Falcon 9 takes our 49 Starlink satellites into a 53-degree south inclination orbit.
T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 15. T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off.
Stage 1 chamber pressure is nominal.
Plus 45 seconds into liftoff, and Falcon 9 has successfully lifted off from Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center, carrying our stack of 49 Starlink satellites to low Earth orbit. Now, moments ago, we did throttle down the engines in preparation for max Q, and that is maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Max Q.
And there's the call out that we just passed through max Q. That is the largest structural load that the vehicle will see throughout ascent. Now coming up, we will have 3 events happening in quick succession. That'll be main engine cutoff, or what we call MECO, stage separation, and second stage engine start 1, or SES-1. MECO is where all 9 of the M1D engines shut off and slow the vehicle down in preparation for stage separation.
INVAC engine chill has started.
And that's just a call out that the engine chill on the second stage is getting ready for ignition. Stage separation is where the first stage separates from the second stage, and with first stage returning back to Earth for landing, while stage 2 continues on its journey with the third event, SES-1, or second stage engine start 1. And that's where the MVAC engine ignites up and propels the second stage along with the Starlink satellites to their targeted drop-off orbit. We're just about 10 seconds or so away from those 3 events, and they will be followed by fairing deploy shortly after SES-1 as well.
Nico.
Stage separation confirmed.
MVAC ignition.
Fairing separation confirmed.
We have got some great views, all 4 of those events that I mentioned, MECO, stage separation, SES-1, and fairing deploy, all visually confirmed on your screen. Now, the fairing halves flying on today's mission are both flight proven, with one half supporting its 5th flight and the other supporting its 4th flight on today's mission. So we will be attempting to recover the halves again using our recovery vessel, Doug, to hopefully support future missions. And on your left-hand screen is a view of the first stage. You can see the grid fins have deployed there. Those help guide the vehicle back to its landing zone. And on your right-hand screen is stage 2. Now, as that heads towards its targeted drop-off orbit, stage 1 will execute 2 burns in order to make its way back to Earth. The first is the entry burn, where 3 of the M1D engines will reignite, and this helps to slow the stage down as it re-enters the upper part of the Earth's atmosphere. Then the second burn is the landing burn. This is the single engine burn that brings the vehicle speed down very rapidly in order to touch down on our drone ship. Again, a shortfall of gravitas today.
Acquisition of signal, Bermuda.
And that's just a call out that we have connected with a ground station on the second stage. And as you can see on your screen, we've got some incredible views today, a daytime launch with Earth looking amazing in the background of both the first and second stage views.
And thank you again to SpaceX for bringing us some of those views. As they were saying, a launch here, the first one for SpaceX in 2022, as they did bring us all of those latest batch of Starlink satellites up. So let's go ahead and step away for a 2-minute break. We're back here down on Earth where a lot of events are happening. Just going to give us a quick look around here. Not only do we have snow falling in Kentucky, with some areas seeing more than 5 inches of snow, but also we do have more demonstrations happening on Capitol Hill. Here's a live look at what's going on the National Mall right now. We'll be jumping into this event as we are looking back 1 year after that January 6th insurrection right here for you on Live Now from Fox. So stick around. We'll be bringing you more coverage right here coming up again after this 2-minute break. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. As we mentioned, there's an event happening here on the National Mall as they are holding a vigil 1 year after the January 6th insurrection. Let's go ahead, listen into this event live right here for you on Live Now from Fox.
Who are standing up for our democracy. If you go back and you look at the history of coups and fascism on earth, progressives and liberals can never defeat fascism on their own. It is always progressives and liberals in the center right that come together to defend democracy. And we're going to do it again here in the United States of America. We are the majority. We are the majority. And I admit that they've got control over a lot of the levers of anti-democratic power in America, like the gerrymandering of our congressional districts, and like the filibuster, and like all of their voter suppression tactics, and like the court packing and right-wing judicial activism. But none of them can beat the power of the organized people of the United States of America. In every state, in every county, and in the Congress. So, we're in the fight of our lives, aren't we? And that's why I'm glad you're out here tonight. And I know there are people fighting for every democracy cause we've got. Do we have any people here who are residents of the Washington, D.C. itself here tonight? Well, I want to say, my friends, we have passed in the House of Representatives statehood for Washington, not once, but twice. And we know that you are the only residents of a capital city on the planet Earth who are not represented in your own parliament. We are going to get statehood for the people of Washington, D.C. We're going to make that happen. And I want to thank the people of Washington because you have a real political grievance. There's a real injustice here. And you know what? You didn't come and beat the daylights out of our officers, and you didn't storm the Capitol, and you didn't shut down the peaceful transfer of power in America. You're doing it the right way. You're building nonviolent popular power, movements for change, the only thing that's ever worked for real in American history. We are the heirs to the civil rights movement. We are the heirs to the women's movement. We are the heirs to the LGBTQ movement. We are the heirs to the environmental movement, the human rights movement, the peace movement. We are the democracy movement, and we're going to save American democracy. So, we got some tough days ahead of us, there's no doubt. But I know that the people here and the people at vigils across the country are standing up for strong democracy in America. We know what our parents fought for. We know what our grandparents fought for. We know what our great-grandparents fought for. We know what prior generations of Americans fought for. And we are a movement that is the heir to the Voting Rights Act of 1965 and the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and Social Security and Medicare and the Affordable Care Act. We are the heir to the civilizing movements of American history. And if Donald Trump and Steve Bannon and Roger Stone and Michael Flynn think that they are going to steal away from us the products and the progress of American democracy, they don't know who we are. They don't know who we are. Thank you, public citizen. Thank you all for being here tonight.
Let's hear it for Congressman Raskin. And let's hear it once again for all of the officers who stood up to defend our democracy that day. More than 800 from D.C. responded. And now it's my great honor to bring up my fellow organizer, the chair of the Congressional Progressive Caucus and the great congresswoman from Washington State, Ms. Pramila Jayapal.
Public citizen, people for the American way, Americans who are not going to take any of this lying down but are going to fight for what we deserve and what is right. our democracy. Hello, and we are just beginning. Is that right? Now, this is a somber day for us, and we just came, members of Congress, many of us came from a really beautiful, cathartic experience of giving testimonials about our experience on January 6th, a year ago. And I can tell you I was trapped in the gallery along with some of my colleagues that you'll hear from. And I remember every moment of it vividly. I remember the pounding on the doors of the insurrectionists. I remember crawling on my knees under banisters with a cane in one hand because I just had a knee replacement surgery 5 weeks before. I remember lying on the floor with a gas mask in one hand and the cane in the other, thinking about how if I couldn't get up and leave, which I didn't think I would be able to, that I would attack the knees of whoever came to attack me, because I wasn't going to take it lying down, not without a fight. And I remember thinking that I may not make it out of there alive, and that we may not have seen our democracy survive. But the thing that I keep with me to this day, a year later, is that we saved democracy. And when I say we, I am not talking about we members of Congress. I'm talking about we the people, all the people who voted that day or that election to get rid of a corrupt president who was trying to steal an election. All the people who ensured that no matter what happened, we were not going to succumb to the insurrectionists, the Capitol police officers that Jamie talked about. And God bless Jamie Raskin for everything that he has gone through and all the leadership that he has shown as we impeached, as he led the impeachment trial in the Senate, where, don't forget, we got more votes, more bipartisan votes to impeach that president than ever before. It just wasn't quite enough because there wasn't enough courage. There wasn't enough courage and commitment to our democracy at that time. But as we made it out of that gallery, and as we think about it today, I think the thing that is hardest is that this is not something that is a marker of something past. It is actually still clear in present danger. And it is why it is so important that you are here, because everything we believe in is on the line right now. And there is nothing that anyone can do that is more powerful than the collective coming together and insisting we are going to organize and we are never going to give in and we are going to make sure we stand up and we protect this democracy as has been done before so many times at so much sacrifice and so much.
All right, guys, we've been listening in here. A vigil being held on the National Mall. A lot of our congressmen and women today have been thinking back to those moments. And here's again just some of those videos and pictures that we had looked at 1 year ago. We've been talking about them. Committees have been reviewing those video footages as well. And a lot of individuals being charged for their crimes related to this January 6th attack. So, of course, we do want to continue giving you more here on this story. We're going to be bringing in Fox 5's Katie Barlow, who's joining us. She is live on Capitol Hill with more on all of the happenings. And Katie, a lot of folks still being charged here today for those actions 1 year ago.
That's right. Just 1 year ago, rioters stormed the Capitol, disrupting Congress, fulfilling their duty to certify the 2020 election results. Rioters broke numerous federal laws with their actions that day, setting off the biggest criminal investigation in the history of the United States. But little did they know that just steps from where the chaos ensued that day, many of the rioters would have to reckon with the consequences of their actions in this building behind me, the United States District Court for the District of Columbia. 705 individuals have been charged. They hail from nearly every state in the country. They're overwhelmingly male, 614 men compared to 91 women, according to George Washington University's program on extremism. 172 of them have pleaded guilty, mostly to low-level crimes. A small few have been sentenced to prison time, including Robert Palmer from Florida, who was sentenced to more than 5 years in prison for assaulting police officers. Palmer sprayed a fire extinguisher at officers and threw the canister at them. Before he was sentenced, Palmer wrote a letter to his judge expressing regret and an understanding that Trump had lied to his supporters. Quote, "Little did I realize that they were the tyrannical ones desperate to hold on to power at any cost," Palmer wrote. Even by creating the chaos, they knew would happen with such rhetoric. But just a year into the investigation, the Justice Department and FBI still have a long way to go.
I think it's too early in the process to get a full picture of January 6th. If you look at the sentencing so far, they've been low-level misdemeanor crimes, the trespassing, taking selfies in the Senate rotunda, that type of thing. That's going to be probation, 30 days, 60 days. The more complex cases, the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, they're looking at much longer sentences. And so I wouldn't look at the early sentences as an indicator where January 6th is going. I also wouldn't look at January 6th as the end date. The FBI is still working cases on the weekend. They're still looking for 250 different individuals.
The first trial in any Capitol Riot case is scheduled to begin this February, but it may get pushed back due to complications with COVID. 17 members and associates of the Oath Keepers face charges of conspiracy and are scheduled to face trial in April. Processing these cases has not been easy. The sheer volume has strained resources at the Department of Justice, and prosecutors have received criticism for going easy on certain defendants.
On the one hand, it's a mob, so everyone counts. Everyone who's there is helping to overwhelm the police and prevent them from doing their jobs. So there is culpability. But on the other hand, it's just not the sort of thing that judges or even prosecutors typically want to put people in jail for.
Now, the one question on many folks' mind is, what about former President Donald Trump? And the answer is, we don't know yet. Just yesterday, Attorney General Merrick Garland gave a speech updating about the cases, saying the actions that we have taken so far will not be our last. Obviously, the biggest criminal investigation in the history of the United States takes time, and it's not finished. Back to you.
And Katie, I know I asked you about an hour ago. We now know that there's that vigil being held on the National Mall. Otherwise, what are the events like happening there around Capitol Hill?
Well, it's been very quiet today in the part of the Hill that we are, which is near where the Washington Monument is, closer to where the National Mall is. We can hear the vigil going on in the background. Folks have been cheering and gathering. That's the largest crowd that we've seen here all day. There have been a few pedestrians walking around, a few tourists visiting. It's still pretty cold here, and there's still snow on the ground, so perhaps people have been staying inside. But either way, a much different scene than what it looked like on this day last year.
Right, and we do appreciate you giving us an update, especially keeping us up to date on where we are with all of those charges and prosecutions. Katie Barlow joining us from our Fox 5 DC team. Thanks so much for that update here tonight. And we will continue to keep you updated on all of those top stories, including showing you more of what's been going on Capitol Hill right here for you on Live Now from Fox. Earlier, we heard from the Vice President and the President. We've been hearing from many of our congressmen and women on their stories they shared about the events that had unfolded that day. And of course, we continue to just take you a look back at all of those pictures we had coming in here. I remember covering this just last year during those moments when they were reading out and recounting those ballots, and they had to stop. They put them into recess because of those protesters making their way into the Capitol. So again, a lot has unfolded since that day 1 year ago. We're taking a look back, looking also ahead. How is this affecting 2022, 2024 elections as well? We're going to continue our coverage here on the January 6th insurrection 1 year later, right here on Live Now from Fox. And don't forget, we'll even have even more special coverage happening later tonight, 8 p.m. until 10 p.m. with Live Now from Fox's Daytona Everett and Andrew Kraft. More to come here after we step away for a 2-minute break. We'll be right back here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Here is a live look just at one of the many shots we have coming in here to our desk of what's going on Capitol Hill at this time. We do have a few people getting ready as we have a prayer vigil that will be happening here on the Capitol Center steps. That is scheduled to take place here in about 15 more minutes. This will be with Speaker Nancy Pelosi, also Senator Chuck Schumer, and other members of Congress. And again, it's just such a different picture right now compared to 1 year ago at this time. We still had a lot of protesters, rioters, whatever you may call them, but folks on those Capitol steps, they had stormed in through those doors earlier in the afternoon, and now 1 year later, we're thinking back and remembering to all of those who had been impacted by that day. So we will be going into this prayer vigil once it does happen, but until that time, I do want to keep us here on Capitol Hill. Let's go back, listen into just a little bit more of the National Mall vigil that's being held at this time. Plus, we're also going to be bringing you even more stories that our team has been conducting out as we've been talking not only with some of our congressmen and women about what they had remembered from that day, but also even a look ahead to the next years when it comes to our elections. So as I mentioned, going to go back into that live event on the National Mall as they are talking and remembering about their January 6th experience.
Of our march towards expansion of rights and justice and equity and fairness for all. And I choose the latter. I choose the latter. And I know that you all have made that choice as well. And so we have to do what generations have done before us. You know, all of us, we are standing on the shoulders of giants, people like my beloved colleague, the late John Lewis. People who marched and were bloodied and were beaten. People willing to put up the ultimate, their lives in defense of the right to vote for themselves and for others. People who were willing to not rest until they achieved justice. Those are the giants of democracy who led the way for all of us. We have to pick up the torch. We have to continue that march. We have to continue that fight because of that precipice that we're on, because of what happened a year ago, because of the threats to our country that exist today. And there's only one way that we will finally achieve that justice, and that is to demand it and to fight and make sure that the Senate hears our voice, make sure that in every community across this country, we are gathering together and saying, ya basta, it is time to defend the vote. It's time to fight for every American's access to the ballot box. We need to make sure that we do this every single day until we achieve that goal, my friends. And your presence here today gives me tremendous hope because I know that the fight for good will triumph over evil. I know it. I see it in your eyes, I see it in your faces, and I know it in my heart. God bless you, and God bless America and our democracy. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Representative Escobar, for those really inspiring words. So now I am thrilled to bring up Senator Chris Van Hollen from Maryland, a democracy champion fighting in the trenches with Public Citizen and all of you for years. Come on up.
Thank you. Hey, man, thank you. It's great to see all of you. Thank you for being here to fight for our democracy, to secure our democracy. All of us know what is at stake, and we've got to act. We saw what happened just 1 year ago today. It was not an attack by a foreign power like we witnessed at Pearl Harbor. It was not an attack from a foreign terrorist group like we experienced on 9/11. It was an attack from within, and it was orchestrated and instigated by the former president of the United States, Donald Trump. And as a result of his actions, you saw thousands of people moving up that hill toward the citadel of democracy. You saw them take bear spray. You saw them take flagpoles and make them into weapons to beat police officers. You saw them take down an American flag and put up a Trump flag. That is not democracy in the United States of America. I want to thank the Capitol Hill Police. I want to thank the D.C. Metro Police and the National Guard for taking action that day that allowed us to come back and finish the job of certifying the election. They put their lives on the line, and some of them made the ultimate sacrifice to protect our democracy. And we have a duty to make sure we uphold their memory, and we have a duty to the American people. Because all of us know that while the violent mob failed to overturn the results of the election 1 year ago, that the big lie did not end there. In fact, the big lie has metastasized and spread throughout the country. So today, instead of seeing the violent mobs attacking the Capitol, you see that big lie materializing in a different form. You see it materializing in the form of legislatures, Trump Republican-controlled legislators, taking action in state after state to put up barriers to the ballot box. And they're not just trying to stop everybody from voting. They are targeting voters of color. They are targeting younger voters. They're targeting voters with disabilities. As the court said about an earlier effort in North Carolina, they are targeting voters of color with surgical precision. So what we saw here a year ago in the form of a violent coup attempt, we are now seeing in a slow motion coup attempt across this country. And we cannot let that stand. And that is why we have to take national action. We have to pass the Freedom to Vote Act. We have to establish uniform national standards to protect the right to vote of every American in every single state. I had hoped, many of us hoped a year ago, that the gravity of the moment would be fully felt by every member of the United States Congress, every member of the Senate and every member of the House, both parties. And for a few hours that night, I think many of us had some hope that at least some of our Republican colleagues would recognize the moment in history that we faced. But today, in the Senate, we don't have a single Republican member willing to stand up and protect our democracy. That is not a political statement. That is a statement of reality. It's a statement of fact today. And so while we would like to see a bipartisan coalition stand up for the Freedom to Vote Act and for the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, we cannot wait to have that support, which is never coming. And that is why we have to reform the rules of the Senate. We have to reform the filibuster. You know, the original rules of the Senate were not designed to allow a minority of senators to block the will of the majority. It was designed to be a place of vigorous debate. It was designed to be a place of prolonged debate if senators felt strongly about an issue. But at the end of the day, it was designed to allow the majority to work its will and work the will of the American people. Today in the United States Senate, we have just the opposite. You have very little real debate in the United States Senate. A lot of statements, but no real vigorous debate. And you have a filibuster rule in its current form that allows the minority party not even to show up to block a measure, and to ultimately be able to allow the minority party or the minority on an issue to block a vote. We cannot allow a minority of senators to override the will of the American people. And that's what this is all about. This is about protecting our democracy, and we can't allow an antiquated, undemocratic rule to stop us from protecting our democracy and making sure we implement the will of the American people. Every American has the right to vote. No state should be trying in this day and age, and never, to block anybody's right to vote. States have tried that in the past. We've had a long struggle in our country to overcome that. We're not going back. And we need to pass the Freedom to Vote Act, and we need to reform the filibuster to get it there. And we need every one of you to be right here pressing to make that happen, because we are going to have a vote in the United States Senate. We're going to have it before Martin Luther King Day. We're going to have it before January 17th. Everybody needs to be stand up, and everybody needs to be counted in the light of day. And with your help, we will muster the votes necessary to pass the Freedom of Vote Act and to protect our democracy. Thank you all very much for being on the front lines of our democracy.
Thank you again for being here with us on Live Now from Fox. We are listening in live as there's an event being held on the National Mall, but right there on the Capitol Center steps, you can see we do have lights going up the steps, and soon we will be hearing from some of our congressmen and women, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Senator Chuck Schumer, along with others, as they remember back 1 year ago. We'll be bringing you that event in full once it does begin. Again, it is scheduled to take place here in less than 5 minutes if they're running on time. So we're going to take this opportunity to step away for a 2-minute break. And of course, we'll be right back here giving you the latest on Capitol Hill when we return. January 6th anniversary, the insurrection anniversary happening here today. Don't forget, while we are showing you some events live happening on Capitol Hill at this time, we do also have more special coverage that's going to be taking place later here tonight, 8 p.m. until 10 p.m. Eastern time. You can check us out wherever you are on our Live Now from Fox stream. You can always find out what device to watch us from on livenowfox.com. Right now, we do have many of our leaders joining together on the steps there on the Capitol as they are getting ready for a prayer vigil. We will be bringing this to you in full as soon as we do see this event get started. But until that time, let's go ahead, continue to listen in to the other vigil that's being held on the National Mall nearby. Again, these are all different live events that you can check out right here on Live Now from Fox.
stepped outside of the office, which is located directly outside of the speaker's lobby, to see if I could find out any other information. After taking just a few short steps outside, someone rushed towards me, asked if I was staff, and then told me to go back into my office, lock the door, and not come out until Capitol Police said it was okay. For over 3 hours, I barricaded myself in the small office alone. I heard gunshots and the police yell shots fired. I heard insurrectionists tugging on my door. I peeked through the blinds and saw the growing crowd heading for the inaugural platform from outside of my window. I did not know what was going to happen, and I was scared. I was in that office until around 5:30 when I was met at the door by 8 Capitol Police officers and escorted to safety. But even during those lonely and frightening hours, I was also reminded of the community that is Capitol Hill. Many staff members who I had never met made calls to the Capitol Police. My boss told those on the other end of the phone, "We do not leave without Harper." Although I was by myself, I was not alone.
So once again, we've been listening into this event, but we do see some of those leaders, including Senator Schumer, and there you also see House Speaker Nancy Pelosi making their way down the steps. Let's go ahead, listen into this prayer vigil live here on Live Now from Fox.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Majority Leader of the United States Senate, and members of the United States House of Representatives and the United States Senate. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Most Reverend Michael B. Curry, Presiding Bishop and Primate, the Episcopal Church.
Let us pray. Eternal God, of whom the Bible speaks and says that you are love. You are the source of all that is good and just and true and compassionate. We come before you, the fountain of all wisdom and the light of all truth. We come before you not in pride or arrogance, but we come before you in true humility. We come before you because we need your help. We need your help in these troubled times. We need your help for this beloved nation. We need your help for those who have been traumatized and troubled by the painful events of 1 year ago and all that has continued since. We need your help, Lord, now to be the democracy you would have us to be the nation you would have us to be. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we ask you now to help us. Help all those who are traumatized. Help all of those who have lost loved ones. Help those who are struggling. Help us to be instruments of your peace, instruments of your love, and instruments of your healing for this land, for this Congress, for this government, for we the people, for this country and this world. Precious Lord, we come not in arrogance or pride, but humbly. Precious Lord, please take our hand. Lead us on. Let us stand. Some of us are tired. Some of us are weak. and some are worn. But through the storm, through the night, lead us on to the light. Take our hands, precious Lord, and lead us home. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Master Sergeant Sarah Sheffield of the President's Own United States Marine Band.
My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the Pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside, let freedom ring. Our fathers' God, to thee, author of liberty, to thee we sing. Long may our land be bright with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King.
We thank Ms. Shepherd for leading us in song, Bishop Curry for leading us in prayer. On behalf of the distinguished Democratic leader of the Senate, all of our colleagues from the House and Senate, we prayerfully mark 1 year since the insurrection and patriotically honor the heroes who defended the Capitol and our democracy that day. Let us all here join in a moment of silence in memory of those who lost their lives and sacrificed so much for our democracy that day.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining the prayer vigil. Have a good rest of your evening.
Okay, members of the House there and the
congressional leadership, including Speaker Pelosi, Majority Leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, and the House Majority Leader, Steny Hoyer, all gathering on the front steps of the Capitol complex to remember 1 year later of the scenes we've been showing you throughout the day here, where mobs of people stormed inside the Capitol to try to prevent the ceremonial proceeding of counting the Electoral College. And that is what we are going to do throughout the rest of the evening here with some special programming, speaking with people, members of Congress who were there that day, reporters who covered that day. And as so many lawmakers take stock and retell their experiences on January 6th, 2021. But a really beautiful live look right now on the front Capitol steps. It's almost 6 o'clock there on the East Coast. And of course, not too far away on the National Mall, there is a vigil and rally being held by more House Democrats talking about, voting rights, the events of January 6th, and the like. You can see we have that shot here. It looks like that has wrapped up as well. It looks like they are also holding what seems to be like a moment of silence there. Let's just listen in if we can see.
The sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I see. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now we see.
Let's hear it for the choir. That was beautiful and inspiring. And we now want to pivot our program to take that inspiration and talk about what we need to do to fix our democracy. And we know we need it. It needs to be protected. We've seen regressive laws pass around the country to limit the right to vote, and we need to pass federal legislation to fix it. So now I am thrilled to bring up Jana Morgan, Director of the Declaration for American Democracy, to talk about one of the bills that we need to pass, the Freedom to Vote Act.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jana Morgan, and I am the director of the Declaration for American Democracy, and we are a coalition of over 240 organizations working together to realize the promise of our democracy by passing critical voting rights legislation. Thanks so much to Ben and Lisa for leading us today, and thanks to all of you for joining us. 1 year ago, this country withstood a violent
and deadly attack against all Americans and our freedom as voters to choose the leaders who represent us, so that we have a government that is of, by, and for the people. The attacks we saw 1 year ago continue. And we stand here today, as we stand here today, the same faction of extremists who attacked our country on January 6, 2021, are hard at work attempting to silence our voices by restricting our freedom to vote, attacking fair districts, and quietly preparing future attempts to sabotage our elections. In the past year alone, Republican lawmakers in 40 states have introduced more than 440 bills with provisions that would restrict voting access. And they continue to be manipulated and motivated by former President Trump's big lie. And that is not how democracy works. Politicians don't get to rig the game in their favor because they lost. In America, voters decide. And the promise of democracy is not a partisan issue, but a calling that unites us all as Americans. And to prevent this kind of attack from happening again, our elected leaders must act now to pass urgent legislation that will protect this country from anti-democratic forces. As Senator Schumer said this week, the Senate must advance systemic democracy reforms to repair our republic, or else the events of that day will not only be an aberration, they will be the new norm. We cannot let that happen. And so we need the Senate and President Biden to join together now and do what it takes to pass the Freedom to Vote Act, which will protect the freedom to vote for all Americans. It will stop partisan gerrymandering. It'll limit the influence of dark money in our elections so that billionaires don't have more of a say than you and I do. And it will prevent partisan politicians from sabotaging future elections. And we must also pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act to restore the full power of the Voting Rights Act and D.C. statehood. And by doing so, we can realize the promise of democracy for all of us, so that we all have an equal say in the decisions that shape our lives and our futures. And we can end the attacks that continue to undermine the foundations of free and fair elections. The future of our democracy is on the line. And as we remember the victims of last year's attack, we also vow to never back down in the face of those who attempt to silence the will of the American people. Failure is not an option. Thank you. Thanks, Jana. And to get that done, we need to organize. So I am thrilled to bring up the consummate organizer, my friend and colleague, Executive Director of Move On, Rana Epting.
How are we doing? Folks hanging in there? It's cold out here. So I'm honored to be here with all of you, and I am humbled and so grateful for every single thing that each of you has done to help protect our democracy and to safeguard it from the threats. And to just be in community with one another in this day of remembrance, one of the darkest days in our nation's history. Over the last year, we have watched too many try to rewrite the history of this horrific and tragic day. We have seen too many whitewash what happened in that building behind us. Until this day, just an hour ago, we had Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene spreading the big lie on with their fake press conference. But we know the truth, don't we? We're here today to speak the truth. We will never let those who want to rewrite what happened 1 year ago get away with it. It was a coup. It was a violent and deadly coup. It was an unsuccessful one. But it was an attempt by that person called Donald Trump. I hate to say his name. And more than 100 members of Congress and senators to overthrow the results of a free and fair election, to throw 81 million votes down the drain. It was an attack on all of us, and it is still going on today, like many folks have mentioned already. It was an attack on the building behind us, turned into a sustained attack at all levels of government, on our right to vote, our right to have that vote counted, our right to have free and fair elections, our right to be represented, and equally alarming, it is the continued spread of the big lie that is a vicious attack on the psyche of this nation. And we need those people, the people we elected, in that building to do something about it. The best way to remember one of the darkest days of American history is to work to ensure it can never happen again. So it starts with holding people accountable who led the coup, both the people who stormed the corridors of this building and those who participated, planned, incited, encouraged, and enabled those attacks. We must hold them accountable. But it can't stop there. We need to pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Act to ensure we can continue to have access to the ballot and free and fair elections. We must pass the Protect Our Democracy Act, which will strengthen the guardrails that President Trump abused, restore checks and balances, and curb presidential abuses of power. And we must pass the Freedom to Vote Act and DC statehood and more. This is not a drill, and all of us here know it. Millions of Move On members out there in this country know it. What happens over the next few weeks matters. It will determine whether we live in a country with free and fair elections, or if we're going to allow one party to systematically destroy the great American experiment. And on this cold night, I'll leave you with this. Do not forget there are more of us than those that tried to take over this building a year ago. Do not forget that 81 million of us showed up to vote in November 2020. We overcame a global pandemic. We marched through threats of violence at the polls. We overcame voter suppression. And when we come together and root in our collective power, we can beat back this attempt to create an authoritarian government and overtake our democracy. Thank you for all you do. God bless all of you. God bless the United States. Thank you.
Let's hear it for Rhea one more time. You know, I want to appreciate each of you for being out here. We're almost done. There's just a couple more speakers. But it really does, I think, do all of our hearts good to be reminded how many people and what a diverse array of people in this country are committed to our democracy. And next, it's my honor to bring up Marcia Johnson Blanco, co-director of the Voting Rights Project at the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights. Ms. Blanco.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you to our partners in the fight for democracy, People for the American Way, and Public Citizen for inviting me to speak to you tonight. My name is Marcia Johnson Blanco, and for the past 17 years, I've been a voting rights lawyer with the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights under law. We are here today to reflect on a very grim anniversary, an attempted coup to overturn the voice of the people, the vote, which is at the heart of what it means to be a democracy. We must acknowledge that without necessary corrective action by the federal and state governments, we will continue further down a path that is putting our democracy at risk. Throughout our history, we have encountered pushback against efforts to ensure that all voters have a voice in our democracy. It is horribly distressing that a violent mob would seek to overturn the results of an election, the will of the people. It is even more disturbing that in response to this violence, not only did 147 lawmakers vote hours later to overturn the election, and we have 21 million people who do not accept the outcome of the election that was deemed the most secure in our history. Rather than celebrate opportunities that contribute to historic turnout, we have state legislatures that are passing laws making it harder to vote, and are passing redistricting maps that take away the opportunity of voters to elect their candidates of choice. At times such as these, the federal government has stepped in to pass laws such as the iconic Voting Rights Act of 1965 to ensure that we are...
Okay, so we have been listening to a lot of House Democrats and progressive activists there speak on the National Mall at this rally and this vigil commemorating 1 year since the January 6th Capitol attack, also urging lawmakers pushing for voting rights reform with the John Lewis Voting Rights bill that has already passed in the House and the Senate. We'll see if they take that up. But a lot of events happening on this January 6th. We'll have more on that a little bit later in the stream. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. We'll have more on that in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're just taking a look at the radar right now in parts of the Southeast, West Virginia, Kentucky, getting a lot of snow at this moment. We also have a live look of this driving shot in Kentucky as well. You can see snow on the ground. So we're following this storm system as well. Just want to put that back up here. Because they are expected to get a lot of snow in that area. In the meantime, though, we do want to move out across the country because, as you know, deadly fires, massive hurricanes, long periods of drought. Officials are warning these extreme storms could be the new normal for Californians. Fox's Giovanni Ligi is joining me now from Northern California to discuss all of this. He's in an area where severe storms have hit in the recent past. Giovanni, good to see you.
Hey, good to see you, Andrew. Well, you said that California could see these extreme storms. It's really most of the country that could be impacted by these extreme weather events, not just here in California. We saw it in Kentucky, Louisiana this summer with Hurricane Ida as well. But this forest was on fire last summer. The Dixie Fire was just a few miles from here. But now the area is covered in snow. It's a much different scene. California families have faced many extreme weather events over the past year, and most of the West Coast is still far from being out of the woods. On the highway headed into this historic California town,
we've definitely been at the hands of Mother Nature.
You'll hear the sound of chainsaws and smell the charred trees.
These rural communities are the ones that are the foundation of the United States of America.
This is the town of Greenville, which the Dixie Fire burned to the ground last summer.
There was no stopping it. There was nothing you could do. No fire department on its own could fight this fire.
Now families are facing a familiar challenge, the weather.
No power, no heat, no reliable water system. Our power and water infrastructure had burned. Now we're dealing with the snow on top of it all.
Last year, most of California dealt with extreme drought conditions, fueling the fires that burned an area equal to almost 2 million football fields.
Well, that building is the oldest building, or was the oldest building in Greenville. These communities are the backbone of the United States of America, and they cannot be forgotten, and they need to be put back to some sort of normalcy.
But even with the recent rain and snow, 18 states from California to Mississippi are dealing with extreme drought conditions.
From here on, I think we have to adapt and overcome.
You know, the weather patterns are extreme, and life in a rural area it's rugged, and especially now.
Sutter owns a summer camp that was passed down from her family.
Cabin. The kids would all come here and play together.
With fire season already at California's doorstep,
And all that's left is the metal counselor bed and the metal roof.
and the current weather conditions, she says she might not be able to ever rebuild.
How we do that, I don't know, but...
Now, California fire officials say that those massive wildfires could be the new normal out here in the West, and that fire season runs year-round. Andrew.
Giovanni Ligi there, live for us in Northern California. We appreciate your reporting. We'll talk to you again.
Thanks, Andrew.
And of course, we still follow all the aftermath as well out of the Marshall Fire that swept through Boulder County, Colorado. We do know that the First Lady and the President will be making a trip there tomorrow, and they will be surveying the damage. They will be meeting with affected residents. So we'll have that live, that visit as well as we continue to follow all of this extreme weather nationwide. Well, I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. We're still following some of these events that are happening, remarking on 1 year later since the January 6th Capitol Riot. We've heard from so many lawmakers, from the president, from the vice president, as lots of Americans remember where they were that day, what they were doing when they saw those really, really incredible and insane scenes of that mob storming Capitol Hill. So we'll have more on that in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, a live look on Capitol Hill right now. And just a year ago, scenes there were very, very different. But we have been hearing from President Biden, from lawmakers who say that democracy held that day, that the Senate and the House did their jobs. They did what the Constitution told them to do in counting the Electoral College and certifying it. And of course, we are remembering that day now. 1 year later, we've been hearing from our reporters from around the country about how some cities are taking stock as well. We've been speaking with our reporters in Washington, hearing from so many people, and remembering what that day was like. Definitely an infamous day in American history. Let's go back, though, out to the National Mall, where House Democrats, progressive activists, are urging Congress to do more to protect the sanctity of the right to vote in more voting rights reform legislation.
Who believe in the big lie also believe in the principles of the Freedom to Vote Act. Let us remember that Donald Trump lost the national popular vote twice. And God forbid he ever be president again. I predict he'll get there by losing the national popular vote again. And so let us commit ourselves. Let us commit ourselves to ensure that democracy matters in the greatest democracy on earth. Let us ensure that D.C. becomes a state. Let us ensure that the Freedom to Vote Act is passed. Let us ensure that the John Lewis Voting Rights Act is passed. And quite frankly, that both Joes, Joe Manchin and Joe Biden, get the courage that they need to defend this democracy. The courage shown by the officers that day. The courage shown by the janitors that day. The courage shown by Mike Pence that day when he didn't do the bidding of Donald Trump. God bless each of you. Through you flow the spirits of every patriot who has defended this democracy again and again. And I predict our democracy will prevail because of people like us. God bless each of you. Let's hear for the choir.
We are the world. We are God's children. We are the ones to make a brighter day, so let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a brighter day, just you and me. Come on, everybody sing it. We are the world. We are God's children. We are the ones to make a brighter day, so let's start giving. There's a choice we're making. There's a choice we're making. We're saving our own lives. It's true, we make a brighter day, just you and me. Come on, heal the world. Heal the world. Make it a better place. For you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. Heal the world. Heal the world. Make it a better place for you and for me and the entire human race. There are people dying. If you care enough for the living, make a better place for you and for me. Come on, make a better place. Make a better place for you and for me. Come on and lift those phones up and say, make a better place for you and for me. Oh, make a better place for you and for me. God bless you all.
Okay, and we were just watching that vigil there and really rally about voting rights with members of some of the House Democrats and some of their progressive allies urging the need for voting rights and electoral reform. Remember, that is facing lawmakers. Most, if not all, Republicans are opposed to those efforts. But remember, Senate Democrats have kind of shifted their priorities from Build Back Better to voting rights. So we'll see if there's any movement on that in this new Congress. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us. We're going to be hearing from some of our reporters from around the country to see how other Americans are, hearkening back, thinking about January 6th, just 1 year ago today. We'll be back in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft, and we're continuing to cover all the angles of the January 6th, 1 year later. And of course, we're going to be having special programming from 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern, hosted by yours truly and my colleague, Daytona Everett, as we have talked to so many of the stakeholders and people who were there that day, members of Congress, reporters who covered the Capitol Riot, and security experts about how something like this could have happened. So we're going to be starting that off, kicking that off at 8 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Mountain Time. In the meantime, though, let's hear, from some of these lawmakers from earlier today, especially Speaker Pelosi speaking from the House chamber.
Their safety for our democracy by protecting the Capitol complex, members, staff, press, etc., press within, safeguarding the ballots in those mahogany boxes to validate the election, and ensuring that Congress could accomplish our purpose and honor our duty to the Constitution and to our country. That day and in the days after, they were the defenders of our democracy, and their courage and patriotism remain an inspiration. Because of them, Congress was able to defeat the insurrection, to return to the Capitol that same night to ensure that the peaceful transfer of power took place. Because of them and our members, the insurrection failed. 1 year later, this sacred space where members legislate, children learn, visitors are welcomed, was defiled and damaged. We know that. As we reflect on that darkest day, we remember that the insurrection sought not only to attack the building, but to undermine democracy itself. When the violent assault was made on the Capitol, its purpose was to thwart Congress's constitutional duty to validate the electoral count and to ensure the peaceful transfer of power. But the assault did not deter us from our duty, I say again. In this Capitol, a symbol of democracy to the world, that evening, the Congress, because of the courage of all of you, rose to honor our oath and protect our democracy. We did so honoring the words of President Lincoln during the Civil War. Fellow citizens, he said, we cannot escape history. We will be remembered in spite of ourselves. No personal significance or insignificance can spare us one or another. We hold the power, therefore we bear the responsibility, Lincoln said. Today, we accept responsibility as daunting and demanding as any that previous generations of leadership have faced. Since the January 6th insurrection, there have been continued assaults on our democracy, undermining the sanctity of the vote and the integrity of our elections, which are the basis of our democracy. Let us be true to the vision of our founders, who brilliantly established our democracy and made it a model for the world. Let us honor the sacrifice of our men and women in uniform who protect that freedom with their lives. And let us remember the words of another president, our patriarch, President George Washington. When he delivered the Constitution to the Congress, he said this. He said, this Constitution represents the creation of a government which would allow for the continuation of rigorous debate, but relies upon the common sense and good faith of the American people to find the better angels of our nature. As we proceed, let us find our common ground, reach our nation's heights with liberty and justice for all, remembering the words of our great patriarch, and in the spirit that our chaplain referenced of President Lincoln, with malice toward none, with charity toward all. Let us acknowledge today, as I conclude, I want to acknowledge our fallen heroes of that day. U.S. Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Howard Livingood, Metropolitan Officer Jeffrey Smith, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Billy Evans of a later assault. Now I ask all members to rise for a moment of silence in their memory.
All right, and Speaker Pelosi from earlier today there on the House floor in a moment of silence for those Capitol Police officers who lost their lives in the wake of the January 6th Capitol Riot. And interestingly enough, you can see many of the House Democrats there, but also she was joined by Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney and her father, former Vice President Dick Cheney. They were there in the front row on the Republican side of the aisle. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to follow 1 year later since the January 6th Capitol riot. Right now, we are getting reaction as well from around the country, how many Americans are remembering that day. I'm being joined by Fox 26 Houston reporter Tiffany Justice. Tiffany, good to see you. It looks like you are in front of a small protest there. What's going on?
Right, Andrew, local Houstonians are hosting a vigil and rally for democracy. It just started at 5 o'clock, wrapping up around 6:30 Central Time. But we're being told around 100 people are expected to be here. That's the amount that RSVP'd today. This is just one of over 300 events happening across the country.
It's a day that will be forever marked in U.S. history, the January 6, 2021 raid on the U.S. Capitol. For many, they're still in support. For others, they strongly disagree.
This should never happen, and it should not ever happen again. It's something that is done by people who is not ready to accept the truth.
The day in D.C. started with a rally that soon migrated to the Capitol, those in attendance believing that the recent presidential election was stolen. For those in support of what happened that day, taking to our social media to voice their thoughts, Rocky Garcia Jr. saying, "I'm glad this took place. A lot of long-standing career government crooks got their cages rattled on both aisles." Many Houstonians believe it's easy to be led astray by a commander-in-chief.
I think the president is the leading voice, is the leading influencer, and a lot of people reacting in a way that I'm not going to talk about right or left. I'm just talking about the people who actually did it. It's very easy to con people.
Houston area Congressman Troy Nils helped defend the Capitol 1 year ago. He still believes there are security concerns that remain today.
That the Capitol Police lacks many, they lack in certain areas, several deficiencies, whether it was their training, their staffing. But the leadership within the Capitol Police had all the intelligence that day to secure that building. But it was ignored by some of the senior administration in the Capitol Police.
In all, at least 64 Texans have been charged for taking part. The FBI continuing to investigate, making 4 arrests of Houston area residents. And across the country, more than 700 people have been arrested in connection to the riots on January 6, 2021. Reporting live, Tiffany Justice. Andrew, back to you.
Tiffany, I don't know if you've spoken with some of those other individuals there, but if you have, can you kind of just tell our viewers what have they told you? Why did they come out today? Why did they feel the need?
Right, today they actually labeled this as a Vigil and rally for democracy. They are not too pleased about what happened on January 6, 2021. They're coming out to voice their opinion, their thoughts with their signs and the cars passing by. We actually have not gotten too close because we do know and have confirmed that a few of them are COVID-19 positive. But that's what they're here to do, protesting what happened last year at the Capitol.
Fox 26's Tiffany Justice, we appreciate your reporting. We'll talk to you again. All right, and right now we do want to touch on some of these other headlines that we've been bringing you throughout the day here on Live Now from Fox, including a really tragic situation in Los Angeles, an LA firefighter succumbing to injuries that he sustained while battling a blaze in Rancho Palos Verdes. We're going to get the press conference on that. His name, John Flagler. He leaves behind a wife and 2 children, and also a procession was just had in his honor with members of his firehouse and other leaders who were making their way down the interstate in his honor. So first the press conference and then that.
Interim Fire Chief of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. As you know, early this morning, one of our fire family members was lost, one of our bravest, while battling a fire in the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. Right now, the fire department's priority is the care of his wife and 2 teenage boys, and the care and support of our fire family, and those are the brothers and sisters in uniform today who are serving the residents and communities that we are sworn to protect. I asked the media this morning to give us time to ensure that all proper notifications are made to his extended family, his friends, his loved ones, as we work through one of our darkest hours. In proper time, more information will be released, and we thank everyone for the tremendous outpouring of prayers and support for our fallen firefighter, his families, and the members of our great fire department. I'm now going to invite up the Sheriff's Homicide Lieutenant, who's going to say a few words. After that time, we will be able to take some general questions that you might have. So I would like to invite the lieutenant from Sheriff's Homicide up right now to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Lieutenant Chuck Calderaro, LA County Sheriff's Department Homicide. On behalf of the Sheriff and the LA County Sheriff's Department, our condolences go out to our fallen brother and his family during this tragic event. This morning at approximately 0200 hours, LA County Fire Department Station 83, along with deputies assigned to Lomita Station, responded to a structure fire at the location. Upon their arrival, they were able to contact the residents who were outside. The fire department was assessing the situation. They had entered the structure, and during that time, the structure became more engulfed, at which time one of our firefighters became incapacitated. He was rescued by his fellow firefighters. He was removed from the location. He was treated there on the scene and transported here to Harbor General, where he unfortunately succumbed to his injuries. At this point, the LA County Sheriff's Department Homicide Bureau, arson detail investigators, LA County Fire arson investigators, along with Cal OSHA, are conducting a thorough investigation. It's very preliminary at this time. Our Sheriff's Crime Lab is on scene processing any kind of evidence and assessing the situation and attempting to determine the source of the accelerant and the source of the fire. That's all we have at this time. We will take questions shortly. Thank you.
Sir, can you tell us the circumstance of how he actually was injured inside the house when he entered?
You know what? Unfortunately, I don't have any information about the exact circumstances of how our member lost his life. They were engaged in a firefight in a one-story single-family dwelling in the city of Rancho Palos Verdes. We believe that the fire was in the attic. The smoke and the fire overcame my member. He put out a mayday for assistance from the other firefighters that were at scene, and they were able to quickly locate him, rescue him, and then start the life-saving procedures as necessary.
There's been a shortage of ambulances and firefighters because of COVID. Was there any hampering of getting them to the hospital because of that, the shortage because of COVID? On this incident, we've been hearing them for the last couple of days, the shortage of the time it gets, the response time of ambulance because of the shortage.
Yeah, well, you know what, thankfully, that was not a factor this morning. We're all aware of the challenges that the COVID surge is taking not only on our firefighters and our law enforcement brothers and sisters, but also the ambulance companies. We had a very rapid transport of our member to Harbor UCLA Hospital here. I really want to recognize the doctors and nurses this morning that fought hard to try to bring our member back. They did everything in their power to try to save his life, but unfortunately they were unsuccessful. But there was no delay caused by the COVID surge, and we're very, very thankful for that. And right now we're just going to work on that family support and the support of my members who are hurting.
Sir, my condolences to the entire department and to you. A couple of questions. First off, was the firefighter who lost his life, was he in the interior of the building, the home, actually battling the fire? And also, was this an outside medical emergency or a medical situation with this particular firefighter, as opposed to a death caused by the fire?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yes, he was inside the structure when he was overcome, and all of the preliminary information that we have right now leads us to believe that it was the fire and the products of combustion that caused him to lose his life.
Was the fire contained in the attic, and is the smoke that's coming down, or where can you?
Yeah, unfortunately, I have not been at the scene of the incident. I have my other chief officers that are out at the incident at that structure in RPV. I came directly to the hospital this morning the minute I was notified. I have not been there, and I really can't speak to any of the details because I don't know firsthand.
And understanding that you want to give time to family, immediate extended family, But can you give us an idea of how long this gentleman served on the department, how long he served his community?
Certainly. He began his firefighting career with the city of Vernon back in 2002, and then they transitioned to the LA County Fire Department in the year 2000. So he's been with us almost 2 years. We value all of the members that came to our county family from the city of Vernon. So although he's only been with us almost 2 years, he certainly is a member of his family, and his family will always be with us.
You have his possibly age, or you have to give us age and who unfortunately, who he's behind?
I believe it's mid-40s.
Mid-40s. He lives on, how many kids he has?
He leaves behind a wife and 2 teenage boys.
Chief, it was mentioned an accelerant possibly by the homicide detective. Was there any kind of an explosion, or was that?
I have no information on that. I too heard that the lieutenant mentioned accelerant, but I have no idea regarding what caused this fire. There's going to be a very thorough and detailed investigation. Those details will be released as they become available. But I'm not aware of what caused this fire this morning.
Did it appear to be subsiding and then pick up again, is I guess my question, or?
You know, I'm sorry I don't have that information for you. Like I said, I did not go out to the scene. I haven't interviewed any of my other team members. I came straight to the hospital hoping that our firefighter was going to be alive, but unfortunately that wasn't the case.
And there were no injuries to the family that was there?
No, like Supervisor Hahn said, thankfully the family was out of the house, and we were aggressively attacking that structure fire inside when our member lost his life.
And no other firefighters suffered any minor injuries?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Lieutenant, do you have any other comments on the accelerant?
No, at this time, like I said, it's very preliminary. We have investigators on scene. There's interviews that have to be conducted, and they're assessing the structure itself. At this point, we don't think it's criminal in nature. We think the fire was caused by some source within the structure, but that's still to be determined. Okay?
Was there any injuries whatsoever on the couple that lived there? Was it a couple or an elderly couple?
Yeah, when the fire department and the sheriff's department arrived, they were already outside of the location, and to my knowledge, they were not injured.
Lieutenant, will you please explain why the homicide team of LASD is participating in this investigation?
Yes, it's a joint investigation. We do have the investigative lead. We do investigate non-criminal deaths also, especially when they're involving department members or members of the LA County Fire Department. So we are conducting it as a death investigation at this time. We are being assisted by experts with the arson detail and the LA County Fire arson detail also.
Are there any concerns that there is any criminal element to this at all?
Not at this time. There is nothing that leads us to believe that. Okay? Thank you.
Chief, will we see any type of a ceremony here at the hospital, or what will happen next as far as with this firefighter?
So at this time, we're transporting our firefighter's wife here so she can say her final goodbyes. And then we're going to have a procession to the coroner's office. I think it might be in 1 or 2 hours. I'm not sure. They're driving from some distance away. But we want to give his wife a final opportunity to say goodbye. Are there any other questions?
Yeah, we're so sorry for your loss.
Yeah, thank you.
Could you just as an interim chief, how you feel personally? This must be everyone's worst nightmare.
Yeah, this is absolutely devastating for the county family, the fire family, our brothers and sisters in law enforcement who were there at the scene with us, and for the public in general. Our firefighters have been incredible since the beginning of the pandemic. We've come to work every day. We've set up COVID testing locations. We've set up COVID vaccination locations. We answer over 1,200 calls a day. We don't telework. We weren't safer at home. because we are members of the county family, and we're here to provide services and resources to the residents and communities that we serve. This is our #1 priority. We take it seriously, and we all know when we join the fire service that we take an oath that we will lay down our life to protect other people's lives and property. However, thankfully it doesn't happen often because we have great training, we have great equipment, we have great support from the Board of Supervisors to make sure that we have everything we need to do the job day in and day out. Unfortunately, he lost his life this morning battling that fire to save somebody's property, and it devastates me after 36 years on the county to have to stand before you today and tell you about his passing, because I would have rather been here telling you that he's in the hospital being taken care of by this great county team at Harbor General Hospital. They fought valiantly to save his life, and unfortunately it didn't happen. But when you see firefighters throughout your community today, no matter where you live, no matter what city you're in, know that they are there for you and that they're ready to put their life on the line for you. And we certainly appreciate the outpouring of prayers and support. Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, and we've been listening to LA County fire officials there, some trying to hold back tears, and that, of course, we were always showing you the procession that happened just after that press conference, because you were hearing from LA County fire officials that they needed to notify the firefighter's wife of this very tragic loss today. And we have a tweet from Fox 11 in Los Angeles remembering him, and they say, "Thank you for your service." Los Angeles County firefighter Jonathan Flagler died early this morning battling a fire at a building in Rancho Palos Verdes. He leaves behind a wife and 2 sons, and of course, there he is, dying in the line of duty. Right now, though, we do want to take just a quick commercial break. We have more headlines where that came from. Afterward, we'll be giving you more updates on this tragic Philadelphia fire that happened early yesterday morning that left 12 people dead. Officials updating the public on what they know and where the investigation is currently. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thank you for being with us on your Thursday afternoon. Right now, though, we want to provide updates on that tragic Philadelphia fire that happened early yesterday morning that took the lives of 12 people, 8 of them children. We heard from fire officials. We heard from Mayor Jim Kenney about where the investigation stands at this point in time.
Great.
Got everybody?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. And as you know, yesterday was an incredibly tragic day for our entire city. Yesterday morning, as you know, the Philadelphia Department responded to a fatal house fire on the 800 block of North 23rd Street in the city's Fairmount neighborhood. We are devastated by the tragic loss of 12 lives, including 8 children. Our thoughts continue to be with the families and the loved ones of the victims. I really cannot express how unimaginable this is for loved ones. As I said yesterday, losing so many children is just devastating. I want to thank our fire department and first responders for their quick response to this fire and their ongoing work on the scene. These public servants have been working around the clock supporting folks during this difficult time. We are investigating this horrible incident, and we will continue to provide updates as available. The city continues to respond to this tragedy with every lever we have available, and we continue to provide support needed for survivors, friends, and family who are still processing this tragedy. We're also thankful for support from federal partners who are standing with us today, who provide support in major fire incidents like this. This is difficult for all of us and especially challenging for our kids. Please know that resources for those who are grieving and in distress are available through the Healthy Minds Philly and the Department of Behavioral Health and Intellectual Disability Supports. Students and families can also call or text the Philly Hope Line for a free hotline staffed by clinicians from the Uplift Center for grieving children. Call or text 1-833-PHL-HOPE for support. Again, that's 1-833-PHL-HOPE. While we do not have and cannot share additional information on this fire on 23rd Street at this time, it is important that you and the public know the process behind investigating devastating fires such as this one. As we continue to investigate this horrible incident, we will continue to provide updates as they become possible. And to walk through the investigation process, I'll now turn it over to Deputy Commissioner Murphy.
Thank you, Mayor. So briefly, we want just to echo what the mayor said. We want to talk about the investigative process of a fire of this magnitude. So before we go into this actual process, I'd like to talk about a couple things that the mayor had touched on. So just as we have emotional and mental support mechanisms in place for the youth, for the neighborhood, for the citizens, we also do the exact same thing for the members of the Philadelphia Fire Department and our partner agencies, Philadelphia Police Department, Office of Emergency Management, and so on. We all are affected in some way, shape, or form by this tragedy. And we wanted to make sure that immediately after this terrible fire happened, that we started engaging those mechanisms. For the Philadelphia Fire Department, that's the Employee Assistance Program that's in place for the Philadelphia Fire Department, and also the Office of Emergency Management, and also Local 22's peer support counseling and the chaplaincy program. So those mechanisms are in place so that we can get that and make it available to our members if necessary. So behind me are the agencies that are working through the investigative process right now. We have the Philadelphia Fire Department's Fire Marshal's Office, represented by Chief Merrigan, and the Philadelphia branch of the ATF, represented by Special Agent in charge, Matt Verisco. So they're going to walk you through a process that takes place when a job like this happens. As the mayor said, we can't really discuss an ongoing investigation, but they can talk about the process. Other than that, I will step aside and let Chief Merrigan discuss the process.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
My name is Deputy Chief Dennis Merrigan, Philadelphia Fire Department. I am the Fire Marshal for the city. I supervise the Fire Marshal's office. I don't have to tell you the impact of a fire of this magnitude. We all understand that at this point. What I can tell you is this is a resource-intensive investigation. It's an exceptional time, manpower, staffing, equipment, commitment to get to the origin and cause of this tragedy. In times like this, with jobs like this, we call on our partners in the ATF to help bring the resources of the federal government in. They can augment what we do and help us to get through very, very sophisticated. It's a very traumatic scene, and it's very complicated. It's a very complex investigation. It's multi-level, multifaceted, and it's something that would challenge us if we had to do it on our own. Philadelphia Fire Department is part of the ATF task force, arson investigation task force, and we've called on them numerous times in the past, and they've always provided fantastic support for us. With that, Special Agent in Charge Verisco can say a few words.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Verisco. I have the privilege of serving as the ATF Special Agent in Charge here in Philadelphia. Before I make any comments, I would just like to pass along our condolences to the family of the loved ones that were tragically killed yesterday in the fire scene that we're here to discuss. I also want to commend the phenomenal work of the Fire Department, the City of Philadelphia Fire Department, and the City Police Department as well, the Philadelphia Police Department, for their tremendous work in a very, very challenging environment, and really where there was a mass casualty event with a tremendous amount of loss of life. The ATF, through our partnerships here, through the Arson and Explosive Task Force, works daily, day in and day out, with our counterparts here to provide fire and explosive expertise on scenes like this. This scene, in that sense, is really no different. The only difference is we brought in additional resources based on the magnitude of the scene and really the significant loss of life. And when I say additional resources, not just special agents, but fire protection engineers, electrical engineers, and ATF special agents that are trained in the specific science of determining how a fire started and really, where it originated. And those agents are part of a team, a national response team, and they travel, unfortunately, across the United States to investigate scenes such as this. But ultimately, this is a team effort, and through the resources we brought in and the detectives and the fire marshal investigators, I know that we will hopefully be able to provide a specific origin and cause to this fire, and to provide some answers to the loved ones and really to the city. On behalf of the Department of Justice, I can assure you that there will be no expense spared and no resource not allocated to this specific scene based upon the tragedy that occurred here in the city. With that, sir, I'll turn it back over to you.
And Matt, you said you had an arson task force here. Why would an arson task force be?
Well, sir, when I say arson, I mean fire and arson. First, we have to determine that a crime occurred, which at this point we're not at that stage or at that place. It's an ongoing investigation, and the fire investigators, both through the fire department and the ATF agents, first have to identify what the specific cause of the fire was. So that's what we're doing here. When I say arson task force, it's similar. I only mean to say that is the name of the enforcement group that has oversight over that specific jurisdiction. Yeah.
You had witnesses that were in there, survivors that were able to tell you at least what they saw and what they experienced, what they think could have happened, correct?
Well, ma'am, unfortunately at this time I'm not going to comment on what witnesses have said and or what we are doing, except for the fact that they're collecting data in formulating an opinion as to what occurred, we're going to follow the scientific method. And the scientific method, obviously, we're going to collect data and evaluate that data to formulate a hypothesis. So at this point, I'm not going to make a comment as to that.
Obviously, there was a tremendous loss of life here. But you talked about, I think this gentleman talked about the challenges. So what's more, obviously, besides the tragic loss of life, what's more challenging to bring you in for this fire? Obviously you talked about multi-level, multi-units, but can you walk us through what some of those challenges are that you had to be brought in?
Well, sir, as I said, there is a task force that operates daily here in the city. So when I say we brought in additional resources, it's really to ensure that the proper attention and the proper respect is given to those that lost their lives, and to ensure that there's really no stone left unturned. But the task force that's here day in and day out is working collaboratively and consists of ATF agents, Philadelphia police detectives, and fire marshal investigators. So from the sense that we're constantly investigating these cases throughout the city, that is the case. But based upon the significant loss of life, we wanted to ensure that all resources were brought to bear.
Mr. Brasco, we understand. Mr. Brasco, we understand that 12 people died, and give us what's the number of those who survived in the upstairs unit, not the downstairs unit.
I'm going to turn that over to the fire marshal.
Okay, so I just want to get that number, and do we know if all those people were permanent residents in that one apartment, or if some were visitors, and if that is, what does the city ordinance say about the number of people who can live in one apartment?
So we're not prepared at this time to give specific numbers. That's part of the investigation. We will find out. We'll have to compare the code. We have investigators from HUD that are here today. We're collecting records, and we're still in the records and information gathering mode at this time. We'll put that together, and then when we arrive at some concrete conclusions, we'll release that information.
Could you tell us how many fire alarms there were total in the building and how many were on each floor?
No, I can't.
And can you let us know whether or not there was a fire escape?
There is no fire escape in this structure. This structure is what we consider ordinary construction. It would be, in any other respect, a single-family occupancy. So there's no real. The building was not constructed to have a fire escape.
The Pennsylvania Code does list that there must be a fire escape for every building, correct?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen that. I haven't read that code.
Down on government website.
Right. Some of the residents said that, they live on the second floor, third floor, because some of those places are triplexes. And if a fire breaks out on the first floor, there's no way for them to get out except jumping out the window. Is that a flaw in the city's work?
That's a question. That's a question that would be better directed to license and inspections.
Are they here?
I don't know if we have I don't believe they're here.
Can you give us a sense of?
That a Christmas tree might have sparked.
No comment on it.
Can you give us a sense of at least where you're looking, where your focus is, whether it's the second floor, where everybody saw the flames? I'm sorry?
We're evaluating the entire structure at this time, and when we get to that point, we'll make that information available.
But it's discussed.
That this is a tier 1 federal investigation, and that's a part of the reason why we brought in the national response team.
I would say, ma'am, that it's obviously a very, very important investigation. I wouldn't classify it so much that we don't classify them as tiers, so to speak. But the National Response Team provides expertise throughout the United States based on their training and experiences. And I felt, along with our team here behind us, that it was appropriate to bring that level of expertise here to make sure that no stone was left unturned, and that, like I said, that we provided answers for the victims as well as for the city.
For clarity, did you say that you have not ruled out arson?
Well, sir, as I said, we're in the process of examining the entire scene. So as it pertains to this investigation, it's ongoing.
Have you not ruled it out, or have you ruled it out, or you have not ruled it out?
So we haven't ruled anything in or out. The purpose, and I'll explain, just the reason we brought in an electrical engineer is because we have to eliminate all potential ignition sources within a building. Obviously, electricity flows through a building and is a potential ignition source. So as the agents and engineers are conducting the investigation, it wouldn't be appropriate to comment on what's been ruled in or ruled out because we're in the process of conducting the investigation.
This shouldn't take you...
Smoke detectors, so if a fire, say a fire just goes so fast moving, the flames are so intense, and can they just burn these smoke detectors so when you guys arrive on scene they're not operational? Can you talk about some of the scenarios that can happen in a fire if it's fast moving and the flames are so intense and really consume the building?
We're not going to get into hypotheticals right now. You know, obviously from the intensity of this fire, there are a lot of things that are possible, and the investigation will determine what has or hasn't happened. We're not going to speculate on theoretical, scenarios. It's just not appropriate.
Do we know if these smoke detectors are using lithium batteries that are tamper-proof and can last like up to 10 years?
So we can't really comment on the smoke detectors that PHA put out. There are existing smoke detectors that have lithium-ion batteries that are 10-year battery smoke alarms. Now, please just understand that the reason that we asked you folks here today was to talk about the investigative process. And they've already stated they can't talk about an ongoing investigation. So if there's really no questions about the process, as more information comes to us at the proper time through their investigation, we will address that. But as of right now, on a normal house fire, if the press comes out and asks questions and it's still under investigation, what do you always get? Under the investigation of the fire marshal's office, right? So right now, we wanted to do better than that because it deserves more than that. So we just wanted to let you know that this is how the process goes, and this is what we're engaged in right now. As things change, you will be updated.
But how about the detectors? Can we ask you on these lithium, just in general, with smoke detectors? So these lithium smoke detectors, they're tamper-proof, but I'm told that there's a kill switch on them. And some say if someone hits that kill switch, that basically disables the entire. Is that true?
Chad, I can't speak to that.
But you're an expert on smoke detectors, right? I'm not asking about these specific ones. I'm asking in general when you have those sort of smoke detectors.
On the 10-year lithium smoke detectors, I don't know anything about a kill switch, and that's all I can say about it. I don't know anything about it.
What's the role of the police department?
But there are certain
manufacturer.
What's the role of the police department?
We're done here, okay? We'll get back to you later time. We're going to end this right here, okay?
We're talking about
the
process.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're trying to talk about the process. The rest of us don't want to hear about the process. So you guys are talking about resources, right? What kind of resources? Give us just like a couple, a little bit of what the tools are, what the resources are, what the equipment is that you guys are using when you go in there and you look at everything.
So that actually is a question for the fire marshal's office. But understand, and there was a question related to the ATF. What the special agent in charge was trying to describe to you is they work hand in hand with our fire marshals constantly. The ATF is always, the arson task force is always available to the fire marshal's office. When you bring in extra resources, what it allows us to do is regular fires continue throughout the city at all times. So right now, what was it? We had three fires during the day yesterday while we were investigating this. It allows him to free up some of his resources and go investigate other fires throughout the city, which we are responsible for protecting as well. And right now, that's all we have.
I got it, but when you say resources, we're trying to understand what that is. Like, that's such a general term to say resources.
His resources, investigators.
Is that personnel?
Fire marshals.
Equipment?
It's fire marshals and equipment.
Okay, and then as far as the equipment that you're using.
Okay, reporters really trying to press these fire officials about what their investigation is going to be looking like going forward. So we heard from them, we heard from Mayor Jim Kenney as well as this story continues to develop as they search for a cause in all of this. We did have just briefly a shot pop up, I believe right now live happening is a vigil that family and friends are hosting there in the Fairmount neighborhood. to remember the 12 lives lost to that fire, including those 8 children, just tragically. So if we do get those live pictures, we'll bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. In addition, we're going to go to a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we'll be giving you some of these top sports headlines from the day. Also, really wicked weather out in the Pacific Northwest, causing a lot of headache and trouble for drivers. So all of that and more here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to touch on some of these other headlines from the day, including in the world of sports. A lot is happening right now. I spoke with sports law expert Dan Lust just a few moments ago about these top headlines. Here's that conversation. And here on Live Now from Fox, being joined by Dan Lust, sports legal expert. And Dan, since we last spoke, a lot happening, major sports headlines, including with Antonio Brown. What is the latest with Antonio Brown? Is he now a former NFL player?
So Antonio Brown was just officially released today from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So he's going to be placed on waivers. We'll see if another team adds him. I don't think that seems likely. But yeah, the latest really, we're coming off a 24-hour period where Antonio Brown and his lawyer decided to put their narrative out there. So people that are football fans, it was kind of an odd scene. Antonio Brown basically just, I guess, got released, cut in the middle of a game, and ends up taking off his jersey, his shoulder pads, and is running around the field shirtless, doing jumping jacks, pointing at the fans. It's kind of an odd scene. But the question is really this: did he basically quit on the team, or was he fired? I'm going to say fired or released for proper cause? And that's where we are in the legal realm here. I think there might be a grievance here from Antonio Brown's stance, but yeah, it's a pretty loaded battle here happening between the Tampa Bay Bucs, the defending Super Bowl champions, and Antonio Brown, who at one point was considered a first ballot Hall of Famer. I don't think so much anymore.
Yeah, and Dan, I had just been speaking with friends and people who are diehard NFL fans, and they can't ever remember a player essentially walking off the field mid-game like that.
I think it's happened. I think I heard it was a cornerback for the Buffalo Bills. I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was Monte Davis years ago, who kind of retired, quote unquote, at halftime, but never in like a public spectacle like this, throwing gloves into the stands. And it's a guy like Antonio Brown who's had issues like this. And, we joke, but he got released from the Raiders about 2-3 years ago at this point, and posted a YouTube video. He was at his home when he heard the news. And similar, shirtless, running around in his backyard, screaming and yelling. And, it has some similar vibes of this. So you want to say it's unprecedented, but it's not really unprecedented for Antonio Brown. And that's kind of the issue here. People are kind of taking his baggage of this, his kind of checkered past and saying, hey, how can we trust this guy's version here when he's got civil lawsuits, criminal lawsuits? He's been on a number of different teams. He can't keep a team. So it's a loaded issue here. And maybe it's a different player and it's not someone with all his history. Maybe you take, you're inclined to take the player's side, but I think kind of people are leaning towards the Buck side. Like, hey, this guy just has so many issues. This is just par for the course here.
Yeah, and that issue is whether or not he was, cleared to play or if he was still injured. And we've seen, I think, today especially some text messages between Brown and the Tampa Bay coach. Did those, show us anything new today?
I mean, if you ask Antonio Brown's camp, I think they were the smoking gun, right? And you have people on social media saying, wow, Brown kept the receipts. This is great. Bruce Arians knew about the ankle injury ahead of time. The problem is, Andrew, you and I as sports fans, and I'm sure people that are familiar with the story, Antonio Brown has been out for weeks with an ankle injury. So it's not really some big smoking gun. Hey, the coach knew about the ankle injury. We all knew about the ankle injury. What's interesting here, it's kind of a question from a legal perspective of, medical malpractice, right? Did the team kind of force him to play against his will, or did Antonio Brown consent to playing and then essentially change his mind, right? He's always had this ankle injury, and there's some use of painkillers involved, which is legal as long as the player properly consents to it. So that's where this issue is going to lie. Did Antonio Brown properly consent, or did he not? And was he kind of tricked under false pretenses to playing? Because now, the texts that are coming out in the comments from the attorney, there's an MRI that shows kind of pieces of the bone of Antonio's ankle kind of hanging off. And I think if Antonio Brown knew that ahead of time, it's a very different calculation as to whether or not to play. But I think what Antonio Brown's team is saying is, hey, why is it taking us to get an MRI to see that there's a problem with his ankle? Why didn't you as the team do it? So I can certainly see it both ways, but it's kind of unprecedented in sports circles for something like this to happen with the big team, right? Right on the verge of the playoffs. So yeah, certainly a fascinating story. It's not going away.
Yes, and of course, another highly watched story in the NFL is what will the new name be for the Washington football team? They say they're going to make an announcement on February the 2nd. Dan, what are you thinking about this? And how are they going to go about it, do you think?
Yeah, so Andrew, as you know, I put a lot of time and thought into this story. First and foremost, they're announcing the name on February 2nd, which people don't know is Groundhog's Day. So the Washington football team has announced 8 finalists for eight names that are finalists. Of the names, one of them has maybe some groundhogs connotations. It's called Red Hogs. That's a name that these kind of offshore betting sites, which are usually pretty keyed in, that's usually the favorite in the, not to say that means anything, but people are speculating, right? This is on Groundhog's Day. You're advertising that you're doing it on 2/2/22. And the former team was called the Redskins. So you have Red Hogs. And people that know old school Washington Redskins football know that their offensive line was called the Hogs. So a lot of symmetry in here. But Andrew, interestingly, from a kind of sports law perspective, you can kind of go through the tea leaves here, right? There's some sourcing, if you want to believe it or not. Washington Commanders is another name that's on this finalist list. And I guess half an hour before the world knew that the Washington Redskins were changing the name to Washington Football Team, somebody in the internet registered WashingtonCommanders.com. So, is it a coincidence that somebody knew to register that half an hour before the world knew they were changing their name? So if you're asking me, offshore books have those as the top two, the top 2 name choices. And then certainly I hope they don't keep Washington Football Team, but that's the only name they have the trademark for. So I guess that's the third option here if you have to pick one.
Interesting. Yeah. My choice would be the Washington Presidents. I think that would be cool, but we will wait and see. That's definitely going to be highly watched on February the 2nd. Dan, let's lastly just move on to professional tennis at the moment, which is really being roiled by the actions of the number 1 tennis player who is about to go compete at the Australian Open, Novak Djokovic. He cannot get into the country. He's being detained at the moment. He's trying to appeal. They rejected his visa. I want to read a tweet from the Prime Minister of Australia, Scott Morrison. He says yesterday, Djokovic's visa has been canceled. Rules are rules, especially when it comes to our borders. No one is above these rules. Our strong border policies have been critical to Australia having one of the lowest death rates in the world from COVID. We are continuing to be vigilant. And this is, in a sense, kind of sparking a diplomatic row between Serbia and Australia.
Yeah, I mean, I guess where this issue lies, it's not necessarily, I mean, it is a COVID issue in one sense, but why Novak is being held up, kind of interestingly, he applied for a medical exemption, right? I think people know that Novak is he's a part of this anti-vax movement, which, you can respect people's opinions one way or the other, but he applied for a medical exemption. And I guess someone on his team, as the story goes, didn't kind of sync up what his passport needed to say versus now someone that had a medical exemption versus someone that wasn't medically exempt. So he got flagged at the airport, and now kind of he's in sports purgatory. He's not eligible to be in the country, so certainly can't compete in the Australian Open if he can't enter the country. So yeah, I think he's launching this appeal now, but this is just an interesting level, right? We sometimes champion our athletes, we let them kind of cut corners, but you're right. I saw that tweet yesterday, which made the rounds. When the prime minister of a country who kind of controls your fate is speaking out against you, I think that's a good indication that you might not actually play. The number one player, maybe the top tennis player of all time, will not get to be playing in the Australian Open. It's a crazy story.
Of course, and he won the tournament last year. What are some of his fellow players saying? Have anyone, come to his aid? Has anyone, basically agreed with the actions of the Australian government too?
I haven't seen it. I think players are trying to stay mum. The interesting story I've been following, Andrew, like in this space, you kind of have to follow the smart money, right? That's usually the tune. And I like to look at these betting odds to kind of get a sense of what's going to happen here. And Novak was the preemptive favorite to win the Australian Open. And since this news broke, he's now no longer the favorite to win. The betting market, and these guys usually are on the call, don't think he's going to play, or at least they think it's a 50-50. Danny Medvedev is actually grouped up to be the odds-on favorite now to win the Australian Open. So yeah, I think players are staying mum. But Andrew, you asked me what the players' thoughts are. I think they'd love not to see Novak in the tournament. I think they'd love to get him out of the bracket.
All right, and we'll have to just wait and see for when the tournament kicks off. Dan Luss, we always appreciate your time. We'll talk to you again.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
All right, we always appreciate Dan's expertise there, talking about the biggest sports headlines of the week. Thank you, Dan. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be talking about really a lot of this terrible weather in the Pacific Northwest. This is making the case for drivers very, very treacherous and dangerous, especially in the Snoqualmie Pass. We'll have more on that in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You're taking a look at our weather radar, and you can see just this huge system kind of hovering over the Pacific Northwest, parts of Seattle, upward up to Vancouver. And right now it's presenting a whole host of challenges, especially to semi-truck drivers trying to make their way through the Snoqualmie Pass. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We want to head out now to Fox 13 Seattle reporter Frankie Thompson. She is live for us there. What are the conditions looking like?
Very wet and very slick here in North Bend. We are just west of Snoqualmie Pass now. Snoqualmie Pass is closed today, tomorrow, and possibly Saturday because it's closed for everyone's safety. Had it remained open, drivers who use I-90 would be at high risk of large snowbanks, avalanche danger, and fallen trees. Officials with WashDOT says it's just too risky for anyone to be traveling through Snoqualmie Pass. That's why we see several dozens of semi-trucks parked right here, waiting out the storm and waiting for the pass to reopen so they can get to their destination again. Now, Washington State Patrol is blocking all eastbound lanes at exit 34. So many trucks are lined up along the interstate hauling a full load. Some of the trucks we see include Walmart, Costco, and Safeway, all hauling goods or out for pickup. We spoke to a couple truck drivers who say they would rather be safe than in those dangerous conditions, but tell us the pass closing these next couple of days will hurt an already low supply chain.
It's not just me, it's everybody sitting on the off-ramp over there. If I'm not there on time, you're gonna see an empty shelf for either a day or two, you know, sometimes a week. And it's terrible. Most of the loads that are coming through, you know, people are expecting, you know, resupply of what's going on, and yeah, it's just terrible. To be a driver and not be able to pull through and say, hey, I can show up on time and get this done for you, it's really nerve-wracking. It's really sad too.
Roads are closed on the west side of the pass in Ellensburg at milepost 106. WashDOT says after the upcoming snowfall, crews will start plowing the roads and clearing any fallen trees. Patrols will also assess any avalanche risk and possibly do some avalanche control. Now, anyone who was planning to travel through Snoqualmie Pass will obviously have to reroute their plans for the next couple of days. WashDOT again says the pass is going to be closed today, tomorrow, and possibly Saturday. They'll begin reassessing what conditions look like starting tomorrow. We'll send it back to you. Reporting live in North Bend, Washington, I'm Frankie Thompson.
Frankie, thanks so much for that report. We'll be monitoring those closures alongside you. We'll talk to you again. And right now, we just want to throw up yet again the satellite weather and radar here that we have hovering over the Pacific Northwest. You can see there. And, you know, Frankie spoke to a lot of those truck drivers. We'll see if this presents a problem for more of the supply chain issues. It's going to be closed for 3 days. That's a major artery there in the Pacific Northwest through the Snoqualmie Pass. So really terrible weather there. Also a lot of snow, sleet, and ice happening in the southeast as well. Kentucky, West Virginia, moving upwards into Virginia and Washington as well. They're going to get hit with another snowstorm just like they did on Monday. So we'll be monitoring all the latest weather headlines here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to thank you for being with us here on this Thursday night. Right now, though, we just want to preview some of our coverage tonight, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern, going till 10 p.m. Eastern, as we look back after 1 year since the January 6th Capitol insurrection. We've been speaking with members of Congress, reporters who covered the Capitol that day, also security experts about how something like this could have happened, what the Capitol Police, the D.C. National Guard are doing to ramp up security improvements going into this new year. We've also heard from so many lawmakers, including President Biden and Vice President Harris. So we have a lot in store, a lot of great content as we look back and remember a truly awful and infamous day in American history. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Thursday night. Let's hear right now, though, from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He held a press conference earlier today talking about the COVID-19 response and the Sunshine State, also about 1 year after the January 6th Capitol riot. Here are his remarks.
In Osceola County, one of the 10 fastest growing counties in the United States, number 2 in Florida, behind Sumter County, and I think it's tough to catch the villages, and so I think it shows you that there's a lot going on here. I'm happy to be joined by Dane Eagle, who's our Florida DEO Secretary. We also have Chancellor Henry Mack from the Florida Department of Education, Brad Ferguson, Senior VP and General Manager, Skywater, Florida, and Dale Miller, Site Director, Skywater, Florida, as well as Representative Fred Hawkins. Manufacturing is something that we need to do a better job of. And we've worked really hard in Florida to have more opportunities with vocational education. We have expanded our manufacturing footprint in the state of Florida, and we want to continue to be able to do that as we go forward. Semiconductors are a huge issue. If you look at how the supply chain works, we are overly dependent on foreign nations, including Taiwan, which is a good ally of ours, but which is one that, is under really serious pressure from the Communist Party of China. And so we have an opportunity to do more here in the United States. And I think the more we can do manufacturing of semiconductors here, the better off we'll be. So today, I'm proud to be awarding $6 million to build infrastructure that will connect southern Osceola County to the emerging Neo City Technology District. This district is already home to 6 companies, including Skywater Technology, a U.S.-owned and operated semiconductor foundry. While this award will support nearly 5,400 jobs, Osceola County officials estimate that this could lead to tens of thousands of jobs once it's fully developed as Osceola County continues to grow. I'm also awarding Valencia College with $3.7 million to create new programs that focus on workforce training for chip and semiconductor industries. Through this program, students will be able to be certified in operating, repairing, and designing the robots that are used to create semiconductors in just 14 weeks. Valencia estimates that in the first 2 years, 120 people will be able to graduate and immediately find work at the Neo City Technology District while taking on virtually no debt. Valencia College has a proven track record of success across their training programs. 95% of students graduate, and on average, 81% are employed in their field within just 1 month. So as we look forward to some of the challenges that our country faces, the COVID-19 pandemic showed just how reliant we are on foreign supply chains, particularly supply chains coming out of China, which is not our friend. When you look at the semiconductors, we have so much that goes on in Taiwan, which again is a great ally of ours, but man, they are under an immense amount of pressure and threats from the Communist Party of China. The more that can be done here in the United States and in Florida, that gives more opportunities for people in Florida, of course, which is very important, but it does strengthen our economic resiliency, and it does strengthen our national security. So this is really something that's important. It's something that we're happy to be supporting at the level in the state of Florida. We think we can do even more, that this is just the beginning. We want to continue to do that going forward. And so I will present these checks. Which one do we have first?
Osceola County.
Okay, Osceola. Who wants to come up and... Okay, here we go. Next one, Valencia. You guys both get up. You both get in your hand. And if you see how probably the best way people have seen how the semiconductor has affected their everyday lives is what's happened if you want to buy a car or a used car even. You know, there are people now, because of the shortage of the semiconductors with the auto industry, I mean, the new cars, they sell immediately at sticker price, sometimes even higher, but they're selling at less volume just because less is being produced. But then, because there's not as many new cars, there's a huge demand for used cars. There's actually people whose cars appreciate in value now. It used to always be said the minute you take a new car off a car lot, it goes down in value. It's not a good investment. It really hasn't been historically. Now you actually have people paying more, and people are making money off selling used cars. That's all tied back to what's happening with these semiconductors and with the chips. And so and I think that will probably work itself out in the somewhat near future from the people I've talked to in that industry. But just think, if something were to happen with Taiwanese production, you know, it could throw this whole thing into a tailspin. So we have some vulnerabilities in this regard, and what we're doing here, I think, today recognizes that, and I'm excited that Florida is able to be part of the solution. So I want to be able to have Dane Eagle come up and say a few things.
Well, I want to thank the governor for his work and what he's doing with the Governor's Job Growth Grant Fund. Today is a prime example of how we can use this to better Floridians and the lives of all Floridians. The Job Growth Grant Fund is intended to invest in infrastructure and also workforce development across the entire state. Today we're doing both. And not only that, we're creating jobs not just for Floridians, but creating jobs that would otherwise be shipped overseas, as the governor had stated. So $6 million going to Osceola County to create the southern corridor here to Neo City. We're at this beautiful building. This is just the beginning of what Neo City is going to produce, and that is exciting. That's going to support over 500 jobs right here, and then $3.7 million going to Valencia College to help train people to do the jobs that are going to be created here. That is exciting. I want to thank the governor for his work in promoting this. We have more to do, so if you've got, if you're a county or a state college that is interested in the Governor's Job Growth Grant Fund, shoot them an application. We're going to help vet it and make sure that we are investing in the right projects to help Floridians, and we're very excited about the future here. Thank you all for the opportunity.
Dr. Brad Ferguson.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, Governor. I'm very excited to welcome Governor DeSantis and other distinguished visitors here today as we acknowledge the Job Growth Grant Fund today. So my name is Brad Ferguson. I'm the Senior Vice President and General Manager of our facility here at Skywater, Florida. Ever since we started operations in January of 2021 at the height of the pandemic. So Skywater chose Florida as the state to make our very first site expansion outside of our headquarters in Minnesota for many good reasons. First, the vision that Osceola County leaders like Rep. Fred Hawkins, Commissioner Brandon Arrington, and County Manager Don Fisher had to create Neo City and the Center for Neovation, which provided an opportunity that fit right within our business model of innovation. Second, the support of the local educational institutions, including President Plinsky from Valencia College, to partner on workforce development and ensure that we could tap into and source the knowledge workers that we need for semiconductor advanced manufacturing as we look to grow our presence here in Florida. And last but most importantly, it was clear from our first meetings that the state of Florida had a recipe for success with the business-friendly climate set by Governor DeSantis and the many stakeholders who made a point of welcoming us into the community. So I'd like to thank the governor, the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity, and Enterprise Florida for their foresight in selecting to award this money, which will encourage other businesses like Skywater to focus on this region as a destination for expansion in semiconductor advanced manufacturing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Chancellor Henry Mack.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, everyone. Henry Mack, Department of Education. I help oversee all 28 Florida college system institutions, in addition to all career, technical, and adult education and training programs across the state of Florida through our districts and 48 technical colleges. And so on behalf of Commissioner Richard Corcoran, I want to thank you, Governor, and Secretary Eagle for your commitment to career and technical education. And I'd like to begin maybe on that point. I cannot overstate enough how much your leadership, Governor, has meant to the field and to the teachers and faculty and staff in CTE since day one. Upon issuing Executive Order 1931, we've been able to elevate career and technical education as a viable option for students. No longer is it something opposed to traditional academics or university life. That's great for many, but CTE can be an equally awesome and viable, economically prosperous pathway for so many, and that is evidenced by the commitment of Valencia and our school districts, such as Osceola, to double down on career and technical education in and around our state. In point of fact, at the sub-baccalaureate level, we're seeing evidence that AS holders, Associate of Science degree holders, certification holders or industry certification holders, such as students that will benefit from this job growth grant, earn the same median lifetime earnings as all baccalaureate degree holders that graduate from universities. In other words, again, career and technical education is not something that should be thought of as lesser than, but an awesome opportunity for residents, adults and students, and everyone included, to get on a pathway to prosperity. I'll end again by thanking you. At the beginning of the pandemic, you had set aside $35 million for rapid credentialing. This helped incentivize the colleges and the districts to scale these kinds of high-value, high-wage opportunities for underemployed or unemployed adults impacted by the pandemic. And that grant alone helped us witness 17,000 certifications on top of 60,000 graduates across the state of Florida graduating from CTE. That is higher than pre-pandemic levels. Thanks again to your investment and your leadership. And so on behalf of Dr. Plinsky and the entire Florida College System Institution presidents, thank you for your investment. Secretary Eagle, thank you again for your support of workforce education.
And one of the things, if we can continue to expand what is produced here in Florida and manufacture in this regard, we would like to be able to have some auto manufacturing. We see that there's a lot of places throughout the Sun Belt that have been able to do that, in states like South Carolina and Tennessee and Alabama. We would like to be able to do that. You know, we have talked with some companies over the years, but I think this could be kind of an added benefit, both in terms of what's being produced, which is important for that industry, but then also just the emphasis that it shows that we have placed on career and technical education, which is really something that's going to be increasingly important as we go on. So we have to start standing up as Floridians and Americans. We cannot be captive. Key sectors of our economy should not be captive to some of these foreign nations, particularly outfits like the Communist Party of China. And then even when you have allies like Taiwan, how that could impact, if there was a disruption there, could throw a lot of this for the loop, even more than we've already seen over the past year and a half. So the more we have this capacity within our own country, but particularly within our own state here in Florida, the more opportunities there's going to be for people, and the more secure both our economic supply chains will be and our national security. So this is an important announcement. I think it's going to make a big difference, and really this is just the beginning. We'll be doing a lot more in the coming weeks, months, and years. Okay, happy to take any questions.
Governor, can I talk to us about what language you're giving the companies that come here to bring their business, but also kind of face what's going on with the kind of Omicron variant and the way that
Well, I mean, I think in terms of the pandemic, I think businesses have liked Florida because we've been rational. We have not tried to do heavy-handed mandates. I mean, there were some places that had production shut down, construction shut down in parts of this country. We never did. We had construction. People were building homes. They were doing all that stuff. And so I think that that's something that they very much appreciate. Obviously, we have a better tax and business climate than many of those other places. But I can tell you that when companies come and discuss different things, and we're talking with a number of companies that would bring in additional manufacturing, not necessarily this chip, but other good stuff. And, you know, there's certain tax, all this stuff that's available. Other states do that too. But I think where we have really opened eyes for folks is when we go through, since I became governor, what have we done for workforce education, and how really flexible our state college system has been. If they're in a certain community where there's a certain sector of the economy that's taking off, they're making sure that they have programs that can provide people with the skills they need to be able to do well there. We've already had state colleges like prospectively will talk with companies, and they'll say, oh yeah, if you come, we'll do something along those lines. So I think think that is something that's been a huge X factor, very underreported, and it's something that we're going to continue to do. But ultimately, if you look around the country, you know, right now there's job openings, huge, a lot of them in Florida, but there's others in other places. So there really is a demand for people that have good skills, and there's never been a better chance to be in the job market, and probably in a number of years, because there's competition and people are having to pay higher wages to attract people that have the skills that are needed. And so if you're someone looking for work or looking to go in a certain career, that's what you'd want. You wouldn't want it like it was, you know, 10, 12 years ago when the market crashed and people had trouble finding work at all. So we have an opportunity, I think, to really capitalize on that, both in terms of the business footprint, the manufacturing footprint, but also the opportunities for individual Floridians to do well.
Governor, Orange County's mayor has been very critical with the way he's responding to the surge. He wants to see people be promoting things like vaccinations, social distancing, mask wearing instead of just the treatment.
I can tell you this. We are not letting anybody impose restrictions or mandates on the people of Florida. That is totally off the table. That is not going to stand. You can make decisions for yourself and your family that you see fit. To impose social distancing mandates with a variant that is airborne, go read the MIT study that they did in 2020, which says if you have an aerosolized airborne pathogen, 6 feet, it's obsolete. If you're in an area with something, it's going to be in the air. That's just the reality with Omicron. It is way, way, way more contagious. Now, it's much less pathogenic than Delta. There's no question about that, too. But the notion that we would be imposing any type of mandates or restrictions on people is insane. I cannot believe they're closing schools in these other states. I mean, have we learned nothing throughout this whole time? They're sacrificing these poor, and most of them are poor and low-income kids that are bearing the brunt of this, and they're doing that for no scientific reason. It's all politics, and it's just fundamentally wrong. So we're not doing that. Now, what are we doing? We've been talking about the treatments. We had our treatments cut dramatically. We've had a plan in place for many months that if we did see an increase, we would be able to have sites stood up within 24 hours. We can do that. We've been talking about the need, and fortunately, as of now, HHS has finally agreed to fulfill what we want. And so we haven't gotten it yet, but when we do, literally the next day, you'll have additional sites throughout the state of Florida. And so that's something that's very important. Also, we found that the federal government promised that it was going to send a lot of these at-home rapid tests out to individual Americans who wanted them. They haven't sent anything that we've seen. So we said, okay, well, we're going to do, we've acquired some, we're going to acquire more. We're going to start with our long-term care facilities for our elderly, and then we're going to try to focus it on the senior population because, you know, I don't want somebody that's 75 to have to wait in line for an hour, especially when a lot of the people that are testing are more low-risk people. So we are going to do that because the federal government hasn't come through with that, and we're happy to do it. I mean, obviously, we shouldn't have had to do it because they've made a lot of promises in that regard, but we will. And then we're also going to be putting up some updated testing guidelines, not mandates or requirements. I mean, if you want to go into the drugstore and buy 15 tests for yourself to have, you're free to do that. But what these guidelines are going to point out is what is high-value testing versus what is low-value testing. High-value testing would be if someone is at risk, 75 years old, let's say, has a condition, develops the symptoms, you want a quick test so that you can then treat. If you're somebody who is very low risk, no health problems, no symptoms, just testing over and over again is not really clinically proven to be very much of a value. Again, you're free to do it, but we're putting that out there so that people understand, because some of the stuff is, I think people are whipped up to be afraid of Omicron, and the fact of the matter is, for the vast, vast, vast majority of people, you know, Omicron is something that's going to be more akin to what you would see with a seasonal flu or even the cold-like symptoms. And so I think, and that data has been replicated, South Africa, Europe, so far in the United States. You know, the northern states, are having a lot of Delta still. We have some Delta, but it is mostly Omicron, particularly in South Florida. So the higher percentage of Omicron, the less negative clinical outcomes you will get. I think that's been pretty clear in terms of what we're doing. So no mandates, no restrictions allowed. People need to be able to make their decisions. We live in a free state, but we have already succeeded in changing HHS 2 different times because they weren't going to send any of the Bamlamavam or the Regeneron because there was one lab experiment that said it might not be effective against Omicron. But, we have had practitioners give both of those to people with Omicron who said the symptoms got resolved. So there's not been any major clinical trials to say either way. So to withhold when there's still Delta out there anyways, which 100%, this has been very effective against Delta, was wrong. So we fought back on that last week. We were able to get a victory. They said, no, we'll start releasing. Then we got really shortchanged with the doses we were getting. We protested that, and then we are now earmarked for more. So we appreciate HHS responding to that because I think it's something that some will say, oh, well, Florida, uses more than some other states, even on we're a big state, but even on a per capita basis. And that is true. But part of the reason is we're one of the few states that's actually promoted that this is a treatable illness. And I think that's important. I think a lot of other, starting with the federal leadership and then other states have basically said, the vaccinations will end the pandemic. And that just obviously hasn't happened. I mean, you have massive numbers of people vaccinated and you have higher case counts. And unfortunately, I think in the north, you're going to see hospitalization records when we get the peak, probably in January. So you got to just understand there's a whole host of things that need to be done, but the treatment is one of them. And we have seen the federal government not come through with those at-home tests, and we want to be able to get those tests into the hands of high-risk people so that they can get a quick diagnosis and then seek treatment. So we have secured some. We're going to try to get more, and we'll have an announcement on that this week and hopefully start sending them out soon.
Governor, in the Orange County District, schools, teachers, and drivers are calling in by the hundreds of us. That's what they say, not coming into work because they're sick. Is any plan if that trend continues because the school is not going to be able to transport?
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm sure they have contingency plans. I mean, I would just say it's very, very important to have the kids in school. Now, look, if you're sick, I mean, people are encouraged to stay home, both at the staff and the student level. I mean, when we got rid of the healthy quarantine, we said it should be a symptoms-based approach. So if you have a student that comes in that's symptomatic, sending them home is totally appropriate at that point. What we don't want, though, is to say, okay, somebody has tested positive, therefore everyone that's been around that person, even if they're healthy, they all have to just go isolate. That's what you can't do. So do a symptoms-based approach. One of the reasons why we don't advocate for kind of mass surveillance testing in schools or anywhere is just because you'll end up, someone could test positive who's not sick or contagious. Maybe they had it 3 weeks ago, and you have dead RNA that's being picked up at a PCR test. So just approaching it rationally and from a symptoms-based perspective, I think is something that's very important. But it is just the reality that when you have something that is way, way more contagious, it's just like kind of, people having colds over the winter. I mean, this is something that is much more widespread than the other variants.
Okay, we've been listening to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis talk about manufacturing in his state, the ports in his state, supply chain issues as well, also taking the opportunity to comment on the 1-year anniversary of January the 6th. And so right now we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll have an update out of Las Vegas. The Consumer Electronics Show is in full swing, albeit a little different. It's still going on, even amidst the Omicron variant surge. We'll have more on that in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Thursday night. We have a lot more top headlines left to get to, including out in Las Vegas. Well, the first home VCR, the CD player, and the Xbox, just three of the biggest tech products to debut at Las Vegas's Consumer Electronics Show. CES went virtual last year, but it's back in person despite COVID surges around the world. Fox's Ashley Soriano is live at CES. Ashley, good to see you. Have you looked at any gadgets that have piqued your fancy there?
Hey, Andrew. Yeah, of course. You know, food really speaks to me, and there are some robots here that will deliver food right to you. Pretty cool, huh? But yeah, CES is back for the first time in 2 years in person. And despite these increasing COVID cases, you know, people are still here, but the halls would normally be packed shoulder to shoulder. Even some big name companies like Amazon have pulled out because of those rising COVID cases.
We knew it was going to be a smaller show. It was important for us to be able to have people spread out.
This is what CES looked like before the pandemic. This is what it looks like this year. Plenty of space on opening day, exhibitors spread out across multiple hotels and convention centers, and masks and COVID vaccinations required.
They had to pick up their badge and show their proof of vaccination to pick up their badge before they could even get on site, which is different from prior years.
Smaller businesses and startups need the traffic. Morphe is based in France and will launch in the United States this year.
And being here in the US gives us the opportunity to meet our customers and to meet new clients, new retailers. So yeah, very happy to be here.
Morphe focuses on mindfulness and meditation with its portable sleep devices.
When you are going to sleep, you have to put your phone away, and this is what we wanted to do, to have devices that can help you to fall asleep without using your phone.
Another startup company promotes better sleep for children with its smart crib. CradleWise can sense the first signs of a baby waking up and begins rocking to help them go back to sleep.
A little bit of technology can augment you and act as an extra pair of helping hands to navigate you through the initial tough years with the baby.
Those are just a few of the thousands of products debuting here at CES 2022. And by the way, CES is closing one day early because of COVID-19. Andrew.
You know, Ashley, when I was a young reporter there in Las Vegas, I'm very familiar with covering CES, and you're right, usually it is teeming with thousands of people. It's spread out all across the Las Vegas Strip in several different hotels and the convention center locations, and so it's really weird to see it behind you, and there's not that many people there, like you were mentioning. What's in store for the next couple of days? What do you have your eyes on?
Yeah, well, you know what? There is this one product. It is practical. So, you know, with the holiday season and some of your mail might get lost, well, there's a GPS tracker here specifically for your mail. So no more losing that mail, right? No more losing those letters.
Very, very cool there. And we hope you have fun. It's always a really fun assignment. Ashley Soriano, live for us at CES in Las Vegas. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you.
Okay, and right now we do want to transition to some of these other political headlines. Of course, in just a few minutes' time, we'll be starting our special programming, remembering 1 year after the fact of the January 6th Capitol insurrection, speaking with so many who were there that day, who were in the House chamber, hunkering down as a violent mob stormed in, trying to prevent the certification of the Electoral College. And so we'll have more on that in just a moment. Let's hear, though, from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki at the briefing today. She talked about January 6th and some of the other priorities the Biden administration is trying to get through this year.
Speech and then two other topics I wanted to get to. But often when we ask President Biden about Donald Trump, he will tell us, you know, he's not thinking about the former president, he doesn't want to talk to him. So obviously he had to think about him in order to deliver that forceful speech today. So I'm just wondering why he didn't deliver this kind of speech before today. 6 months ago, a month after the insurrection, or whatever? And also, since we are barreling toward an election this year, will he resurrect some of the themes that he sounded this morning?
Sure. Well, let me first say, and to remind you all, that the president launched his campaign on the idea that the former president posed a unique threat to the soul of our country. And he made that point throughout the campaign and over the last year in office. I wouldn't say, or we would argue the point, that he has ever shied away from making clear that his predecessor, former President Trump, it was a threat to democracy, posed a threat to democracy throughout the course of his presidency, and that was a root reason why President Biden ran for office. I would say, in terms of looking forward, you all heard him make a very passionate case today, the fact that we are at an inflection point, the fact that in order to protect our democracy, to preserve it moving forward, there's more that we need to do. And I talked with him about this after the speech today, and he made very clear that the risk we have here at stake here is our democracy, is burying what happened on January 6th, is not taking action, not just in words, but in action to protect people's fundamental rights. You will obviously hear him speak next Tuesday about voting rights, something he touched on very briefly today because he will be giving this speech next Tuesday, and you will hear him making the case about the fact that we are at an inflection point. There's more that we need to do, and we need to do everything we can to ensure the dark day in our history that happened 1 year ago today is not buried.
And then on the situation in Kazakhstan, does what is happening there in any way change the dynamic for the U.S.-Russia talks that are going to begin next week from the U.S. side? And is there any thought that Putin might be less likely to invade Ukraine while this crisis is playing out in Kazakhstan?
Well, let me touch on a couple of things first to provide all of you an update, and you may have seen this, but today Secretary Blinken shared a productive call with Kazakhstan foreign minister, where he reaffirmed the United States' full support for Kazakhstan's constitutional institutions, human rights, media freedom, including through the restoration of internet service, and advocated for a peaceful, rights-respecting resolution to the crisis. There have been kind of a range of reports about peacekeeping forces, which I think you might be referencing, but from Russia, we are closely monitoring reports that the Collective Security Treaty Organization have dispatched its collective peacekeeping forces to Kazakhstan. We have questions about the nature of this request and whether it was a legitimate invitation or not. We don't know at this point. The world will, of course, be watching for any violation of human rights and actions that may lay the predicate for the seizure of Kazakh institutions, and we call on the CSTO, collective peacekeeping forces, and law enforcement to uphold international human rights obligations in order to support a peaceful resolution. Of course, we will let the Kremlin speak to their own forces and the size of them and more specifics, but that's where we stand now. There has not been any change to the planned 3 sets of talks next week.
And then just quickly, I had one on the virus. To defeat the virus, he had said that's what he wanted to do, to defeat it. Or is there, is he coming around to accepting that the virus is going to be a part of life from here forward, that it's going to become endemic?
Well, of course, the president's ultimate goal continues to be to defeat the virus. But what you have seen the president do and the administration do in recent weeks and months is really expand the tools we have to fight the virus and to reduce hospitalization, to reduce the chance of death, to purchase large quantities of treatment options in order to help people who do get the virus, who do get seriously ill. So right now, our approach is to continue to expand all of those capacities and continue to press for what we know has worked to date, which is to get people more vaccinated, get people boosted, wear masks when recommended by the CDC, and that's what we'll continue to press forward on. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. President Biden did not mince words today. It was quite clear who he was talking about. He blamed former President Trump, as Darlene just said, directly for inciting the attack on January 6th. And I wonder why he made the decision not to call him out by name.
Well, Kristen, I know the president spoke to this himself, but I would say there's only one president in the history of this country who fomented an insurrection and which prompted the seizing of our nation's capital I think everybody knew who he was referring to. But as the president said today, this day and the work that we need to do moving forward is not about one person. It is about the country reflecting on who we are in this moment, who we want to be moving forward, and what steps we need to take to protect our own democracy.
And on the point of the former president, he did respond to President Biden's speech, and he called it, quote, political theater. What is your response?
Well, it looks like he saw the speech. I guess that's good news. Maybe he learned something about what it looks like to meet the moment in the country, to meet the moment where people are hurting. They're thinking of the pain, all of the people who worked in that Capitol, who were there a year ago, whether they were members of Congress, their staff, janitors, or journalists, and to speak to who we can be and call for people's higher powers to reach that. Maybe he learned something from that. I guess we'll see.
About the big picture today, Jen, which is that most of the people who attended these ceremonies today were Democrats. There were some Republican lawmakers. You do have this pushback from the former president and from some of his supporters, and polls show that there are still a number of Republicans who believe that the election was stolen from the former president. Does President Biden feel as though he's done enough to unify the country? And what more does he need to do, given the sharp divides that we still see on display today?
Well, I would say, Kristen, that I don't think calling this the events of today a partisan issue or suggesting that we have reached a partisan point is doing justice to the tens of millions of Republicans, independents, and others out there who don't feel that way. We're talking about some Republicans in Congress, not all, many, far too many, who, in our view, in the president's view, need to take a look at themselves and think about what role they want to play in the history books. When their children and grandchildren look at the history books, do they want to be perpetuating the big lie? Do they want to be walking like silent lemmings behind the former president and who fomented an insurrection? Or do they want to be part of saving our democracy? So the question really should be directed at them, and that's our view. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. 6 former advisory board members from the Biden health transition wrote 3 opinion pieces in a medical article calling for a new pandemic strategy that sort of embraces living with the new normal of COVID being endemic. And they said previous claims that we've gained the upper hand.
So we've been listening to just a little bit of the White House press briefing. We are going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we will be talking about January 6th, 1 year later, where the country stands now and where it goes from here. All that and more, 2 minutes on Live Now from Fox.
What time works best for him?
Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox, and there she is, the U.S. Capitol building, 1 year later. And the scene from then, we were watching rioters and a violent mob, storm the Capitol steps, enter into the House chamber, and try to prevent the ceremonial proceedings of certifying the Electoral College. Right now, I'm Andrew Kraft, and we want to thank you for watching here as we continue to look back on that day 1 year later. What has changed? What is going on with the committee investigating the Capitol riot? But right now, we want to look back at our coverage 1 year later. My very own colleague, Daytona Everett, put together a montage of when it all unfolded right before our eyes live, from in the House chamber to when lawmakers had to be evacuated to the very first moments some of those rioters breached the Capitol doors.
As the House comes to order for this important historic meeting, let us remind that each side, House and Senate, Democrats and Republicans, each have 11 members allowed to be present on the floor. Others may be in the gallery.
My challenge today is not about the good people of Arizona.
And it will stand in recess until the call of the chair.
We'll pause.
Protesters are in the building.
Thank you.
There wasn't anything to say.
The actions in these states.
Thank you.
The
gentleman's time has expired. Without objection, the House is going to go back into recess.
Protesters making their way through the Capitol building. Again, they had breached those barricades that had been set up outside of the Capitol. Now they're on the stairs outside, and now some protesters even making their way in. Just so everyone knows, U.S. Capitol is on lockdown, as we know, House and Senate both on recess. And you can see protesters there starting to climb the walls. Again, we do have some protesters who had made it into the Capitol, and lawmakers are evacuating from the House floor. Here's a look at the mayor putting out that order again, saying today I'm ordering a citywide curfew for District of Columbia from 6 p.m. on Wednesday, January 6th until 6 a.m. on Thursday, January 7th.
The House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy has confirmed that shots have been fired inside the Capitol building.
They shot her in the neck and she fell back on me and started saying she was fine, it's cool. And then she started kind of like moving weird and blood was coming out of her mouth and neck and nose. And I don't know if she's alive or dead anymore.
But what's taking place now is they're amassing enough resources. In this case, they've gone to the Washington, D.C. National Guard to be able to come out and try and control the folks that are there and clear the Capitol building.
I remain optimistic about the incredible opportunities. There has never been anything we can't do when we do it together. And this god-awful display today is bringing home to every Republican and Democrat and Independent in the nation that we must step up. This is the United States of America. There's never, ever, 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 ever been a thing we've tried to do that we've done it together. We've not been able to do it. So, President Trump, step up.
You can see on the note right there, it says, "We will not back down." And that's why so many lawmakers are pleading with the president. You heard from President-elect Joe Biden right there, pleading with the president to ask these protesters to step down.
So go home. We love you. You're very special. You've seen what happens. You see the way others are treated that are so bad and so evil. I know how you feel. but go home and go home in peace.
I continue to urge all Washingtonians to stay home and stay calm. And if you see something, say something. But above all, stay home.
The U.S. Capitol and the nation's capital, things usually don't go well at night. Historically, with these protests that we've seen, just a matter of seconds ago, an announcement just went out at the Capitol on the loudspeakers that everyone must leave the Capitol grounds or be subject to arrest.
Pretty much every intersection in D.C. going for miles looks just like this. You've got the flashing lights of a police vehicle blocking traffic, and then turn to cameras left over here, plow trucks.
We are live outside the Capitol, and you can see there's a line of Metropolitan Police in riot gear.
Put fences together back here, kind of like their own makeshift barriers.
It is okay to take a step back from watching what's going on, picking up that phone, calling somebody, saying, hey, I am okay. This is history. History is not always pretty.
Today was a dark day in the history of the United States Capitol. But thanks to the swift efforts of U.S. Capitol Police, federal, state, and local law enforcement, the violence was quelled. The Capitol is secured, and the people's work continues. We condemn the violence that took place here in the strongest possible terms. We grieve the loss of life in these hallowed halls, as well as the injuries suffered by those who defended our Capitol today. And we will always be grateful to the men and women who stayed at their posts to defend this historic place. To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win. Violence never wins. Freedom wins. And this is still the people's house. And as we reconvene in this chamber, the world will again witness the resilience and strength of our democracy. For even in the wake of unprecedented violence and vandalism at this Capitol, the elected representatives of the people of the United States have assembled again on the very same day to support and defend the Constitution of the United States. So may God bless the lost, the injured, and the heroes forged on this day. May God bless all who serve here and those who protect this place. And may God bless the United States of America. Let's get back to work.
And just an incredible look back at that really infamous day in American history. And of course, Congress ended up doing its job as the Constitution requires. Vice President at the time, Mike Pence, did not buckle to pressure by many in the Trump White House for him to do the opposite of what he did that day, ceremonially overseeing the counting of the Electoral College. And of course, it secured Joe Biden's victory, and we are now 1 year later. Just watching some of those scenes, really cannot believe that happened. Still, we were there through all of it 1 year ago. And right now, we want to take the opportunity as well to replay for you some of President Biden's remarks earlier today. He was speaking and the Capitol in Statuary Hall with a very forceful message going after former President Trump without even invoking his name once. And of course, a lot of implicit references to the former president. I'll have you watch right now from earlier this morning.
Madam Vice President, my fellow Americans, to state the obvious, 1 year ago today, in this sacred place, democracy was attacked, simply attacked. The will of the people was under assault The Constitution, our Constitution, faced the gravest of threats. Outnumbered in the face of a brutal attack, the Capitol Police, the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department, the National Guard, and other brave law enforcement officials saved the rule of law. Our democracy held. We, the people, endured. We, the people, prevailed. For the first time in our history, a president had not just lost an election, he tried to prevent the peaceful transfer of power as a violent mob breached the Capitol. But they failed. They failed. And on this day of remembrance, we must make sure that such attack never happens again. I'm speaking to you today from Statuary Hall in the United States Capitol. This is where the House of Representatives met for 50 years in the decades leading up to the Civil War. This is on this floor. It's where young Congressman of Illinois, Abraham Lincoln, sat at desk 191. Above him, above us, over that door leading into the rotunda, is a sculpture depicting Cleo, the muse of history. In her hands, an open book in which she records the events taking place in this chamber below. Cleo stood watch over this hall 1 year ago today, as she has for more than 200 years. She recorded what took place, the real history, the real facts, the real truth, the facts and the truth that Vice President Harris just shared, and that you and I and the whole world saw with our own eyes. The Bible tells us that we shall know the truth, and the truth shall make us free. We shall know the truth. Well, here is the God's truth about January 6, 2021. Close your eyes. Go back to that day. What do you see? Rioters rampaging, waving for the first time inside this Capitol Confederate flag that symbolized the cause to destroy America, to rip us apart. Even during the Civil War, that never, ever happened. But it happened here in 2021. What else do you see? A mob breaking windows, kicking in doors, breaching the Capitol. American flags on poles being used as weapons, as spears. Fire extinguishers being thrown at the heads of police officers. A crowd that professes their love for law enforcement assaulted those police officers, dragged them, sprayed them, stomped on them. Over 140 police officers were injured. We all heard the police officers who were there that day testify to what happened. One officer called it, quote, a medieval battle, and that he was more afraid that day than he was fighting the war in Iraq. They've repeatedly asked since that day, how dare anyone diminish, belittle, or deny the hell they were put through. We saw with our own eyes. Rioters menaced these halls, threatening the life of the Speaker of the House, literally erecting gallows to hang the Vice President of the United States of America. But what did we not see? We didn't see a former president who had just rallied the mob to attack, sitting in the private dining room off the Oval Office in the White House, watching it all on television and doing nothing for hours as police were assaulted, lives at risk, the nation's capital under siege. This wasn't a group of tourists. This was an armed insurrection. They weren't looking to uphold the will of the people. They were looking to deny the will of the people. They weren't looking to uphold a free and fair election. They were looking to overturn one. They were looking to save the cause of America. They were looking to subvert the Constitution. This isn't about being bogged down in the past. This is about making sure the past isn't buried. That's the only way forward. That's what great nations do. They don't bury the truth. They face up to it. Sounds like hyperbole, but that's the truth. They face up to it. We are a great nation. My fellow Americans, in life there's truth, and tragically there are lies. Lies conceived and spread for profit and power. We must be absolutely clear about what is true and what is a lie. And here's the truth. The former President of the United States of America has created and spread a web of lies about the 2020 election. He's done so because he values power over principle, because he sees his own interest as more important than his country's interest, than America's interest, and because his bruised ego matters more to him than our democracy or our Constitution. He can't accept he lost, even though that's what 93 United States senators, his own attorney general, his own vice president, governors and state officials in every battleground state have all said he lost. That's what 81 million of you did as you voted for a new way forward. He has done what no president in American history, the history of this country, has ever done. He refused to accept the results of an election and the will of the American people. Well, some courageous men and women in the Republican Party are standing against it, trying to uphold the principle of that party. Too many others are transforming that party into something else. They seem no longer to want to be the party of Lincoln, Eisenhower, Reagan, the Bushes. But whatever my other disagreements are with Republicans who support the rule of law and not the rule of a single man, I will always seek to work together with them to find shared solutions where possible. Because if we have a shared belief in democracy, then anything is possible. Anything. And so at this moment, we must decide, what kind of nation are we going to be? Are we going to be a nation that accepts political violence as a norm? Are we going to be a nation where we allow partisan election officials to overturn the legally expressed will of the people? Are we going to be a nation that lives not by the light of the truth, but in the shadow of lies? We cannot allow ourselves to be that kind of nation. The way forward is to recognize the truth and to live by it. The big lie being told by the former president and many Republicans who fear his wrath is that the insurrection in this country actually took place on Election Day, November 3rd, 2020. Think about that. Is that what you thought? Is that what you thought when you voted that day? Taking part in an insurrection? Is that what you thought you were doing? Or did you think you were carrying out your highest duty as a citizen and voting? The former president's supporters are trying to rewrite history. They want you to see Election Day as the day of insurrection. And the riot that took place here on January 6th as a true expression of the will of the people. Can you think of a more twisted way to look at this country, to look at America? I cannot. Here's the truth. The election of 2020 was the greatest demonstration of democracy in the history of this country. More of you voted in that election than have ever voted in all of American history. Over 150 million Americans went to the polls and voted that day. In a pandemic, some at great risk to their lives. They should be applauded, not attacked. Right now, in state after state, New laws are being written, not to protect the vote, but to deny it. Not only to suppress the vote, but to subvert it. Not to strengthen or protect our democracy, but because the former president lost, instead of looking at the election results from 2020 and saying they need new ideas or better ideas to win more votes, the former president and his supporters have decided the only way for them to win is to suppress your vote and subvert our elections. It's wrong. It's undemocratic. And frankly, it's un-American. The second big lie being told by the former president and his supporters is that the results of the election of 2020 can't be trusted. The truth is that no election in American history has been more closely scrutinized or more carefully counted. Every legal challenge questioning the results in every court in this country that could have been made was made and was rejected, often rejected by Republican-appointed judges, including judges appointed by the former president himself, from state courts to the United States Supreme Court. Recounts were undertaken in state after state. Georgia counted its results 3 times, with 1 recount by hand. Phony partisan audits were undertaken long after the election in several states. None changed the results. And in some of them, the irony is the margin of victory actually grew slightly. So let's speak plainly about what happened in 2020. Even before the first ballot was cast, the former president was preemptively sowing doubt about the election results. He built his lie over months. It wasn't based on any facts. He was just looking for an excuse, a pretext, to cover for the truth. He's not just a former president. He's a defeated former president. Defeated by a margin of over 7 million of your votes in a full and free and fair election. There is simply zero proof the election results are inaccurate. In fact, in every venue where evidence had to be produced, an oath to tell the truth had to be taken, the former president failed to make his case. Just think about this. The former president and his supporters have never been able to explain how they accept as accurate the other election results that took place on November 3rd. The elections for governor, United States Senate, House of Representatives. Elections which they closed the gap in the House. They challenged none of that. President's name was first. Then we went down the line. Governors, senators, House of Representatives. Somehow those results are accurate on the same ballot. But the presidential race was flawed. And on the same ballot, the same day, cast by the same voters. The only difference, the former president didn't lose those races. He just lost the one that was his own. Finally, the third big lie being told by a former president and his supporters is that the mob who sought to impose their will through violence are the nation's true patriots. Is that what you thought when you looked at the mob ransacking the Capitol, destroying property, literally defecating in the hallways, rifling through the desks of senators and representatives, hunting down members of Congress? Patriots? Not in my view. To me, the true patriots were the more than 150 Americans who peacefully expressed their vote at the ballot box. The election workers who protected the integrity of the vote. And the heroes who defended this Capitol. You can't love your country only when you win. You can't obey the law only when it's convenient. You can't be patriotic when you embrace and enable lies. Those who stormed this Capitol, and those who instigated and incited, and those who called on them to do so, held a dagger at the throat of America, at American democracy. They didn't come here out of patriotism or principle. They came here in rage, not in service of America, but rather in service of one man. Those who incited the mob, the real plotters who were desperate to deny the certification of this election, defy the will of the voters. But their plot was foiled. Congressmen, Democrats, and Republicans stayed. Senators, representatives, staff, they finished their work the Constitution demanded. They honored their oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Look, folks, now it's up to all of us, to we the people, to stand for the rule of law, to preserve the flame of democracy, to keep the promise of America alive. The promise is at risk, targeted by the forces that value brute strength over the sanctity of democracy, fear over hope, personal gain over public good. Make no mistake about it, we're living at an inflection point in history, both at home and abroad. We're engaged anew in a struggle between democracy and autocracy, between the aspirations of the many and the greed of the few, between the people's right of self-determination and the self-seeking autocrat. From China to Russia and beyond, they're betting that democracy's days are numbered. They've actually told me democracy is too slow, too bogged down by division to succeed in today's rapidly changing, complicated world. And they're betting. They're betting America will become more like them and less like us. They're betting that America is a place for the autocrat, the dictator, the strongman. I do not believe that. That is not who we are. That is not who we have ever been. And that is not who we should ever, ever be. Our founding fathers, as imperfect as they were, set in motion an experiment that changed the world, literally changed the world. Here in America, the people would rule. Power would be transferred peacefully, never at the tip of a spear or the barrel of a gun. They committed to paper an idea that they couldn't live up to, but an idea that couldn't be constrained. Yes, in America, all people are created equal. We reject the view that if you succeed, I fail. If you get ahead, I fall behind. If I hold you down, I somehow lift myself up. The former president who lies about this election and the mob that attacked this Capitol could not be further away from the core American values. They want to rule, or they will ruin. Ruin what our country fought for at Lexington and Concord, at Gettysburg and Omaha Beach, Seneca Falls, Selma, Alabama. What we were fighting for? The right to vote, the right to govern ourselves, the right to determine our own destiny. With rights come responsibilities. Responsibility to see each other as neighbors. Maybe we disagree with that neighbor, but they're not an adversary. Responsibility to accept defeat. Then get back in the arena and try again the next time to make your case. Responsibility to see that America is an idea. An idea requires vigilant stewardship. As we stand here today, 1 year since January 6, 2021. The lies that drove the anger and madness we saw in this place, they have not abated. So we have to be firm, resolute, and unyielding in our defense of the right to vote and to have that vote counted. Some have already made the ultimate sacrifice in this sacred effort. Jill and I have mourned police officers in this Capitol Rotunda not once but twice in the wake of January 6th. Once to honor Officer Brian Sicknick, who lost his life the day after the attack, and a second time to honor Officer Billy Evans, who lost his life defending this Capitol as well. We think about the others who lost their lives and were injured, and everyone living with the trauma of that day, from those defending this Capitol to members of Congress in both parties and their staffs, to reporters, cafeteria workers, custodial workers, and their families. Don't kid yourself. The pain and scars from that day run deep. I've said it many times, and it's no more true or real than we think about the events of January 6th. We are in a battle for the soul of America. A battle that by the grace of God and the goodness and greatness of this nation, we will win. Believe me, I know how difficult democracy is, and I'm crystal clear about the threats America faces. But I also know that our darkest days can lead to light and hope. From the death and destruction, as the Vice President referenced in Pearl Harbor, came the triumph over the forces of fascism. From the brutality of Bloody Sunday on the Edmund Pettus Bridge came historic voting rights legislation. So now let's step up, write the next chapter in American history, where January 6th marks not the end of democracy, but the beginning of a renaissance of liberty and fair play. I did not seek this fight brought to this Capitol 1 year ago today, but I will not shrink from it either. I will stand in this breach. I will defend this nation, and I will allow no one to place a dagger at the throat of democracy. We will make sure the will of the people is heard, that the ballot prevails, not violence, that authority in this nation will always be peacefully transferred. I believe the power of the presidency and the purpose is to unite this nation, not divide it, to lift us up, not tear us apart. See, about us, not about me. Deep in the heart of America burns a flame lit almost 250 years ago of liberty, freedom, and equality. This is not a land of kings or dictators or autocrats. We're a nation of laws, of order, not chaos, of peace, not violence. Here in America, the people rule through the ballot, and their will prevails. So let us remember, together, we're one nation, under God, indivisible. That today, tomorrow, and forever at our best, we are the United States of America. God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And may God bless those who stand watch over our democracy.
Powerful words there from President Biden delivered today in Statuary Hall in the Capitol Rotunda as the president went after former President Trump implicitly, never mentioning the former president's name, but you heard it there in those echoes, going after what he was calling an assault on our democracy that happened 1 year ago today. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us for our special programming, looking back 1 year ago on the January 6th Capitol riot. We'll have more where that came from in just a moment. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us on your Thursday night. As we look back 1 year ago today, as many Americans, our fellow Americans, unfortunately, stormed the Capitol trying to obstruct a government proceeding. Earlier today on the steps of the Capitol, we saw so many congressional leaders hold a candlelight vigil for those who lost their lives in the aftermath of the Capitol riot. We're going to play out some of that ceremony from earlier.
Michael B. Curry, presiding bishop and primate, the Episcopal Church.
Let us pray. Eternal God, of whom the Bible speaks and says that you are love. You are the source of all that is good and just and true and compassionate. We come before you, the fountain of all wisdom and the light of all truth. We come before you not in pride or arrogance, but we come before you in true humility. We come before you because we need your help. We need your help in these troubled times. We need your help for this beloved nation. We need your help for those who have been traumatized and troubled by the painful events of 1 year ago and all that has continued since. We need your help, Lord, now to be the democracy you would have us to be the nation you would have us to be. One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we ask you now to help us. Help all those who are traumatized. Help all of those who have lost loved ones. Help those who are struggling. Help us to be instruments of your peace, instruments of your love, and instruments of your healing for this land, for this Congress, for this government, for we the people, for this country and this world. Precious Lord, we come not in arrogance or pride, but humbly. Precious Lord, please take our hand. Lead us on. Let us stand. Some of us are tired. Some of us are weak. And some are worn. But through the storm, through the night, lead us on to the light. Take our hands, precious Lord, and lead us home. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, Master Sergeant Sarah Sheffield of the President's Own United States Marine Band.
My country, 'tis of thee, sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the Pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside, let freedom ring. Our fathers' God, to thee, author of liberty, to thee we sing. Long may our land be bright with freedom's holy light. Protect us by God, our King.
The Democratic congressional leaders there, Speaker Pelosi, Senator Schumer, Representative Hoyer, and that beautiful rendition of My Country, 'Tis of Thee. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to keep it moving here, showing you some of these events from throughout the week, including today as well. Right now, though, we want to hear from Attorney General Merrick Garland. He spoke just yesterday with an update from the Department of Justice on the hundreds of Capitol Riot defendants who are either currently awaiting trial and being prosecuted for their role in storming the Capitol. Here's an update on that from yesterday.
Good afternoon. It's nice to see some of you here in the Great Hall and to be able to connect with all of you virtually today. On my first day as Attorney General, I spoke with all of you, the more than 115,000 employees of the Department of Justice, for the first time. Today, I brought us all together again for two reasons. First and foremost, to thank you. Thank you for the work you have done, not just over the last 10 months, but over the past several years. Work that you have done in the face of unprecedented challenges, ranging from an unprecedented, deadly pandemic to an unprecedented attack on our democracy. Thank you for your service, for your sacrifice, and for your dedication. I am honored to serve alongside you. And second, as we begin a new year, and as we prepare to mark a solemn anniversary tomorrow, it is a fitting time to reaffirm that we at the Department of Justice will do everything in our power to defend the American people and American democracy. We will defend our democratic institutions from attack. We will protect those who serve the public from violence and threats of violence. We will protect the cornerstone of our democracy, the right to every eligible citizen to cast a vote that counts. And we will do all of this in a manner that adheres to the rule of law and honors our obligation to protect the civil rights and civil liberties of everyone in this country. Tomorrow will mark the first anniversary of January 6, 2021, the day the United States Capitol was attacked while lawmakers met to affirm the results of a presidential election. In the early afternoon of January 6th, as the United States Senate and House of Representatives were meeting to certify the vote count of the Electoral College, a large crowd gathered outside the Capitol building. Shortly after 2 p.m., individuals in the crowd began to force entry into the Capitol by smashing windows and assaulting U.S. Capitol Police, who were stationed there to protect the members of Congress as they took part in one of the most solemn proceedings of our democracy. Others in the crowd encouraged and assisted those who attacked the police. Over the course of several hours, outnumbered law enforcement officers sustained a barrage of repeated violent attacks. About 80 Capitol Police and 60 D.C. Metropolitan Police were assaulted. As our own court filings and thousands of public videos of the event attest, perpetrators punched dozens of law enforcement officers, knocking some officers unconscious. Some perpetrators tackled and dragged law enforcement officers. Among the many examples of such violence, one officer was crushed in a door, another was dragged down a set of stairs, face down, repeatedly tased and beaten, and suffered a heart attack. Some perpetrators attacked law enforcement officers with chemical agents that burned their eyes and skin, and some assaulted officers with pipes, poles, and other dangerous or deadly weapons. Perpetrators also targeted, assaulted, tackled, and harassed journalists and destroyed their equipment. With increasing numbers of individuals having breached the Capitol, members of the Senate and the House of Representatives, including the President of the Senate, Vice President Mike Pence, had to be evacuated. As a consequence, proceedings in both chambers were disrupted for hours. interfering with a fundamental element of American democracy, the peaceful transfer of power from one minister to the next. Those involved must be held accountable, and there is no higher priority for us at the Department of Justice. It is impossible to overstate the heroism of the Capitol Police officers, Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department officers, and other law enforcement officers who defended and secured the Capitol that day. They demonstrated to all of us and to our country what true courage looks like. Their resolve, their sacrifice, and their bravery protected thousands of people working inside the Capitol that day. 5 officers who responded selflessly to the attack on January 6th have since lost their lives. I ask everyone to please join me in a moment of silence in recognition of the service and sacrifice of Officer Brian Sicknick, Officer Howard Liebengood, Officer Jeffrey Smith, Officer Gunther Hashida, and Officer Kyle DeFreitag. I know I speak for all of us in saying that tomorrow, and in our work in the days ahead, we will not only remember them, we will do everything we can to honor them. In the aftermath of the attack, the Justice Department began its work on what has become one of the largest, most complex, and most resource-intensive investigations in our history. Only a small number of perpetrators were arrested in the tumult of January 6th itself. Every day since, we have worked to identify, investigate, and apprehend defendants from across the country. And we have done so at record speed and scale in the midst of a pandemic during which some grand juries and courtrooms were not able to operate. Led by the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia and the FBI's Washington Field Office, DOJ personnel across the department in nearly all 56 field offices, in nearly all 94 United States Attorney's offices, and in many main justice components, have worked countless hours to investigate the attack. Approximately 70 prosecutors from the District of Columbia and another 70 from other U.S. Attorney's offices and DOJ divisions have participated in this investigation. So far, we have issued over 5,000 subpoenas and search warrants, seized approximately 2,000 devices, poured through over 20,000 hours of video footage, and searched through an estimated 15 terabytes of data. We have received over 300,000 tips from ordinary citizens who have been our indispensable partners in this effort. The FBI's website continues to post photos of persons in connection with the events of January 6th, and we continue to seek the public's assistance in identifying those individuals. As of today, we have arrested and charged more than 725 defendants in nearly all 50 states and the District of Columbia for their roles in the January 6th attack. In charging the perpetrators, we have followed well-worn prosecutorial practices. Those who assaulted officers or damaged the Capitol face greater charges. Those who conspired with others to obstruct the vote count also face greater charges. Those who did not undertake such conduct have been charged with lesser offenses, particularly if they accepted their responsibility early and cooperated with the investigation. In the first months of the investigation, approximately 145 defendants pled guilty to misdemeanors, mostly defendants who did not cause injury or damage. Such pleas reflect the facts of those cases and the defendant's acceptance of responsibility, and they help conserve both judicial and prosecutorial resources so that attention can properly focus on the more serious perpetrators. In complex cases, initial charges are often less severe than later charged offenses. This is purposeful, as investigators must sift through more evidence. By now, though, we have charged over 325 defendants with felonies, many for assaulting officers and many for corruptly obstructing or attempting to obstruct an official proceeding. 20 defendants charged with felonies have already pled guilty. Approximately 40 defendants have been charged with conspiracy to obstruct a congressional proceeding and/or to obstruct law enforcement. In the months ahead, 17 defendants are already scheduled to go to trial for their role in felony conspiracies.
All right, and there you've heard Attorney General Merrick Garland. This was yesterday from the Department of Justice. Talk about the wide-ranging investigation that is still ongoing into the Capitol riot. And you heard there from him that incredible number, 725 Americans have been arrested and charged for their role. And some, of course, are still awaiting trial. Some are in pretrial detention, but they have gotten some guilty pleas as well, and some have been convicted. But they range from all 50 states, and the investigation continues. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here as we look back 1 year since the violent mob stormed the Capitol on January 6th, 2021. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll hear from the new U.S. Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger about what new security improvements have been made to the Capitol complex so something like this never happens again. More on that in just a moment. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft, and one of the main storylines in the wake of the January 6th Capitol riot was how could U.S. Capitol Police, the D.C. Metropolitan Police, and other law enforcement agencies be so ill-prepared for something like that. And we heard on Monday from the new U.S. Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger taking questions from reporters on new federal funding for security improvements to the Capitol complex.
Thank you, Tim. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for being here. The United States Capitol Police, as an organization, is stronger and better prepared to carry out its mission today than it was before January 6th of last year. The department began significant work immediately after the 6th to fix the failures that occurred: intelligence failures, operational planning failures, leadership failures. The one thing that did not fail that day was the courage and resolve of the men and women of the United States Capitol Police. For the past year, our focus has been implementing improvements that would provide our officers with the resources that they need to fulfill their responsibilities safely and effectively. Since the attack on the Capitol, there have been nearly a dozen reports offering over 100 recommendations on needed improvements and reforms. To date, we have completed or addressed over 90 of those recommendations. And when I say completed, that means we've implemented the recommendations. When I say we've addressed them, that is that we have a detailed plan in place to implement, but we're not fully completed yet with that recommendation. So the work continues. Let me list some of the major improvements that we've made over the past year. We've improved the way that we gather, analyze, share, and use and disseminate intelligence. We've brought on an operational planning expert from the United States Secret Service to develop a blueprint for handling large events with a focus on intelligence, assets, and coordination both internally and with our outside partners as well. We've done massive joint exercises ahead of major events. We now conduct in-person briefings for uniformed officers prior to the major events. We've provided cell phones to every one of our police officers so that they get daily intelligence reports, daily operational information on their phone every day. We've developed a formalized process to request and receive assistance from partnering law enforcement agencies from around the region. We've ordered additional equipment for our civil disturbance unit officers, as well as we've conducted exercises with the National Guard and other police agencies. We've expanded our officer safety and wellness initiatives, including a peer support program, support dogs, and trauma-informed care specialists. And we've instituted a new external communication plan to improve our public information office and the speed and accuracy with which we release information. Now, as I conclude, I want to do two things. One, I want to thank the U.S. Congress for the supplemental appropriation and all of the support that they've given the Capitol Police and the Sergeant of Arms Office and the architect to assist us in completing the recommendations that have come to all of us in terms of how we can enhance the security at this campus. And I want to also thank the Capitol Police Board. While the architect's been around for a while, both the Sergeant of Arms have been appointed since January 6th. So as a board, we understand the urgency and the importance of ensuring that we fix the things that need to be fixed to make this campus as safe and secure as it can be. And I appreciate all of the support that I've gotten from the Capitol Police Board, and we'll just tell you that we work very well together as a team, and we have a singular mission in mind to improving the safety and security of this campus. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.